Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
the county championship. This could be the deciding day of action. I think it may well be the decisive day of action. Whether we are finished today or not remains to be seen. However, I think how Leicestershire bat in the morning and afternoon sessions today, if indeed they are still batting in the afternoon session, may well decide what happens. A reminder, Leicestershire 79 for 2 in their second innings. We've got a 1 inning straight shootout with 1 run separating both teams' first innings total. Leicestershire 1-5-1 plays Glamorgan 1-5-2, and the Foxes came out swinging from the hip last night. Rishi Patel with a swashbuckling knock, Sheridan Gums playing positively too. He's 33 not out alongside Hamza Sheikh, who is yet to get off the mark. For Leicestershire, victory will be a huge boost for them in their hunt for survival, whereas Glamorgan will hope to get themselves back in the game. The bowlers struggled a little bit last night as they still continue to aim for a title tilt. And look, a fascinating day's play ahead, Nick Webb. I thought Leicestershire played probably one of the best sessions, well, the best session of batting last night. They were very positive and really went for it, and that has set them up quite nicely at 79 for 2.
Yeah, Rishi Patel particularly leading the way with a couple of sixes. He only got 26, but in the context of this match, it's a reasonable score. Sheridan Gums then played a few shots later in the evening. Rayan Ahmed always does, but it doesn't last too long for his 15. So we shall see what Gums and Sheikh can do to start the day.
Run rate 4.5, which, considering what both teams were going at about 2 and a bit, weren't they, during their first innings?
Yeah, Glamorgan just upped it a little, but not too much.
It's going to be Gorvin to bowl the first delivery of the day from the pavilion end. It's a straight delivery first up. We went off a bad light halfway through an over yesterday as the floodlights began to take over, so he will bowl the final 3 deliveries of his over.
RM Black on social media: I have a fear of relegation still. Need to keep discipline with bowling, and then a few stand tall with the bat. Glamorgan follow-up. And
here is Gorvin. Skiddy bowler, right arm over the wicket, bowls forward, comes Sheikh and defends. Leicestershire fans will certainly understand that instinct. I think Leicestershire and Glamorgan have been in the same place for about 20 years, haven't they, where they can never really truly believe their team is going to win or that they're truly safe.
Yeah, Glamorgan with the 2 one-day cup triumphs. Leicestershire hoping to add their second next month.
So here is Gorvin charging away from us. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and that's slightly strayed on line there on the leg stump. It's clipped away to mid-wicket. That is the end of the over, so no damage for the Foxes in the first 3 deliveries. So a reminder of the wickets to fall last night. Rishi Patel, who came out smashing and crashing the ball all over the place. 2 6s and 2 4s in his 26 from 23 balls. And then, as Nick said, Rayan Ahmed with 15. It looks a little bit scratchy out there. 15 from 25. So Gums, who was has played very, very defensively, very assuredly and doggedly previously, was a lot more positive last night. He's 33 off 55. He may well hold the key.
So it's going to be Toole to open proceedings for the day from the Bennett end. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 17. You're on BBC Sport Online. Here's Toole running in and bowling to the left-handed Gums through outside off stump. And through it goes to Chris Cook, who's retiring at the end of the season, the 40-year-old Glamorgan wicketkeeper batter. Better turn the alerts on my phone off, since it'll be pinging with club scores during the course of the afternoon. 79 for 2. Leicestershire 78 ahead. Tool in. Bowls. Good bounce and carry there as it goes through to Chris Cook.
You're in trouble, aren't you? You're in trouble
Just
with your
tight.
club this morning.
Not really. I just didn't get round to putting out the teams till rather late and keep the sponsors happy and all that. But I've got the club gear on today to promote Mackin CC to all viewers of the Leicestershire and Glamorgan video stream. It's the training gear, not that I ever do any training. As Tool is in to bowl outside off stump and comes shoulders arms.
Quorn, this is my club. Second 11 against Leicester Ivanhoe fourths today.
Oof. What league is that?
Division 5 of the Leicestershire and Rutland League.
Mackin have currently got sides in Division 3 and 11 of the South East Wales League. Second's hoping for promotion to Division 10. As there's an appeal for LBW, impassioned umpire says no. Comes pushing half forward, probably just got outside the line. By my initial instinct on that, as we see the video replay. Oh no, it's actually doing too much. Probably a bit high. Was more or less in line with the wickets, but probably above them as it hit him on the thigh pad.
Jagged back off the seam, that, didn't it? Crikey. Pitched outside off stump and was going down leg.
Indeed. As Tool bowls, Gums gets a solid bat on that, plays it away on the leg side, and there is no run. Best of luck to you if you're playing club cricket this afternoon, or watching, or officiating, scoring, umpiring, making the tees, whatever.
Are you a batter or a bowler, Nick?
I was a sort of wicketkeeper batter, but now I'm a make up the numbers when we've only got 10 otherwise sort of player. Well, I haven't played at all this season, to be honest, for health reasons. As that's a nice drive from Gums, getting it away through the covers. That'll race up to the boundary, I think. It's being chased all the way, and the ball is the winner, just ahead of Mason Crane, who gave it a good chase, went all the way, put the slide in, but the ball went over with him. 83 for 2.
He's driven really well, Gums, in this innings. I think I sort of mentioned earlier on, didn't I, that he has been a conservative, small C conservative when he's batted so far in the 4 innings that I've seen him in the county championship. This has been far more proactive, far more positive. He has looked to play his shots, but he has only really, driven through mid-off on the covers. Those are the 2 shots that he's gone for, but he's played the bad ball and it's been there. Gorvin's going to continue from the pavilion end. So the lead 82, 83 for 2 are the Foxes, and Sheikh yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5 deliveries waiting there. Right-handed batsman as Gorvin comes in. He leaves that outside off stump. Yeah, I haven't played this year either, sadly. Doing this is the main reason.
There's a few Saturdays off.
I'm a pretty average number 3.
Oh, okay.
So
Number 3 usually fancy themselves.
No, I'm a typical number. I'm a Jonathan Trott number 3.
Fair enough.
As Gorvin comes in, bowls, back goes Sheikh and crunches him off the back foot for 4. That's a gorgeous back foot drive. Felt like he had all the time in the world from Gorvin, then skidded off the surface, but he leant back and smashed it through the covers. So 4 to him.
Yeah, Gorvin at his medium pace really can't afford to be sticking it that far outside off stump.
I've got a good technique, Nick, but my aggression and my ability to score runs at a quick pace is not what you would describe as a defining characteristic.
Oh, sounds like we could ball for Britain between us.
Gorvin moving away from us, bowls, and it's pretty much the same result. Poor ball outside off stump. I think you heard a scream of anguish from Gorvin as he toss that outside off stump and Shake again off the back foot, punching it this time through extra cover, but got the same result. And 4 runs to him, and this is not a good start to the over. 8 runs off it already.
No, I mean, Glamorgan can't afford to let the match run away from them in these early stages unless there's going to be a dramatic change in the nature of the surface. Got to keep it straight, keep asking questions.
Gorvin starts his run and then stops it because a fielder's being sent out to deep cover. We have blue skies above. It's mild today. It feels mid-September-y, I would say, as Gorvin moves past the umpire, bowls. Oh, and is that a nick? It is! Back-to-back 4s, and then just tightened the line, did Gorvin, and he's got Shake nicking off. Outside edge through to the wicket-keeper, and that's a big breakthrough for Glamorgan early on day 3. Bit of a way swing, a nibble from Shake, and hit the top of the bat straight into Cook's grateful hands. 91 for 3, the lead 90.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he needed to play at that. As it was, he just leant into it defensively rather than trying to crack it through the covers again as he had the 2 previous deliveries. Didn't need to play it at all, and just the feather through to the keeper. 91 for 3, the lead is 90, and Glamorgan needed that one after a slightly ropey start to the morning.
Yeah, he's gone for 8 off 9, and I think that was a shot. I don't think he would have nibbled at that had he not played the 2 4s in the previous few deliveries before that. It felt like he was full of confidence. Hubristic might be a bit of a stretch, but I think you know what I'm getting at there. There was a sense that he was taking Gorvin apart a bit in the over, and so played at a delivery that he didn't need to.
Nick Kelly out for 16 in the first innings, the Melbourne-born New Zealander. Wellington is Kiwi side, as opposed to Patel and Ray Toole, who are Central District's teammates.
He's a very solid player, Nick Kelly. He played magnificently against Yorkshire on a very similar pitch to this, where basically his tactic was defend the good balls and throw everything at the bad balls. And I suspect that's probably the way to go in these sort of circumstances. It's an internationals knock. He was coming down the pitch quite a lot as well to, again, use the covers quite a lot, driving through the V in front of him. He waits as Gorvin moves in to bowl his first delivery from the pavilion end. And it's an inside edge drive, first ball from Nick Kelly, and it's gone down to fine leg. I'll pick up a single and get off the mark, but in far from convincing fashion.
It was there for that cover drive. Just didn't time it very well. Whether there was a bit of dip into the left-hander from Gorvin, I'm not sure. The ball is still relatively new, I suppose. 20th over of the innings. Leicestershire going more quickly in this second dig than either side did in their first.
Schedule, by the way, the same today, so we've got 104 overs scheduled to be played. Gorvin, fair-haired, moves in and beats Gums. Outside his off stump. We've got 2 left-handers in at the crease, 3 slips, and well, that was certainly an eventful over. We had 9 runs off it, an inside edge, a wicket, 2 back foot punches for 4. 92 for 3 is the score. We've had an entertaining start to the day here. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales. On the BBC Sport website now, and also the Leicestershire stream on YouTube, where me and Nick will be in vision, I'm sure, for parts of it. And when Nikesh Ragani sits down, you'll be able to see what is a superb shacket that he is wearing today. Top class.
92 for 3. Yes, they use the commentary camera rather too often for my liking. Rather too often for my liking. 92 for 3. Toole is in to bowl, and Kelly defends that one out on the offside, and there is no run. The bad news for Welsh listeners is that there is talk of a Macon third 11 next season, so I might have even more to rabbit on about. Yeah.
Well, that's good. You hear of teams, it's more the conversation of people taking away teams, so I'm glad that there will be teams added.
In comes Toole. Bowls. Kelly whacks that through mid-wicket for 4. Stand and deliver. A very firmly struck shot up to the scoreboard at wide-ish mid-wicket. 96 for 3. And Kelly's not going to be taking any prisoners.
I think he's watched Rishi Patel and the way that Rishi Patel played and has decided to follow his lead, which is, if you're going to go very hard, play aggressively. I think there's a sense that there's a ball with your name on it, and so you might as well go for it.
Yeah, if you're going to play an aggressive shot, then it's boundary or out, isn't it, really? No faffing around with singles. 3 slips wait. Usual trio of Ingram, Tribe and Carlson. As in comes Toole again. Balls to Kelly, who's on the defensive this time. Playing up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, in terms of playing numbers in South East Wales, then we've got 15 divisions. All right, you do get the few dropouts and match cancellations and whatever, but number of teams overall seems to be reasonably stable. There's Toole bowls, and Kelly up on his toes defends it on the onside, and there is no run. An awful lot of midweek cricket played in the Cardiff area as well, on the oh so lovely Parks pitches.
Yeah. It's the T20 stuff in do you know what, I suppose it's my job, I have never played at it. No, I have played a T20 game in midweek, but it's very rare for me to do it. I've only done once or twice in my life, I think.
As in comes Toole and bowls, and he'll take a quick single to mid-on. Will Kelly? Ooh, rather scruffy cricket from Van der Hoogten. Cook can't take it cleanly. Callaway picks it up. Kelly looked to be trying to play that equally firmly, but didn't really time it. Yeah, I used to play midweek cricket in my younger days. It was a sort of dash down from the office to try and get there for 6 o'clock. 18 overs usually was all we could play before the bad light set in.
I also, having described the way I bat, Nick, you can see why I probably wasn't particularly interested in playing, or more to the point, why captains wouldn't ask me to play T20 cricket.
Toole in. Bowls, and Scum's just playing inside the line at the last moment. I thought he was initially pushing at it, but rehearses his just about safe withdrawal of the bat. In terms of the crowd, well, modest at the moment.
Saturday's often a quieter day here.
Yeah. Hopefully there'll be reasonable Welsh representation here still. Saw a few of them earlier on. Some up for the duration. 97 for 3, the lead 96.
And it's going to be Gorvin to continue from the pavilion end. Lots of other sport going on today locally. It's sort of got second week of the Football League season. Leicester City against Burton later. And you were saying, was it 4 football games today?
Yeah, 4 football commentaries for BBC Radio Wales audience.
In comes Gorvin, he bowls, and that's a beauty. That's it. Kelly does well to defend. He watched that, got right over the top of it. His head almost directly underneath the bat handle. And the ball dribbles away to backward point. It's a dot ball.
I'll give you the runners and riders for Welsh football supporters who may be listening.
So there was a Welsh derby last week, wasn't there? Was it Wrexham against Cardiff last week?
Yeah, in Cardiff, yeah.
As Gorvin comes in, bowls, defended by Kelly again with a perfect technique.
Yeah, some controversy as to whether that should be called a derby, given that they're
yeah,
good
it's like
3.5 to 4 hours apart.
Is Liverpool versus Bristol City a derby?
Yeah.
No.
But there tends to be a move towards any all-Welsh clash being described as a derby in football or rugby.
Gorvin it is, past the umpire now, bowls full and defended again by Kelly. No run.
So for listeners to FM, Radio Wales FM in the Newport area, you've got Bristol Rovers against Newport County as the early kick-off. 12:30, certainly hear that on FM in the Newport area. Else at 3 o'clock, you've got Wrexham against Watford, Derby County against Cardiff City, and Swansea City against Sheffield United.
Gorvin up to the wicket, bowls straight, full and defended. No run. So 3 teams in the Championship.
3 teams in the Championship
Yeah.
this year for the first time in a number of decades. I think since the 80s, if I remember correctly.
Leicester City in League One for the first time in since 2008. Or the 8-9 season. A couple of seasons ago, hosting Liverpool and now hosting Burton Albion and Notts County. Here comes Gorvin, back goes Kelly and misses that. That seemed to die in the pitch and caused Chris Cook all sorts of problems. That was a horrible one for a wicket keeper, where the ball sort of dies in the pitch, bouncing up, might spurt up off the surface, might hit your knee as you bend it. I think that has hit his knee, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's probably as the pad bends forwards, then that allows the ball to sneak over the top of it.
I bet he's thinking, what is a 41-year-old, or is he 40? What is
40.
a 40-year-old man doing this now? I could be at home with my feet up, whilst I'm getting smashed in the knee. It's 75 miles an hour. Here comes Gorvin. Well, the final ball of the 22nd over, and Gums is forward and equal to it. So just one bye off that over. And Leicestershire are 98 for 3. They lead by 97. We've got 100 overs in the day, so lunch will be at 1:10, tea at 4. And then I suspect we'll have another... Well, light dependent, we may have another mammoth session later on in the day.
Yes, and state of the game dependent as well.
True.
Yep, the Friends of Grace Road no doubt will be open for caking again this afternoon. I see they operate on days 1 to 3 of Championship matches apparently.
On-air production meeting, Nick, could you just plug the just plug that in?
It's Tool from the Bennett end, 98 for 3, 19 runs added for 1 wicket this morning, which is better than the average previously in the match. Tool in, bowls to Kelly, fellow Kiwi, plays it out onto the offside, fielded by Dixon.
Just spot that international quality, I think, in Kelly. Just the way he plays those forward defensives with confidence. The way he executes his shots, the way he picks the bad ball. Key innings from him, I think. I suspect Gums will drop anchor and let Kelly do most of the talking, I think.
Tool bowls, Kelly whacks that one away on the leg side, but he's picked out Ul Hassan at square leg on the ropes, so it's just a single. Way to our right, the Meet side of the ground. Welsh listeners who haven't been here, Meet is as in meeting place rather than meat on offer, though I'm told it does smell very much of meat pies. By my scout who is investigating it. 99 for 3. Tool in, bowls, a play and a miss from Gums as that one kicked off the pitch. That seemed on real-time viewing to be a fullish length ball that kicked. It may just have caught the lip of the meeting point, if you like, of the long grass in the middle and the short grass at the end. As Toole is in, and that keeps a bit low, and Gums playing inside the lines. It was described by one social media contributor as a Brazilian style cut. I'll leave that to imagination. 99 for 3.
I'm blushing.
I won't go any further down that particular road, but I thought it was brought a smile to my face. Toole bowls, Gums defends to cover, and there is no run. So a fairly routine sort of field, really. Down to 2 slips now. Carlson has withdrawn himself from 3rd slip to go in at a shortish mid-wicket on the drive. Square leg is deep, as is fine leg, everyone else saving the single. Toole in, bowls, Gums defends again to cover. And the over, just the single off it. Leicestershire 99 for 3, lead by 98 runs. A reminder that you can email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, or Lex Cricket, Leics, cricket@bbc.co.uk.
That might be the better way to do it, Lex Cricket. No, that's still confusing. I was told by someone the other day that I don't need to clarify the Leics, but I feel like I do. I feel like it is confusing, even though it makes complete sense written down. Anyway,
Yeah, should have gone for Fox's Cricket.
I should have gone for Fox's Cricket. We live and we learn. Gorvin is going to bowl. This is his 4th over of the day. He's got a wicket, 1 for 30, his figures, from 5 overs. Slight lean to the right as he runs into bowl to Kelly, and he beats him outside off stump. That ball just leaving him slightly.
Gorvin seemed to think initially that was might have taken the edge, but no one behind the wicket was remotely interested.
Well, Kelly, so 218 runs in 4 innings in the county championship. 101.50. It was a sparkling 100 against Yorkshire. Alongside, it was a brilliant partnership with Rahan Ahmed. I mean, a very good bowling performance, but from a batting perspective, it was those 2 innings that basically won the game for the Foxes, and it is Kelly who waits and leaves this one outside off stump.
Ben Stokes has said that it is shambolic that Headingley will not host a test in the Ashes series.
Interesting that. I saw Joe Root, who normally wouldn't say boo to a goose in these sort of debates, chirping up about that one at the end of the game. I thought that was very, very interesting. There's nowhere. Trent Bridge is the furthest north, isn't it, of the grounds picked. Gorvin in, back goes Kelly, and crunches this to cover. He picks up a single. It's well timed but well fielded by Ul Hassan.
Yeah, how strongly do people in this neck of the woods feel about that? Are they happy to? Does it make no difference whether they travel north or south for Test cricket?
I don't think so. I think, like everybody, if you are a cricket fan and an England cricket fan, you want a widespread of grounds, and Headingley and Old Trafford in particular have the history that deserves an Ashes game. Gorvin is up to the wicket, he bowls outside off stump, and so it just doesn't. I think in terms of where people travel, I don't think it really matters. And we are very lucky in Leicester that there's first class cricket here, but there is a Test match ground so close, and Trent Bridge is I mean, you pretty much guaranteed Lords and the Oval. I'd say Trent Bridge is probably the third most guaranteed ground, isn't it?
In Trent Bridge, Edgbaston.
Edgbaston, Edgbaston is probably the third, but yeah, Trent Bridge is certainly a regularly featured ground. In comes Gorvin, back goes Kelly. Sorry, back goes Gums. So I think it's intriguing. I have a feeling Ben Stokes is going to become a thorn in the side of the England setup for the next few years, and is going to be mouth. I mean, I'm all for it, quite frankly. I'm a huge Ben Stokes fan. I enjoy people who have opinions and will give them on topics like this. But
I mean, you mentioned tradition. You can't make decisions on tradition, but that should apply equally to Lords as well.
Gorvin moves away from us, he bowls. It's a pleasant straight drive from Gums, sort of half drive, half defensive shot to mid-off. That's the end of the over, just one off it, 1 for 31 Gorvin's figures, the score 100 for 3, the lead 99. What are the fives? It's the, I keep wanting to call it the Rose Bowl, but it's the Utilita Bowl, isn't it? Lords, the Oval, Trent Bridge and Edgbaston, is it? For the Ashes.
Yes, I mean, I think I don't hugely go with the traditional argument because a lot of pundits were so snotty about Test cricket coming to Cardiff.
True.
And they still seem to grumble whenever England play an international of any sort. There's some of the northern-based pundits. Southampton, I mean, I'm not averse to a bit of change because Toole bowls edged and over a diving Asa try, but second slip for 4 runs. If you're going to flash hard, and Kelly certainly did that. Got enough of it to send it about 8 feet in the air. And Asa Tribe had no chance of getting near it as quickly as it went there. 104 for 3.
Well, I mentioned, didn't I, he's going to throw his hands at everything. He's going to go hard at everything, and that was a perfect example. Had he softened his approach there, he might well have been caught.
Kelly to 12. Toole in again. Bowls. Oh, that one's reared. Has it caught the glove on the way through? Toole thought so initially, but that was a horrible delivery, and Kelly did well not to get a touch on that. Well, should a ball be doing that? That's another one in favour of those who suggest that this is a below par pitch. Toole is not the fastest, he's medium fast, but getting that one to climb very nastily. That again is edged and caught, and Colin Ingram takes a simple catch at slip, and Kelly has gone for 12. It's 104 for 4, and you wonder whether that was caused by the ball before.
I was just going to say, I think that was caused by the ball before. Very clever bowling. After it was a length ball really that just spat up, and I think to bowl a full delivery where Kelly was thinking, this pitch is a bit of a nightmare for me, if it's up there I'm going to drive at it. I think he's been outfoxed there by his fellow Kiwi. 2 for 31. Caught Toole now, and that's very clever stuff. Kelly never looked, there was a few decent shots in there, but he looked a bit scratchy, Kelly. Clearly went with a very positive outlook, but I don't think it's quite come off.
Well, Sheikh was 2 4s and out. Kelly was 3 4s and out. Patel, of course, 2 6s, 2 4s in his 26. So Leicestershire are getting the boundaries, but not much steady accumulation apart from Gums, who's still there with 37 off 71 balls. The lead is 103. As Johnny Tats comes to the wicket, you'll hear from Nikesh Regani after this over. And you get the feeling Glamorgan probably wouldn't want to be chasing more than 200 in these circumstances. And
so the Foxes are halfway there, but they need to be careful now. I think positivity from the gate, from the off, was a sensible approach, but they probably need to dig in a little bit now, these two, because 110 for 5, doesn't look very good. These 2 wickets that they've lost early this morning have made the scoreboard take a slightly ugly turn, so they need to be a bit careful here, the Leicestershire batsmen. Glamorgan's bowlers, though, I think have come out and bowled much better.
Yeah, I did ask Mason Crane whether he expected to get a bowl, and he said, I've got no idea what the pitch is going to do. Seemed as baffled as many of us observing from the sidelines, and he'd been Glamorgan's top scorer. 104 for 4, Leicestershire, second innings, 103 is the lead. And Toole is coming around the wickets, left arm around the wicket, albeit off a pretty straight run to the right-handed Tattersall. And he drives his first ball nicely, but doesn't quite beat mid-on. 104 for 4, so the tumble of wickets continues in the 25th over, and there are 4 down. Not quite as bad as the first innings from both sides. Over 8 still given us level on the board as Toole charges in bowls, and Tattersall defends out to cover, where Ul Hassan comes racing in the manner of a player whose team are very enthused, and adds to that impression by giving everyone a clap.
There's a bit of liveliness about Glamorgan this morning, isn't there? There wasn't to the same extent last night, I think.
No, Leicestershire threw the bat with success last night. Toole bowls and Tattersall blocks it out on the offside. There is no run, and that is the end of me for half an hour. And Nikesh Raghani will join Adam Whitty here on BBC Sport Online and on the Leicestershire and Glamorgan Club video feeds.
Thank you, Nick. So, clouds are somewhat parted, but it is just 17 degrees out there. It does feel almost autumnal, if not light and bright. And we do have an intriguing day's cricket ahead. 2 early wickets for Glamorgan, but just slightly reframed the way that you would feel this game is going. Leicestershire felt on top this morning, and it's going to be Gorvin to continue. 1 for 31, bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Gums, an in-swinger which is defended by Gums, pushed down the ground. Nikesh, good morning.
Good morning, Adam. Good morning, everyone.
Have you had the first half hour?
Well, we're all set up, aren't we, for a great day of cricket, I think. Very evenly matched at the moment. Leicestershire will feel that they're just ahead, maybe, given the fact that they've got runs on the board here. That lead 103, but as you say, potentially dangerous territory here. They'll have to bat well, get at least another 100.
Gums waits, goes back. Oh, he's stuck on the pad, but that seemed to die in the pitch. Must have been going down the leg side. There was a very half-hearted appeal, so I don't think that's going to go anywhere. It was only Gorvin who was moderately interested. So Tattersall yet to get off the mark. It's Gums 37 not out. He's played a couple of lovely 4s this morning, but dropped anchor while Kelly was throwing his hands. He's back as the senior in batsman, and he waits. Up to the wicket, Gorvin comes, bowls. Very well played and bowled. So delivery outside off stump. It got a thick outside edge, but Gums played with very soft hands, so on the bounce it went to second slip to no run. This is good opportunities Gums is going to get his maiden first class 50 and perhaps beyond. He got 49 against Yorkshire.
That would have been frustrating for him. Played really well in that second innings against Yorkshire.
In comes Gorvin. That may have been a slower ball. It didn't bounce at all, and they scampered through for a single, having driven it to extra cover off the back foot. So Gums moves on to 38. 105 for 4, the score, the lead 104.
I'm not sure it was an intentional slower ball. It just didn't go anywhere, did it, after it pitched? It's got stuck in the pitch. You can see both batters there doing a little bit of gardening and examining the spot around where it pitched.
Oh, I just got a view of the crowd. There's a man in that Burberry cap, showing something on his phone, getting very excited about it.
Can't be the Leicester City team yet.
I don't. No one ever gets excited about that anymore. What did you think about that debate? Your son in the back of the commentary box, Nick, was talking about with the selection of grounds. We'll come to that in a second as Gorvin moves past the umpire, ball's full. It's driven by Tattersall through square cover, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. The outfield looks lightning quick this morning. It's been relatively slow throughout the game, but it looked lightning quick there. Perfectly timed from Tattersall, who's off the mark. 4 from 4, 109 for 4.
Well, look, I understand that there are no matches north of Trent Bridge, and you know that I guess is a bone of contention. But Trent Bridge didn't get an Ashes test last time around, did it?
No.
In 2023, and that was big news at the time. Usually a ground on which England perform well.
As Gorvin comes in, Tattersall drives straight at cover. There is no run.
I guess it's just one of those things. If you do then give one to Trent Bridge this time around, then does Edgbaston miss out? Edgbaston can't miss out, really. It's probably the best atmosphere in the country when England are playing Test cricket. So that was a shoo-in. Lords and the Oval, I mean, can you take a Test match away from the Oval? Would that go down very well?
Well, I think this was the interesting part of the debate, wasn't it? That's interesting, I suppose, what I think.
I guess Southampton is the one, isn't it? They're trying out a new venue. But down at the Hampshire Bowl or Aegeus Bowl or Utilita Bowl, whatever it's called these days, the Bowl down in Southampton. And I guess that's the one, isn't it? That if you took that one away, you could perhaps then have one either at Headingley or at Old Trafford. And I know England have got the history at Headingley and recent good results up at Leeds. But Old Trafford would have a great argument as well for hosting some Test cricket, as Toole continues from the Bennett end into Gums, who leaves that one alone, just plays down the wrong line, I think, intentionally. Leicestershire 109 for 4 then, leading by 108.
It's, you know what, there's 8 grounds that would be vying, maybe even more than that. What, Lords, the Oval, the Rose Bowl, Cardiff, Durham, Manchester.
I can't
Leeds,
ever see Cardiff and
Trent
Durham
Bridge,
getting another Ashes Test match. Certainly, they did try it in Cardiff, didn't they? 2009. I just don't think maybe the stadium's big enough, or you know, the atmosphere, whatever the reasons were for not having it there. I mean, it was a great atmosphere when Monty Panesar and Jimmy Anderson blocked out to draw that Test match. As that's a short delivery into Gums, who in the end negotiates it well. Almost took his eyes off it for a moment, but dabs it down into the offside off his glove. And did that flick his helmet? Is that why the umpires have come together and there might be a concussion test? I think that may well be the case. Physio coming out now, so we can continue this debate. I mean, look, for me, Trent Bridge, it might sound a little bit controversial as somebody from Leicester, but it's my favourite Test ground in the country. Because it only takes me 45 minutes to 50 minutes to get there, but also just the atmosphere is always very, very good, and you get lots of people from all over the East Midlands going there for an England Test match, of course. And you know, whenever I go to cover Test cricket there, I see lots of familiar faces from Leicester. So for me, there's some personal reasons, but even objectively, just looking at it, the redevelopment of the ground has come along nicely. The pavilion's looking great. That's going to be in use next summer. The Ratcliffe Road side of the stadium is great. They've added new tiers to it, new hospitality. I mean, it goes up to floor 7 now, I think, on that side of the ground. And there are plans as well to redevelop some of the other areas. So it's got great character to it. Still an old-fashioned cricket ground. It's not just a bowl of a stadium. It's still got the history. You've still got the traditional parts of the pavilion, which are sort of, you know, listed now, so they can't really mess with that, which is great because you've got all that tradition. But then you've also got all the modern things that you would need in stadium in 2026. So I think it's a fantastic venue for cricket, and the crowds always turn up. Doesn't matter what type of cricket is played at Trent Bridge, whether it's women's cricket, men's cricket, 100, county championship, T20 Blast, One Day Cup, always packed. And I'm sure Leicestershire are going to pack it out on September the 20th as well, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I'm really excited for that. The 2023 final was a famous day, I think, for Leicestershire. You got tons of fans coming out. They pretty much dominated it. It's very easy, again, for the reasons you just mentioned. It's 45 minutes away versus 4 hours away for the Hampshire supporters on that particular day. It'll be interesting to see how many Middlesex fans come up on September the 20th. But I, by the way, I could completely agree with you on Trent Bridge. It's my favourite test ground as well. I think it, as you say, retains that perfect mix of tradition and modernism in what's required for a cricket ground in 2026. But also you get that sense of history. And I think there's quite a few test grounds that have lost that sense of...
But it's quite homely as well, isn't it? When you go to Lords or the Oval, as a supporter, I mean, we're quite lucky going, up in our commentary box. You go through a separate entrance and you're looked after really well. I mean, it can be quite intimidating going to these venues, for the first time, I guess, going to your first ever test match at a place like the Oval or Lords. It can sometimes be a little bit intimidating. Trent Bridge is always very welcoming and it's got that kind of family atmosphere, which is great. So I certainly think there's a strong case for both Trent Bridge and Edgbaston. Lords and the Oval will always get Ashes test matches, whether you like it or not. And we're about to get back underway. Here is Toole, and Gums flicks the ball out towards deep backward square leg. Should be at least one. In fact, he's rushing back through for two. That's really good running. Good intent there from Sheridan Gums.
But that's that's the question. No, that's enough of being nice about nuts. That's I think that is the only question I would have. I understand, the ECB have only got. They've got lots of grounds to pick from. They've got a finite amount of tests to give grounds to. I think it is just that question of whether you do need two Lords tests every summer, and whether you do have to have an Oval test. I that's the only question for me. Whether you can share it more evenly.
Toole in, and that's tucked away towards deep mid wicket for a single. I guess it's not a case of sharing the test matches because they're quite good at that. I mean, look, Pakistan have just played at Headingley, so Headingley's kind of ticked off for this summer, isn't it? And that was, unfortunately a 2.5 day test, but there's not much you can do about things like that. I think it's when it comes to the marquee series, and the two marquee series are the Ashes and when India are in town. 5 test series, you choose your best venues theoretically, and particularly when India are here, you want to maybe choose the venues where you've got the sort of biggest Indian support likely to turn up. As Toole is in once more, this time to Tattersall, who guides the ball to short third but won't get a run. So, again, you're looking at a couple in London, definitely one in the Midlands at least, if not two, and then perhaps one in Manchester rather than Leeds because there's more of an Indian community around that. Although, I guess, look, when India are in town, it doesn't matter where you could play on, in the middle of nowhere, and you'd find Indian fans turning up to watch their team play. As Toole is in, and it's left alone outside off stump. So end of the over, 112 for 4 Leicestershire. 111 is the lead. 95 overs remaining in the day's play, so plenty of time perhaps for both sides to force a result here on day 3. But yeah, it's just for the Ashes, you've got to pick 5 venues. You've only got 5 test matches, and I guess you've got to try and share it around between, from 2023. Trent Bridge didn't get one. It will get one next time around. Perhaps the following series, when Australia tour, Southampton might not get it, and it might be given to Headingley, or Trent Bridge might miss out again. Who knows?
Either way, don't upset Ben Stokes. I don't think that's going to go particularly well for you. I have a feeling he, as I said to Nick, I have a feeling we're going to get quite a lot of comments from him about this sort of stuff over the years. We're going to go to spin. Are we going to go to spin? No, we are. Callaway's going to bowl from the pavilion end. He got a wicket, didn't he, in the first innings? Didn't bowl too much. He was the one over before lunch, as I recall, and he got a wicket. 1 for 2 off 2 overs, and he comes now. Bowled right arm round the wicket to Gums, who goes back and pushes this to backward point. These two are digging in after aggression from the top order. It has got them to 112 for 4 with a lead of 111. Kellaway, tall figure, bounces in. Back goes Gums and cuts out to the sweeper on the offside, who's in a deep cover position. There will be a single added to the total. The sun has come out, which makes things feel a little bit warmer and fresher. Be interesting to see if the introduction of spin has any impact. Those footmarks don't look particularly deep or impactful, but we will see. He's gonna. What we do have is from both teams. We've got left arm bowlers, which means that you do have footmarks on both sides of the pitch. So Tattersall has them in front of him. In comes Kellaway. He bowls, tosses this one up, driven almost on the bounce. It's met by Tattersall, and it dribbles to cover. There is no run. Surprised Crane hasn't got us an over yet. They obviously don't feel that wrist spin is going to get the control they need. Kellaway in, bowling finger spin. Forward comes Tattersall and defends.
Yeah, potentially. Be interesting to see though as the day goes on. If Leicestershire can eke out a couple of partnerships, perhaps we will see some Mason Crane. Ball being vigorously shined before it's thrown back to Kellaway.
As Kellaway comes in, back goes Tattersall and plays this to mid-wicket. It was quite interesting hearing Nick's interview with Mason Crane last night. It was the top scorer. And this was all very nicely natured as Kellaway comes in, driven by Tattersall. But Nick asked, how did you find batting out there? What's the secret to batting out there? And he went, don't know. Don't know how I survived. He was like, what's the best way to bat or bowl on the pitch? He was like, don't know, it's a bit of a mess. Variable bounce, everything. He was going to get a bit of bowl tomorrow, don't know. Which I think tells you all what the feeling is about the pitch and the conditions at the moment.
Maybe he's just got that poker face on and he's keeping his cards close to his chest. Doesn't want to give away any secrets.
Well, I think he was downplaying himself, really. I think he batted very well and stayed in there. 113 for 4 is the score for Leicestershire. Gums is on 42. He's nearing a maiden first-class 50. The lead 112. Tattersall 4 from 11 at the other end. These two, after a pretty rapid-fire start to the innings from the Foxes, have decided to slow things down and build slowly but surely.
Change in bowling from the Bennett end then. Zainul Hassan with ball in hand. He's bowled 3 overs so far in this second innings. 1 for 15 his figures. Smashed for 6 off his first ball yesterday, and then dismissed Rishi Patel in the same over as Gums flicks the ball out towards deep backward square leg, and that's going to trickle away for 4. Didn't time it perfectly. There was fine leg running around to try and cut that one off, but couldn't get there. And Gums moves on to 46 within a hit of his maiden first-class 50.
That's it. Very nice shot. Straying in terms of line there from Ul Hassan. It was a tad gimme-ish.
Ul Hassan in once more goes wide of the off stump and it's left alone by Gums. He started off yesterday in a similar fashion, didn't he? Slightly loose delivery, which Patel absolutely launched himself into and smashed him over deep mid-wicket for 6. We lost the ball for a few moments as well, didn't we? And then a couple of balls later, he just chipped one straight up to mid-on. Ul Hassan bowls and Gums flicks the ball straight to short mid-wicket, no run. Off the toe end of the bat, that one. Does examine his bat, but I don't think there's any damage being done. So 116 the lead now for Leicestershire on this very difficult pitch to bat on. So they can get to 200, possibly even push to 250. They'll fancy their chances. Hassan in, and Gums drives. It's an inside edge, and he didn't know where that went for a moment. It's not gone very far. Gone about a couple of yards to his, or to the right of the pitch as we look at it.
He's driven very well in this innings. But he's got that 50 in his sights, hasn't he? Yeah, I agree with you. I think 250 would win the game. I could be wrong there. 200 would be an intriguing chase. Anything less than that, I think we'll have a thriller on our hands. I think this is going to be a really interesting and entertaining finish.
Hassan bowls, and that's a very full Yorker length, dug out well by Gums. You can see he's just itching, isn't he, just to get these next 4 runs quickly. I guess we better stop mentioning it as well at some point, but just a change in body language from Gums over the last couple of deliveries. Got a change in field as well now. They're inviting him to play that drive. They're leaving a massive gap there in the covers and moving a man out to deep backward square leg. So are we going to see a short delivery, or is it going to be the double bluff? Here is Hassan. It is full. But Gums forward with a solid textbook defence there. End of the over, 117 for 4. Gums remains on 46, Tattersall on 4. It's a lovely day for cricket, isn't it? And I don't think we're going to get any weather interruptions today. The radar looks pretty clear.
Just whether light like last night will impact us later on in the day, but otherwise I think we're in for a clear and pleasant day's cricket. Some really interesting games going on elsewhere that will have an impact on these two teams. We've mentioned throughout this match the game at the Utilita Bowl, the aforementioned Hampshire against Yorkshire, second bottom against third bottom, with the Foxes currently occupying bottom spot in Division 1. Yorkshire 158 for 5 in their second innings. Kellaway's going to continue from the pavilion end. He goes back, straying with his line slightly, and Tattersall guides that nicely through backward square leg. They come back for 2. Good running from Tattersall, who was charging towards the striker's end to get home and get that second run. So Yorkshire lead by 134 with 5 wickets remaining. That's going to be a very tight finish. Surrey against Notts. Surrey 7th at the moment, Notts top of the table. Notts 187 for 4 in their second innings. In comes Kellaway, he bowls. Back goes Tattersall with a late cut. That's very pleasantly played. Fine on the offside. And deep backward point runs round to a third man position to stop that. So Tattersall has 2 more. 4 off the first 2 deliveries of the over. So Notts 187 for 4, so they lead Surrey by 209 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Notts on top there at the over. Another defeat for Surrey would be really surprising. Here comes Kellaway. He's past the umpire. He bowls a tossed up delivery, which Tattersall tries to just fiddle into the leg side. It hits the shin of short leg, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm sure there'd be lots of tears across the country if Surrey were to lose again.
Terrible. I mean, they could be dragged into a relegation battle as Kellaway comes in, tosses this one up. Tattersall comes down the pitch and meets it on the low full toss. There is no run. It's played to sort of short mid-on. Because if you look at it, Surrey on 91 points. If Leicestershire were to win this game and one of either Yorkshire or Hampshire were to win their game, then they could be overtaken. They could find themselves probably second bottom by the end of this round of fixtures. Kellaway moves away from us. This one back of a length. Back goes Tattersall. He's trying to move around his crease, negotiate Kellaway around the ground. He picks up a single to deep backward point. And then Sussex 125 for 4 in their second innings. All these low scoring games. They lead Warwickshire by 120 runs, with Warwickshire having a 5-run lead at the end of the first innings. Kellaway's coming round the wicket, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Gums. Gums, fully 6 not out, comes forward and defends. That is the end of the over. 5 off it. Tattersall playing that over well, I thought, moving around the crease, coming down the wicket, and putting Kellaway on the back foot somewhat. So 122 for 4, Tattersall 9, Gums 46. Kellaway 2 overs, no maidens, none for 6. And then I finally mention the only team to get more than 185 at any stage in Division 1. Somerset 469 all out. They're playing Essex. They're on course for an innings victory. Essex, though, 109 for 1 in their second innings following on, but they still trail by 202 with 9 wickets remaining. So in both the relegation fight and the title battle, lots up for grabs in this game. Interesting for both. Glamorgan victory here would really give them a boost. Leicestershire victory would help them no end.
Well, Hassan then begins a new over into Tattersall, who defends into the leg side. There's no run, 122 for 4. The lead just ticking over to 121. Wonder if there'll be a big roar if and when Leicestershire take that lead past 150.
We know that if Glamorgan were to take the lead past 150, we would have got a big roar.
It'd be a massive roar. Mainly from our right. Lots of Glamorgan fans there. Oh, he's bowled him! Tattersall leaving the ball alone. Just misjudging that one completely. And it goes straight on and clatters into the middle and off stump. Let's have another look at this. Well, that was the replay of a previous shot. But Ul Hassan looks to have just bowled a straight one there. And Tattersall maybe expecting the ball to swing away. His shoulders, arms. And he will not want to look back at that. He's on his way back for 9. And now maybe Glamorgan sensing an opportunity to get through this Leicestershire middle and lower order pretty quickly. 122 for 5. That lead 121. Gums is still there on 46. It's going to be Ian Holland coming in at number 7, I believe.
I suspect so. Hopefully we'll get to see a replay of that in a second. I was, I've got the TV screen to my right here, which is what I was watching, and even though I could see in close the wicket and that delivery, I still don't really know what happened. I don't know whether it was outside off stump and jagged back in off the seam. Completely bamboozled Johnny Tattersall. Either way, I have no idea what happened there. But that's a big wicket, and I think that wicket has taken, in terms of sort of the balance of the match, has swung it back in Glamorgan's favour. I suspect 122 for 5 now, and Leicestershire need, you would think, another 100. That will be what they'll aim for from these final 5 wickets. But it has suddenly made the scoreboard look a little ugly. We started this morning, was it 97 for 3? I think we started this morning on, didn't we?
Yep.
So they've lost 3 wickets. 91 for 3. So they've lost 3 wickets for
1 wicket.
Sorry?
91 for 3, right?
Yeah.
So they've lost 1 wicket this morning. Or 2 wickets this morning, sorry, not 3. Is that what you meant?
No, I'm very much confusing myself. Right, no, because Sheikh scored some runs this morning, didn't he? So they've only scored about 40 runs this morning, have lost 3 wickets. Let me find, I can't remember what the overnight total was.
Yeah, there were 2 down, weren't they, this morning, not 3. As Ul Hassan continues into the new batter, Holland. And single taken to short mid-wicket.
79 for 2 they were, so they have lost, for 50 runs pretty much, they have lost 3 wickets.
It's not bad going in the context of the match. Gums then back on strike on 46. Ul Hassan with his tail up. He's looked quite innocuous on the whole in this second innings. And he's not bowled a lot. He's only into his 5th over here, but he's picked up a couple of big wickets. Rishi Patel last night, and then Johnny Tattersall this morning. Next ball to Gums is a straight one, which is defended back down the track, and there is no run. So Holland, captain out there at the moment for Leicestershire, and very much in need of a captain's knock at this stage. Be interesting to see what his approach is, because Gums is just looking to hold up an end. Does Holland do the same, or does he play aggressor? Oh, inside edge onto pad. There is an appeal for an LBW. Seemed maybe a little bit high, maybe going down leg side. I think it was onto the thigh pad of Sheridan Gums there. Another testing delivery from Zainul Hassan.
The issue is, you can see why you would sort of try to dig in here, but that Tattersall dismissal highlights the problem, doesn't it? Which is there's a ball with your name on it. And do you want to try and flash and crash and smash and see how far you can get?
Hassan bowls and Gums defends this time into the leg side. End of a successful over there for Glamorgan, just one from it and the wicket of Johnny Tattersall. Leicestershire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They lead by 122 runs. Nick Webb replacing Adam Whitty.
You're a lucky man being able to give that score. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Always has a certain ring to it. 122 is the lead. And the delivery that got Tattersall came back a little bit, but I don't think it was safe enough to leave anyway. It didn't rip back in. Ben Callaway from this pavilion end is in to bowl to Holland, who plays the first ball defensively back to him, and there's no run. Asa Tribe, as usual, is the man under the lid at short leg. Callaway, tall young man, around 6'2", so should get a bit of bounce, but over pitches that one. Good sliding stop by Toole at wide mid-off. Little surprised they didn't take the single there. So he had a bit of ground to make up. Callaway jogs in, bowls, shorter, flatter, turned away on the leg side, picked up by a scampering Carlson, and there is no run. Callaway into his third over. He bowled 2 maidens in the first innings and picked up the 1 wicket. So that's nudged away on the leg side by Holland, but fielded by Tribe at short leg, who flicks it backhanded to Chris Cook. And he comes again. That's a bit flatter, and Carlson can't field cleanly this time at mid-wicket, and it squirms away from him for a single. Holland to 2. 1, 2, 4, 4, 5. Lead 1, 2, 3. Everyone swaps round for the left-handed Gums. Boundary away from being the first half-centurion of the match as Callaway bowls and Gums thrusts the right pad forward, plays no shot, goes through outside off stump with the turn. And we can only wonder why Tim van der Hoogten has not been in the attack with an hour and 5 minutes gone. I can't think that he is entirely 100% fit, because the number of times that he's fully fit and wouldn't have bowled in this time is very low indeed.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm surprised as well. No news from the Glamorgan camp as to any injury concerns, but you've got to feel that there must be some sort of niggle. Perhaps as Zainul Hassan begins a new over. He's in, and Holland punches off the back foot, but straight to short extra cover there.
I mean, they must expect him to be able to play some part with the ball, otherwise he wouldn't be out there fielding. They'd have one of the 12th men on Dowswaite or Root.
It does seem strange, unless it is purely tactical. Hassan running towards us from the Bennett end into Holland. That's a beauty. It's past the shoulder of the bat. Bit of extra bounce, movement away from the right-hander, and it whizzes through to Cook. We've seen the odd one keep a little bit low. There's nothing of the sort there.
Well, without denigrating Zainul Hassan, he's not the fastest bowler by a long chalk in the Glamorgan team or the county scene generally, but for a medium pacer to get that sort of bounce,
Zip as well after it bounced. Next ball is quite straight, and it's chipped in the air back down the pitch, almost carries to Hassan. So opportunities being created here. He's a bowler who's made things happen in this match, hasn't he? He often looks innocuous and gets, taken for the odd boundary, but thanks to the conditions, but also just putting it on the right spot, he's created a few opportunities.
Yep.
Here he is once more, and Holland launches into a drive and beats mid-off, and that's away for 4. Good timing, but from a Glamorgan point of view, not the best bit of fielding.
Yeah, Tim van der Hoogten does add to the suggestion that he might not be entirely fully fit. He did go down in instalments there.
He's fielding in a key position as well at mid-off, or sort of wide-ish mid-off. As Hassan's in again, bit of extra bounce, and one hand comes off the bat as Holland defends that into the leg side. As much as Glamorgan will be enjoying seeing this, the more Leicestershire, tick over the scoreboard and increase this lead, there will be some nerves among their batters thinking we've got to bat last on this.
Well, Leicestershire, stupid as it may sound, have almost got to the point where they'd be in with a chance with this lead.
Here is Hassan. That climbs and finds the edge. It's taken at third slip. It's another one that just spits off a good length. There's not much that Holland could have done about that. It's one of those where usually on a decent pitch you'd play forward to it, on the up, defend it into the offside. And Hassan finds the shoulder of the bat, maybe a bit of glove as well. The ball loops up. It's a simple catch there at third slip. So Ian Holland on his way back for 6. Leicestershire now 128 for 6. They lead by 127. A third wicket for Zainul Hassan.
Yeah, he's putting it in the right areas to let the pitch play its tricks. Carlson, the catcher at third slip there. Fairly simple one. It lobbed up slightly. 1-2-7 the lead. Are we going to get a match of 150-ish scores? It's heading that way.
It certainly is. Ben Mike strides out at number 8. Certainly a more than capable batter. Top score of 99 at Lords. Imagine that, getting a 99 at Lords.
In my case, you'd be talking about an ice cream.
He certainly can bat. He's got the ability to play some big shots as well. It's just a case of, do Leicestershire feel that that's the way to go now, with Gums holding up one end? Do the likes of Mike and Scriven just come and have a bit of a dash and try and get this scoreboard ticking before Glamorgan wrap up the innings? Because if they look to just block and defend, they are going to get balls like that potentially from Hassan and the others. that spit off a length, keep low, do things you're not expecting. It's actually an unbeaten 99 that Ben Mike got at Lords as well, even more agonising.
Yes, I wonder if they'll have a go at Callaway now. Here he comes. Into Gums, who's allowing that one to go through outside off stump. I mean, Gums maybe has been fortunate he hasn't had too many of the brute balls, but he's judged things pretty well. Put away the occasional bad ball as he's forward defending.
He's been on 46 for what seems like an absolute age.
Top score of the match, can't knock it. Faced 94 deliveries so far. As Callaway bowls and Gums pushes it away 2 point. And it is a mental as well as a tactical hurdle. Don't let things get in your brain that the pitch might misbehave. He's got a bottom edge there. I think it'll run through for 4, and Sheridan Gums has his 50 as it goes away to the third man boundary out of 132 for 6, and it has come off 96 deliveries. Well played, young man.
Yeah, first class 50. 49 was his previous top score in their last championship match against Yorkshire.
As Callaway is in, and he's driven that one up wide of mid-off, and it beats the sprawling dive of Andy Gorvin. Did he get a finger on it? It's being chased down. It's stopped short of the boundary. And Billy Root is there to pick it up, a metre short of the ropes at cover. And I presume that was 3 more. They run 3?
Yes.
Or 4. Yeah.
It was 3. They probably could have pushed for 4. I think they just took it a little bit easy at the start when it looked as though it might run away for 4.
Yeah, whether Gorvin just got a finger to it, because it was running
46
down
for such a long time, and quickly on to 53 now.
9 boundaries, so plenty of dots as well soaked up by Sheridan Gums. As Ben Mike faces up to Ben Callaway, the off spinner, and he drives into the offside. Firmly placed out to the cover sweeper for a single. 1, 3, 6 for 6. As the scoring board and the graphic freezes a little. 8 runs off the over.
Manual scoreboard though is always on the money usually.
Ka-junk.
So yeah, if you look over to the left, if you're ever unsure. It's one of 2 manually operated scoreboards on the county circuit these days.
Canterbury still manual?
Yes.
That's the other one.
That's the other one. So Gums 53, he'll be down the non-striker's end. It'll be Ben Mike facing up to Zainul Hassan, who's got his tail up here. 2 wickets in this spell. 3 for 24 overall from his 6 overs.
Welcome to listeners to 5 Sports Extra as well. 136 for 6 Leicestershire, the lead 135.
Mike just marks out his guard. Takes his time, examines his field. He's got 3 slips here, Zainul Hassan to Ben Mike. In he comes from the Bennett end. And Mike solid in defence. Oh, Hassan going for the Yorker first up. It's well dug out.
And it's been the same old tale, hasn't it, this morning of ball dominating bat.
Yep, certainly has. For listeners just joining us on Sports Extra, Leicestershire all out for 151 yesterday after a interrupted day 1 because of rain, and then Glamorgan replying with 152. And Leicestershire coming into the day, 79 for 2.
Yep.
Now on to 128 for 6. Sheridan Gums still there as Zainul Hassan comes into Ben Mike, and that's punched off the back foot to backward point for no run. And there's certainly nothing in the weather conditions that would suggest that it's bowler friendly. It's more the pitch which has got that strange look to it once again, just like we saw here in the match against Yorkshire the last time Leicestershire played championship cricket at Grace Road. It's shaved at both ends, cut quite short, and then there's a big green block, a green rectangle in the middle of the pitch, which has gone slightly browner over the last couple of days, but still very much there, as Hassan bowls outside off stump, and that's left alone by Ben Mike. We've seen variable bounce, we've seen balls spitting up off a length, we've seen balls keeping low, a little bit of turn on offer as well for the spinners, and just overall it's not very pleasant to bat out there.
No, 79 for 2 overnight. Wickets falling at 91, 104, 122, 128. Now 136 for 6.
Hassan running towards us, bowls, and Mike thinks about having a play at that. Leaves it very close to the off stump there, but well judged.
And it may be that 150 would be a competitive target. I think 170 you might be calling it 50-50. 200 you're probably talking about Leicestershire being favourites.
Yeah, very strange set of circumstances, but if you look across the country there are some very low scores in other matches as well, as Hassan bowls and Mike once more leaves alone outside off stump. You've got Notts taking on Surrey at the Oval. Notts 196 for 4 in their second innings. They lead by 218, so again they look in the driving seat at the moment. Meanwhile at Edgbaston, a couple of low scoring first innings there between Sussex and Warwickshire. Sussex 156, Warwickshire replied with 161. Now Sussex 153 for 5 in their second innings, leading by 148. As Hassan is in, and that's almost dragged on by Mike off the face of the bat. Just played it with soft hands and the ball rolls back, but safely past the off stump. So end of the over, Leicestershire 136 for 6. They lead by 135 runs. We've got Somerset dominating down at Taunton. That's the outlier as far as Division 1 scores go. They made 469 in their first innings. Essex 158, and then now 117 for 1 following on in their second innings, still trailing Essex by 194 runs. And then a match that certainly Leicestershire will have eyes on here. Yorkshire taking on Hampshire down at Southampton. Yorkshire 172 for 6 in their second innings. They lead by 148 runs. Another low scoring one there.
Andy Gorvin has just left the field as Ben Kellaway is in to bowl, and it's steered into a gap on the offside by Gums, and he's called as Mike through for the single. 137 for 6. So Gorvin took the first wicket of the day, Ray Toole got the second, and then two to Zain ul Hassan. But no Tim van der Hoogten in the Glamorgan bowling attack. He was out on the field. Not sure whether he still is. As Callaway is in to bowl, and that's turned on the onside. They'll go through for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps, and it misses at the non-striker's end, and Mike really had to get his skates on there. 138 for 6.
He put the afterburners on, didn't he? I think he would have been safe even with the direct hit, just. But risky single taken. The last thing Leicestershire need in this situation is a run out. Would have been touch and go, I think.
Callaway in. Bowls. Gums drives it back to him, and there's no run. Sheridan Gums his first class 50 and the first half century of the match, so it's quite an achievement for the 22-year-old. Featured in a BBC Sport Online article recently. There's Callaway bowls and forward props Gums of the rigours of trying to earn a contract slightly later than most, after a long period pressing for professional status. Now he's got it. Oh, that's a drag down from Galloway. It's punched away through the offside. There's a chase down towards the meet. Douthwaite is giving it a good go, but is beaten by the ball. Van der Hoogten is still out there, actually. Trying to get him out of the firing line, maybe, but it's 4 more runs to Gums. 142 for 6.
It's a really nice shot. Quickly onto that drag down and smashed it to, I think, the longest boundary out there towards extra cover.
Yes, it's a very wide playing arena. As Callaway is in bowls and Gums pushes forward. He's on to 58 not out with that boundary, and a very mature performance from him. So the pitch is slightly over towards the meet side of the ground. There's about 25 metres or so in front of the old scoreboard that isn't being used. The ground, that is. The old scoreboard is very much still in use, as we were just discussing the manual one, which 4 years ago we managed to persuade them to get it back to recreate Sam North East's quadruple century here for the pictures in the interval.
Yeah, what a day that was for Sam North East. Wonderful innings.
Got the quadruple century with a couple of sixes and marched off.
Here is Zainul Hassan then once more into Ben Mike, who pushes firmly at this one, but it's well fielded by the bowler in his follow through. And that still gives Leicestershire fans nightmares, that innings.
Yeah, North East safely tucked away in Division 2 this season, so they won't see him in the red ball. Went back to his native Kent for largely family reasons.
Ben Mike then unbeaten on 2, standing tall and leaving this one from Zainul Hassan just outside off stump. The lead now 141 for Leicestershire. The run rate's been pretty impressive in this innings, just a tad under 4. They've obviously had a chat after the completion of both of the first innings and decided that they have to try and be positive whenever they can on this surface. Any half chances to score, they've got to take them, because there will be balls that misbehave and chances will be created regularly by Glamorgan. So before that happens, as a batter, you need to cash in. Well, Hassan bowls and Mike forward in defence once more. Towards backward point. Bowled really well yesterday, it did Ben Mike, picking up 4 wickets. One of the main reasons why the match is set up the way it is. Really bent his back, did Ben Mike. Bowled with good pace and zip. Put the ball in those areas, similar to what Ul Hassan has done this morning, actually. Got the odd one to spit up off a length, as Ul Hassan does there. Great example of it. Cook taking it head height. Just a length delivery just outside off. Again, he's got no great pace, but the way that carried through, you'd think it was Jofra Archer bowling.
Yes, and maybe the batters of this match are thankful that, apart from Josh Hull, most of the rest are medium to medium fast.
Yeah, and even then, it's not been very easy at all, has it? Ul Hassan bundles in once more. That's sort of Midland leg delivery, which is defended away to short mid-wicket. Really set up nicely at the moment. If Glamorgan can take these final 4 wickets for maybe no more than another 20-30 runs, I'll fancy their chances still. Leicestershire very much aiming towards that 200 mark if possible. Ul Hassan runs in and then Mike just pulls away. Wasn't quite ready, and Ul Hassan was already midway through his run-up. So the bowler will have to Trundle back to the top of his mark and try once more.
Stephen Killick on email, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, reckoning it's a 50-50 game at the moment. Looking like Gums has the taste for runs. Oh.
Hassan bowls shortish and again climbs a little bit higher than Mike was expecting. It's well left in the end. You've got to be a good judge of leaving the ball on a pitch like this. 142 for 6 at the end of the over. That lead's still 141. Well, Gums does have the appetite. 58 from 102. But he's played wonderfully well. Top scorer of the match comfortably now. Normal circumstances, you'd say he's really well set. I don't think you can be that well set on this pitch. You've got to be on your toes at all times.
No, Gums is going down for a good old prod, but he's been probably the player who's got the balance right in terms of his intentions. He's struck the boundaries. There were 9 fours in his half century, but has soaked up a lot of dots as well. And we are going to see Tim van der Hoogten an hour and a bit into the day. Well, rare that he is, nearly an hour and a half, rarely that he's held back this long, as he takes over from Ben Callaway at this Bennett end in the Grace Road sunshine, and steams in and bowls to Gums, who defends this one passively out in front of him. On social media, Neil G saying we, Glamorgan, don't want to have to chase more than 180. I think that's fair enough. Edward Cooper saying, interesting the level of Glamorgan support. Indicative of the performance in the county championship or lack of summer championship. Well, it's about the same as it has been the last few years. The level of first class cricket in the summer, as that's gone through low from Van der Hoogten. Gums playing no shot. We've been saying that there are fair numbers of Welsh supporters up there, even given the absence of the previous coach trips and daffodil cricket tours. So I suspect it's something to do with Glamorgan's performance and the fact that they're towards the upper half of the table rather than the lower half, coming into this match anyway. Whether they still will be, we shall probably find out before close of play tonight, as Van der Hoogten is into Gums, who defends that one resolutely to subfielder Douthwaite at mid-off. Andy Corvin temporarily off the field. He did seem to be with one of the physio guys, so whether he's got some minor ailment, we don't know as yet. Wickets falling this morning, those of Sheikh for 8, Kelly for 12, Tattersall for 9, Holland for 6. So Gums 58 stands out a mile as Van der Hoogten bowls to him, and he checks his drive and plays it up to Ul Hassan at mid-on, and there is no run. Glamorgan back with 3 slips for their leading pace bowler, Tim van der Hoogten. In the first innings he had 2 for 51, which took his tally of wickets in the championship to 28 for this season. He's averaging 26 coming into this match, about the same. Now, as that goes through horribly low outside off stump, and Chris Cook has done really well to take that one, diving at full stretch and saving Colin Ingram's ankles from a bit of a battering. As that one shot through and seemed to move away a bit. As Nikesh is replaced on commentary by Adam Whitty of BBC Radio Leicester, with Leicestershire battling away to extend this lead to a potential winning one as Van der Hoogten bowls. That one goes through outside off stump with not much carry, but a little bit more than the previous one. So a maiden over from Tim van der Hoogten to start his day's work with the ball. He's 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21.
I was collared quite a bit, Nick, on my way round. By fans, by other journalists, things like that, asking me what the situation was. This is right in the balance, this. I think you're talking the difference between probably 20 or 30 runs might make the difference here. I think if Leicester, I think if it's 170, I think Glamorgan win. I think if it's 200, I think Leicestershire win. I think this is a really thrilling finish. Al Hassan is going to continue from the Bennett end, 3 for 24. His first delivery is outside off stump, and Mike dabs it down behind square on the offside for a single. But we were saying yesterday, weren't we, that 151 big decent score might be the decider, and Gums with his 58 not out, that could be the precious knock. We shall see. I mean, considering how difficult it's been to get to 150 for both teams, the fact that Leicestershire 143 for 6 is an achievement in itself. Here's Hassan running in towards us, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Gums, who whips this off his ankles. Lovely shot, lovely free-flowing whip of the blade, and he picks up a single to move on to 59. Mike back on strike, 3 off 15. I don't know what your reading is, but that spell that we've just had in the last half hour has changed the complexion of the game, I think. A couple of 20s from the tail. What a thrilling finish ahead, though. Al Hassan past the umpire now. He bowls, and that's left alone by Mike.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, Glamorgan might need a couple of half-centuries. And the top score in their top order in the first innings was 23 from Sean Dixon. Top score 44 from Mason Crane, batting down at number 8 before he was last out. LBW Holland. And it hasn't necessarily been pace that's done the job, just seam and medium pace.
Speaking of which, Al Hassan is in. Forward comes Mike and defends. 144 for 6, the score remains.
Ian Holland, who is by no means the fastest opening bowler on the circuit, but always seems to do well against Glamorgan.
Well, he's done very well against everybody. It's pace and accuracy and consistency that does it. Sort of, it's above the dibbly dobbler, but it is ruthlessly accurate as Al Hassan in bowls. Mike drives, and that beats the fielder, does it? Or is it stopped? No, it's really well stopped at backward point. The fielder there was lying on the ground. Forgive me.
Callaway probably at point.
It's a wonderful stop, but he lay on the ground for quite some time afterwards, to the point where I thought the ball might have escaped him, but it was wonderfully stopped. They get a single.
Might have just winded himself, or he might have fallen on top of the ball, I'm not sure. Peels himself up off the turf rather gingerly and limps towards where he's meant to be fielding, which unfortunately for him now is a deep square leg, so he'll be hoping the next ball doesn't come his way.
So around the area where you've got the used pitches and the worn elements of the used pitches, so you're going to be landing on slightly dusty scruffy turf there, which can't have helped. It was a very good stop. But Mike gets a single. He moves on to 4. Gums now on strike, the left-hander. Al Hassan is in, and he leaves a tempting delivery outside off stump. That is the end of the 39th over of this innings. Leicestershire 145 for 6. A game that is really in the balance here, and we've got a fascinating day's cricket ahead. I don't think we are going to be here tomorrow.
I'd go along with that. I tell you what, there's going to be a few club cricketers with bruised knees, shins, etc. today, after the lack of rain that we've had until a little bit this week in most parts of the UK. I mean, the Leicestershire outfield is still reasonably green. It's just sort of going to a light brown in places. I have seen it a lot more parched than this, but they've obviously got some water from somewhere for it. And there's a lot of club grounds are going to look very brown still. So good luck if you're flying around the outfield this afternoon. 145 for 6, and the lead 144. Tim van der Houten in his Second over of the day. We'll be bowling to the right-handed Ben Mike when everyone is ready, and there is now a short leg in for the pace of Tim van der Hoogten as well as the spin of Callaway. As it comes in, bowls to Mike, who dabs it down past Gully, and we'll just get the single there. 146 for 6, Mike to 5.
You got a sense of how the Glamorgan fans are feeling? Have you been getting some messages?
Well, it's I think very similar to how we've been calling it, that they wouldn't particularly fancy their team having to chase more than 180. So Leicestershire moving towards that sort of target as Gums defends the next ball from Van der Hoogten round the wicket. No run. And maybe there's been just a little bit more high bounce from the bowlers from the Bennett end, Toole and Ul Hassan this morning, and one or two maybe have grubbed through and kept low from this Pavilion end, but hasn't really been hugely consistent. As that's through, as if to disprove me, with high bounce from Van der Hoogten. A bit of movement as well, it seemed, as Cook took it diving away to his left towards slip. Gums remains undisturbed on 59. He was hit by a delivery from Ray Toole when he was on 38 and had to undergo the usual concussion checks. But he's battling away bravely out there. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and that one spat a little bit, but he played it well, got on top of it. So he's hit 10 boundaries now. He's faced 113 balls and 92 dot balls. So he's played out 15 overs worth of maidens, if you like.
Wow.
So it's been very mature innings from a player very early in his senior career. Van der Hoogten bowls. Gums drives nicely. Timed it, but unfortunately for him, hit it straight to Douthwaite at mid-off. On fielding for Gorvin at the moment. 146 for 6 is Van der Hoogten with a slightly weary march back to his mark. Morgan's over 8 we'll have to keep an eye on at the interval. They went into the day level. As Van der Hoogten in bowls and Gums plays away on the offside, straight to cover. Fielded by Callaway, no run. 146 for 6 are Leicestershire in their second innings, so they're within striking range of matching their first innings total. The lead is 145, and well, the game very much in the balance still, and both sides will be wanting to take a little bit of momentum into the final innings. If Leicestershire could conjure up another 80 runs from somewhere, or if Glamorgan can knock these last 4 over for another 20 or 30. They've added 18 so far for this 7th wicket.
We've got a couple of emails, both from Glamorgan fans actually, into lesscricket@bbc.co.uk. I'll ring those in a second. I'll read those out in a second, I should say. Ul Hassan is in, struck on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. That looked like it was going down the leg side, so there'll be a leg by as Mike runs through and the ball trickles down to fine leg. I won't read your lovely email though, Clive Almond, seeing as re-mentioning your praise seems a little self-indulgent, but I'm very grateful for it. He says he also likes Trent Bridges, but we've got a lovely email from Edward Cooper. Now I think it was me and Nikesh talking about the solar eclipse yesterday, wasn't it? Did you join in?
No, I wasn't part of that one.
As Ul Hassan comes in, bowls left outside the off stump. So we've got a lovely email from Edward Cooper. Thank you for this. So the conversation was about the eclipse and my stupidity, because the last solar eclipse in 1999 was on my birthday, which is the 11th of August, and then I thought that it was a coincidence that the next solar eclipse was the day after my birthday on the 12th of August, and was reminded by my friend just how stupid that is, and that of course it's based around the calendar. As Al Hassan is in. That's a lovely drive from Gums. He smashed that for 4 through the covers. That's a wonderful shot. Right onto that. It was controlled but firm by Gums, and that has raced away. That's a very important boundary. 151 for 6. They've matched their first innings total. Leicestershire. Gums onto 63. His innings only getting more important. Yes, my friend reminding me that it's of course the pattern of the moons and planets rotating around the sun, as opposed to it being a coincidence that it just happened to be on my birthday.
How long have you got to live to get another one then?
2050 apparently.
Oh, okay.
So I think I'll be 58. I think.
There we are. Well, they've lost the ball underneath the covers, in case you're wondering why we're still wittering on about the sun and the moon. He says, yesterday late in the afternoon there was talk about a recent solar eclipse, and so I really forgive me, Edward, for this. Perseid? Do you know that word? Perseid? Perseid meteors? I've heard it vaguely in the context. Oh, they're having to, this is fun, Toole and Dixon can't get the ball. It's stuck under the covers and they can't move the covers. Go on, get your shoulders into it. Where's the
club cricketer in you to move the covers?
Where's the second row forward? Drop your shoulder and shove.
Do they not crawl underneath? That was always what.
The coaching staff are going round to assist now. Oh, a couple of them.
So he says, Edward says, aside from the Earth, the other planet have no role in eclipses, lunar or solar, observed on Earth. 2027 there will be a partial solar eclipse viewable from the UK. But there will be a total solar eclipse in around Spain and Andalusia, Morocco and Egypt. Not in Leicester.
I was in London at the time. It's a very pleasant light, actually. That sort of half light. It looked vaguely autumnal, didn't it? Like an October evening or something like that with the sun out. I was in Italy. And it was an amazing thing. It was. I was watching over some mountains, and it was just setting. Because it was as the sun was setting, wasn't it? Just in front of the mountains. It was absolutely glorious. And then Edward sent some lovely pictures of the. I really hope it's Perseid. Taken on your camera there. It's not Edward, a word that comes into cricket commentary very often, to be fair.
It's not.
Richard Dawson, by the way, the Glamorgan coach, down in deep conversation with Kieran Carlson while the fielders were retrieving the ball from underneath one of the covers.
Less cricket for your emails, astronomical or otherwise. Thank you, Edward, for your email, and thank you for your kind words as well.
Ground delay, says the caption on our screen. Well, yes. It covers a multitude of bases, that.
So Al Hassan has got the ball in his hands. He's going to come round the wicket to Gums, who's 63 not out. In he comes and leaves this alone, does Gums, outside off stump.
Lead 150. So that's a landmark.
This the crucial part of the game. What happens in the next few hours and how many runs Leicestershire score versus how quickly Glamorgan can knock these wickets off. The remaining 4 wickets. Al Hassan in, bowls. Oh, it keeps low and Gums defends it. He's equal to it. That is the shot of a man who's in and is seeing the ball well and playing it late too. That was well defended by Gums. I suspect the match will be decided with whatever happens within the next 50 runs if they are scored. Al Hassan in, bowls, defended by Gums, but he gets a thick inside edge and the ball runs away behind square for a single. I think if Leicestershire get up to 200, they may well win this game. If Glamorgan can get these 4 wickets cheaply, and they've bowled well this morning, then it might be the visitors who triumph.
Rodri Mears on X asking, what about Crane? Well, yes, Mason Crane is out there and available for use, but they haven't chosen to use him so far. Ben Kellaway bowled a short spell, but I suppose with the pitch continuing to aid the seam bowlers, a leg spinner is something of a high-risk option, as quality a spinner as Mason Crane undoubtedly is a risky option, and we're at the stage of the game where if they went after him and smashed a quick 30, that could be decisive. So Glamorgan sticking with very much the majority of seam at the moment. Tim van der Hoogten deployed nearly an hour and a half into the day's play. I can't think that he is 100% fit. Given that, this is in to bowl 2 gums through outside off stump, no shot played. And next week Glamorgan will have the conundrum of which 2 overseas players to deploy. And if van der Hoogten is judged in need of a rest, obviously they have the option of fielding the 2 overseas bowlers in Ray Toole and Mir Hamza, but that would mean they'd have to leave out Colin Ingram. As van der Hoogten bowls and Comes defends that one well. When Ingram has 535 runs, the second top scorer behind Carlson, that would be a big call to find a replacement batter.
What would be the other bowling options?
Not many at the moment. Douthwaite's obviously here and part of the squad. McIlroy may just be fit by next week. Van der Hoogten bowls and hurried into a defensive shot is Gums. Ball squirts out to Douthwaite at cover. And there's no run. But Norton, the wonder boy of earlier in the season, is crocked. Send him off to England and they send him back broken. England under 19s really? In this case. Well, I mean, can't really blame England for causing a stress fracture, but Van der Hoogten bowls on the legs, turned away by Gums. He'll run the first one quickly down to fine leg, but there will just be the single available to him as the throw comes fizzing in. 1-5-3 for 6, lead 1-5-2. Ned Leonard, whom it was hoped would play a reasonably prominent part, the former Somerset seamer. He's played just a handful of T20 games and got injured again. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's chopped away by Mike. He could get 4 runs. It's being furiously chased by Mason Crane. It'll be hauled up just inside the third man boundary, and they're coming back for 3. That's good aggressive running from Gums to the danger end. Hustled back for the third as the throw came into Chris Cook. 156 for 6, lead 1-5-5.
You made the point, didn't you, very well, that Leicestershire ran impressively in the first innings. It's the sort of thing they've always defined themselves by, is doing things like that very well, Leicestershire.
As that's through outside off stump. Gums playing no shot. Paul Chapman, yes, the jokes are about a bit cheesy concerning Gums. Perhaps they're red Leicester cheesy. Oh dear. More ham with your cheese, sir, or will it be corn? 156 for 6. Lead 1-5-5 here on BBC Sport Online. If you are timing your luncheon to match that here, it's 10 past.
Still got 80 overs left in the day. Craig Toole's going to bowl from the Bennett end, running down the hill. The crowd has picked up slightly. There's quite a lot of people who are sort of below us and to our right hand side in those stands.
Yeah, it's the best view from straight on, isn't it?
Enjoy what will be, I think, a dramatic day's cricket. There are ramifications and permutations for the season as a whole too. Leicestershire trying not to be cast adrift in the relegation battle. Here is Toole. He's going to bowl left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Mike, and Mike plays that delicately off the back foot, but late cut, which is stopped by third slip, diving to the right. Kieran Carlson, it is at third slip, who stops it well.
BBC Sport did a poll about which venues should host Ashes tests. Oh, a lot of people from up north voted, obviously. Headingley, Lords, Edgbaston, the Oval and Old Trafford. Headingley topped the pile. Of course, it's not getting a men's Ashes test.
Toole in, defended by Mike. That's a surprise, because Yorkshire people aren't generally that passionate about that sort of thing, are they? They don't like
quiet, unassuming lot.
They don't like to make their opinions known.
Yeah. So Trent Bridge would miss out, according to that particular poll of BBC Sport readers. Riverside 10%, Sophia Gardens 7%, Rose Bowl 7%.
Grace Road didn't make it, I presume.
Not quite.
It's Toole. Runs in, 156 for 6 the score. He's up to the wicket, he bowls. A straight delivery that dies in the pitch, possibly just hits that lip. It was a full length. Mike comes forward and is leaning right over the top of his bat as he defends to lead 155.
Well, if Leicestershire get to lunch with just 6 down, they might be happy with their morning's work, having resumed at 79 for 2, so they've added 77 for 4 wickets, which is quite decent.
When you put it like that, here comes Toole in, bowls, defended by Mike, straight back to the bowler, dot ball. Yeah, when you put it like that,
it was probably even Stevens again when Holland went at 128 for 6. But this partnership already worth 28.
And with Gums there too, a man in, seeing the ball nicely, and building slowly. That's also the key difference. I think if Gums had been dismissed in part of that sort of middle order dismissal, as Mike comes forward again, defends, pushing this to mid-off. There is no run.
Yeah, you get a feeling Glamorgan are in need of at least one more wicket if their lunch is to taste good. Next quarter of an hour. Toole bowling tightly.
He's just got a bit of extra pace and zip, doesn't he? He's a really enjoyable bowler to watch. Big, tall chap. And he bounds in now. He's up to the wicket, bowls, defended by Mike very well. He's forward and times this nicely. Turns and sort of jogs back into his crease, Mike. He's a very sort of lively, charismatic, characterful cricketer, Ben Mike. Chatted to him last night after his 4 wickets. It was going to be Ian Holland, but the drug testers turned up.
Oh yes, yes, I saw Cook and Van der Hoogten plodding away rather wearily towards some magic secret part of the ground where the random testing was being done.
They moved in like it looked like a police operation. 3 of them, almost literally as soon as the end of the day's play was called, they moved in, swarmed in. 156 for 6. But I spoke to Ben Mike, who's suffered with injuries quite a bit this season, just hasn't got a regular run of fixtures. Not many 4-day games, 3 one-day games, I think 4 or 5 T20 games. It's not quite been his season, but this was probably his best moment of it.
Mason Crane for the first time in the match with his leg spin. Oh, he's overpitched his first ball and it's been driven for 4 by Sheridan Gums. Straight down the ground for 4. And that is the trouble with leg spinners. He's still famine.
And the problem with having a guy who hasn't bowled all game versus a guy who's 65 not out.
Indeed. 160 for 6. That's a better length, and it's squirted away off the outside edge, but they'll pick up a couple of runs. They'll have to hurry. They do hurry. They're back for 2 as it ran down to the vacant third man position. 162 for 6, lead 161.
Comes into the 70s now. This is a really, really vital contribution.
As Crane bowls and no shot played as it goes through. Pitching outside the off stump of the left-hander. So that's a brave leave. Given that he's pitching into the rough and it's the natural turn of the guy who bowls mainly leg spin. It's a slower delivery and it floats past the outside edge as Gums pushes forward. Can bowl a decent googly as well, Mason Crane.
I was going to say, was that the arm ball or the googly, do you reckon?
Not sure, it wasn't a leg break anyway.
Yeah.
Might have been a googly. As Crane bowls, Gums drive. This time he's picked out Douthwaite at mid-off. And there's no run. So 6 off the over already. But he should beat the bat now and again, Mason Crane, in these conditions. As back on his stumps goes Gums and watches it well. He's played that over pretty well by and large. 6 off at 162 for 6. Gums is on 71. And bear in mind the next best score of the match still is Crane's 44.
So all to play for here. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales. Coverage of this county championship match. Day 3 between these two promoted sides at different ends of the table. And it's going to be Toole to continue from the Bennett end. He'll be bowling to Mike, so I think he's still going to come round the wicket, left arm, moving in towards us. Got 10 minutes until lunch. Toole, tall man, holds the ball in front of his chest, just waiting for Ben Mike to sort himself out. He's taking his gloves off and now he is ready. And takes his guard. 2 bashes of the bat as Toole is in and forward presses Mike. There is no run and Toole fields off his own bowling.
Yeah, we're at 1 o'clock and Glamorgan have only sent down around 27 overs so far, but we've had 4 wickets, I suppose, plus that delay of several minutes while the ball was being retrieved from under the covers, plus a concussion check, so they might be all right on over 8 this morning.
Toole kicks up his heels, he's up to the wicket, bowls, always appeal for leg before wicket, big appeal from Glamorgan, the umpire's finger stays down. That looked a good shout, and it was a pretty lively shout, an appeal from both Toole and those around him. He moved across his stumps, did Mike. We've got a replay where the angle isn't quite right for us to be able to see. But it looked a good shout. Mike survives though, 162 for 6.
Here's the replay from straight on. A hit just outside off stump. I think would have struck the stumps, but shot being played and contact outside off.
In comes Toole, driven by Mike, and that's deflected onto the stumps, but Gums is sharp enough to read that coming and is back in his crease. The attempted run out avoided. 3 slips, we've got a backward point, cover mid-off and mid-on, mid-wicket. Got a square fine leg. I'm trying to see if there's anybody out on the offside. There's a third man down below, so I can't see.
No, I don't think so.
A lot of fielders in. Here comes Toole. Wide on the crease. Mike forward in defence. And the ball trickles to mid-on. So the run rate was about 4.5 when we started the day's play. It's down to about 3.5 now. It's been slightly slower going this morning. But Leicestershire slowly but surely building an all-important lead. 161. It's hard chasing. It's going to be hard chasing for Glamorgan in the fourth and final innings. In comes Toole. Mike presses forward and guides this to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan's batters, apart from Ul Hassan, are by and large more naturally inclined as attackers rather than defenders. And obviously, as pros, they can play the situation, but they might be best served following their natural instincts today.
In comes Toole, past the umpire, and Mike again with a very, very technically proficient forward defensive. Means it is the end of the over. It is a maiden from Toole. His figures: 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 34, 162 for 6. Leicestershire in their third innings. It's a 1-inning shootout, this, with 1 run the difference between both teams' first innings totals. So Leicestershire lead by 161.
So the target will be whatever Leicestershire score.
Of course.
New maths A level would have to come in handy at some point. Crane is in for his second over. Comes on strike, the left-hander, and again he's overpitched the first ball, and again it's been driven straight for 4. Umpire having to hop out of the way. 75 to Gums, 166 for 6.
A long way to go, but a century for Gums would be a remarkable achievement.
He's latched onto that one pretty quickly, hasn't he? So he's got 3/4 of the way there. Crane in, balls driven on the leg side but fairly gently. No run. Mason Crane needs the breakthrough for Glamorgan with 5 minutes to go until lunch. 4 balls for him to bowl. That's flighted again, driven again, and he's found the gap wide of mid-off, between mid-off and cover, and that's raced away down the slope for 4 runs. 170 for 6, and the introduction of Mason Crane has not worked for Glamorgan. And that one wasn't. He's bowled a couple of full tosses that were put away. That one wasn't, but it was still put away. As Crane is sending his mid-off slightly wider. Comes driving with confidence, and that, I think, was the googly, going away from the left-hander.
You could feel the response from the crowd there, Nick, couldn't you, about how important they feel all of these runs are right now.
Yep.
That it feels like he's got 8 free runs there, Gums and Leicestershire, and it's taken them up to 170.
Comes to 79. Crane bowls short-ish, cracked away, and through the covers, it's beaten point. Glamorgan have got a sweeper over on the cover boundary. Van der Hoogten is out there, keeps them down to 2, and again, poor old Ben Kellaway has to peel himself out of the dirt, fielding on an old crease, which is probably quite dry and painful. 172 for 6. Crane bowls, no shot played. Crane has head in hands as the ball turns in, but not enough. 172 for 6. 10 runs off the over. 10 vital runs for Leicestershire. In this low-scoring game, they lead by 171.
Well, I have to say, I thought the same as some of our correspondents who were asking why not Mason Crane, and perhaps that over has answered the question, which was there was some very good bowling in there, but he's also offered up a couple of pies that have meant what? His figures, 14 runs at least, have come relatively simply, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, he's hasn't really bowled much in anger in the recent weeks, of course.
So Mike facing now to Toole. He's in, bowls. Oh, it's a beauty that zips right up off the surface and goes above his bat, really. Mike tempted to have a fiddle, but decides against it. This will be the last over of the morning session. And I suspect that the last half hour, Nick, is, where that pendulum is swinging, he probably had it at that 6th wicket falling with Glamorgan, but this partnership...
Yeah, partnership of, 44 now?
Has swung it right back in Leicestershire's favour as they move towards 200, and Sheridan Gums moves towards what would be a maiden first-class century. But it's Mike facing at the moment, who defends a ball that sinks in the surface. We've seen the uneven bounce in the first 2 deliveries. That one a little fuller. Mike defends. He's been very good with his forward defence. 8 off 35. He has played the anchor role at the moment, whereas Gums has attacked a little bit more freely. 1-7-2 for 6. 1-7-1 the lead for the Foxes on day 3 of this match. Toole. Dark brown hair, broad shoulders, comes in, driven by Mike, and he finds the gap straight down the ground. I don't think that's going to go for 4. There's a fielder chasing it, and it's stopped on the boundary rope, but in fact it has gone for 4. Very good straight drive down the ground, lent into it, tad over pitched from Toole, and there's a very good effort from the fielder down there. Forgive me, it's
a long way away. That's what it is.
23, I think, the shirt number.
3. Have we got a 23?
Unless my eyes are deceiving me. Toole. Past the umpire. Bowls. Mike glances this off, almost sort of off his rib cage into the leg side. They come back for 2. All of these runs so vital. 1-7-8 for 6 now. Mike on to 14. 6 off the over. You can hear the applause there. Now, what have I missed? 50 partnership? 50 partnership.
50 partnership, yep. Yeah, it's all Hassan 27 with that chase in the far distance up at the Bennett end.
What a 50 partnership it's been. Mike has got 14 of them, but it's been a vital role that he has played. He faces now as Toole runs into him around the wicket. That one moves away from him. He's been swinging it back into him. That one darted away from him off the surface, and Cook runs round to gather.
First 50 partnership of the match?
Is it?
I think so.
These vital
I think
runs.
42 was Glamorgan's best. I think 35 was Leicestershire's best.
Leicestershire moving into a position now
innings
where they will feel on top. 1-7-8 for 6. 1-7-7 the lead. This is the final ball of the morning session. Mike walks away towards square leg. He's now back in position to face it. Here is Toole. He's up to the wicket. He bowls, and Mike defends. It's been a mark of what we've seen over the past half hour or so. Mike resolute in defence, leading forward, defending the ball, and that is the end of the morning session. Well, it's been, I think you would say, really entertaining, interesting and intriguing 4-day cricket. That typical ebb and flow that we love in this format of the game. We have had it. Leicestershire starting the day 79 for 2, and they lost some quick wickets this morning with Sheikh and Kelly, leaving them 104 for 4. Then Tattersall and Holland going cheaply too within 3 overs to leave them 128 for 6 at that point, with basically a 1-inning shootout Glamorgan looked like they might bowl Leicestershire out cheaply, skittle them and chase down a low total, but a 50 partnership unbeaten between Ben Mike, who's 14, and Sheridan Gums, who's reached his maiden first-class 50, who is 81 not out, has put Leicestershire on top. They are 178 for 6. Gums on course for what would be a famous century in a very low-scoring game. His 81 may be the key contribution. In terms of the wickets, 2 for Toole, 3 for Ul Hassan, whose bowling was excellent in that key period where the middle order started to disappear for the Foxes. 1 for Gorvin, 2 along the way. So 178 for 6 at lunch. Nick, Leicestershire just on top, I would suggest.
Yep, first half century partnership of the match has given the Foxes the edge as things stand, and we shall be back to describe the afternoon session for you from 10 to 2.
Nottinghamshire 194, Surrey 162, and in their second
Well, hello there and welcome back to the afternoon session here at Uptonsteel Grace Road as Leicestershire take on Glamorgan on day 3. We are still in a very delicately poised position. Leicestershire 178 for 6 in what is basically a one-inning shootout between these two sides. 1-5-2 plays 1-5-1. And now the Foxes 178 for 6. It was a fascinating morning session. At one stage, the Foxes 1-2-2 for 6. You thought that Glamorgan might skittle Leicestershire and set what would have been a low total to chase down on a very difficult pitch. But the first 50 partnership of the match between Ben Mike and Sheridan Gums, and a vital 81 from Sheridan Gums, the first 50 of the game and the first 50 of his career in first class cricket, has put Leicestershire on top again. And there was a period towards the end where Mason Crane bowled up a couple of dollies to smash through, Gums taking full advantage, and that has meant that that lead of 177 feels tricky to chase, and as they edge towards 200 and anything more than that, you would put Leicestershire well on top. I'm Adam Whitty from BBC Radio Leicester. Nick Webb is with us, but it's Nikesh Ragani with us to start the afternoon session as well. Nikesh, hello, your reading of the game.
Yeah, good afternoon. Well, at the moment, Leicestershire well on top. That little spell by Mason Crane in the previous session, allowing a few easy runs in quick time. That's given Leicestershire a good lead as Ul Hassan gets us back underway into Gums. And that's defended away leg side for no run. Gums on to 81. Leicestershire's lead 177. We were talking about that magic 200 figure, weren't we? Being what Leicestershire would be aiming for. And strange as it feels to say already, you'd think somewhere in the region of 200. If they can get close to 250, they'll be heavy favourites to win this match, given the way this pitch is played. And the way, I guess, all the bowlers from both sides have put it on the right spot time and time again. On Hassan in again, inside edge from Gums, gets the single to short mid-wicket. So yeah, it'll be an interesting session here if Glamorgan can manage to skittle Leicestershire out here, take these final 4 wickets cheaply. They'll still fancy their chances, but even now with the lead 178, it's not going to be straightforward. Ul Hassan's taken 3 wickets himself, 3 for 33. Couple this morning. And the wicket of Rishi Patel yesterday evening. He's not really done too much wrong. I guess the odd loose delivery, but he's getting it on that spot, just short of a length, particularly when he was bowling from the Bennett end. And he was getting the ball to really spit up off a length. There is Ul Hassan, and it's that similar length this time. Mike behind it, defends back down the pitch.
I was saying in the break, I think the 2 overs from Mason Crane may well be decisive. It's very difficult. You haven't bowled all game. You're asked to come in, try and turn the tide, and he's a leg spinner. Excuse me. And we all know that leg spinners bowl a couple of looseners straight up, but they were punished by Gums, and that 15-16 runs have been vital.
Ul Hassan bowls slightly short, punched away off the back foot by Mike, but straight to point. Yeah, that's right. I mean, in the context of this game, a quick 15 or so runs can make a massive difference. Gums now into the 80s as a result. Still got a bit of a way to go to overtake Ben Mike for his highest first-class score. 99 not out at Lords, of course, as Ul Hassan bowls and Mike defends into the leg side. It's been a mature effort from Ben Mike so far. He's been out there for 42 balls. He's played a good support role here for Sheridan Gums. Just the one boundary for Ben Mike.
He's played the anchor role, hasn't he, Mike?
Ul Hassan goes slightly wide, and he has a flash at that, does Mike, and gets away with it. 4 runs down towards deep third. A pretty safe shot, considering There is no fielder there at gully or at backward point, just a couple of slips in place, and the old adage of if you're going to slash hard, and he certainly did that. Ben Mike, 4 more to Leicestershire, 183 for 6. They lead by 182.
Well, I think that's been the story of this innings, which is, as you say, when to flash. If you're going to flash hard and look for that bad ball. You might get one an over, you might get one every 2 overs, but if you dispatch it, then you may have some success from it. 183 for 6. Every run at this point feels absolutely vital. And that lead of 182, I think anything over 200 is going to be very, very difficult for Glamorgan to chase. If they're able to edge towards 250, I think that may be a step too far. We shall see. Anyway, in comes Van der Hoogten to bowl from the Bennett end, and his first delivery is turned round the corner from Gums, who rocks back, moves on to 83, 17 away from what would be a maiden first class century. This is maiden first class 50 already. Excuse me, and he has batted wonderfully. His innings may well be the difference in this game. When you consider the importance of this match for Leicestershire's survival hopes, could be a massively significant innings. There's still a long way to go. We've got 5 games after this, but this would have been a game Leicestershire would have targeted to win. Mike, 18 not out weight as Van der Hoogten comes in, and Mike drives him straight to cover. It's stopped full outside off stump by Van der Hoogten, and Mike does well.
Well timed, that drive, wasn't it?
He's a very good timer of the ball, Mike. He's very good in attacking areas. It's been a slightly different innings from him. Van der Hoogten, tall, broad shoulder, blonde hair. Australian-born Netherlands international, moves in, bowls, and Mike drives that straight at cover again. That was less well timed, but he's bowling full outside off stump Van der Hoogten. Mike probably right to drive at it, but it's another dot ball. Still got 73 overs in the day. It's a long afternoon session, and we've got a very long evening session. It should take us to about 7 o'clock if the light holds up. We've got high white cloud. That's most of the vision around us, with blue sky poking through. Half decent crowd in at Grace Road 2. Van der Hoogten in. Plays that very late, Ben Mike. Now, I'm going to give him some credit there. I think he did that on purpose. Very loose, soft hands. Playing it almost off the inside edge deliberately, I think, down to sort of a square third man region. Gets a single. He moves on to 19. 185 for 6. Do get in touch with us, by the way. Les Cricket, LEICS Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You missed an email. Remember our eclipse discussion yesterday?
Yep.
We got a wonderful email from Edward Cooper talking about eclipses and meteor showers as Van der Hoogten comes in round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Gums, who is forward and plays this to cover. So, where were you listening to us? If you're in any sort of tropical climes, we would love to hear from you. Got anything to say about the coverage, the game situation, the pitch? I know has been a topic of much discussion, certainly from Glamorgan supporters. I can understand why.
I had a conversation on my way back from lunch. A couple of guys saying they've never seen anything like it. I'm not quite sure it's that bad, but it's been difficult to bat on.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, Gums defends, guides that behind square, and we'll get a single. There's a backward point who has to race round to their right, sort of in between. Probably went through a gully position, that. End of the over. 3 off it, and 3 more to the target for Glamorgan added on. So 186 for 6 is the score, so 185 is the lead.
You see some of the pitches they used to play on at Victoria Park back in the day in some club matches, veering off a length. Took a completely different meaning to what we've seen here today, when the odd ones just spat up a little bit.
I mean, look, is this... How many pitches do you see where it's 500 plays 500? I mean, that's just as bad as this.
Yep, as Ul Hassan begins a new over. That's full, it's driven out, and it's really well fielded at mid-off to prevent the boundary. Who was that? Was that Carlson who nearly lost his trousers there? We could see his black boxer shorts as he slid across the ground. Another single to Gums. Hassan with figures of 3 for 38. And you're right, certainly at this stage of the season, given the hot weather that we've had, pitches are going to a little bit more tricky towards the back end of the season as Mike defends the next ball out towards backward point. I guess it's just because of the way this pitch looks that it's attracting more attention than it otherwise would.
Well, I think it has played. I mean, there's been a lot of uneven bounce. There's been, length deliveries that people have been fending off, like sort of shoulder head height, haven't there? There's been balls that have kept low. I'm surprised at the strength of feeling.
Well, Hassan bowls, and it's again been defended off the front foot this time by Mike.
But I do understand the complaints. And I do understand why people feel, what you want is, and I think a listener said this yesterday, you want a battle between bat and ball. And this really is the first time in 2.5 days that we have seen a battle between bat and ball where, the batsmen can really try and impose themselves.
Well, Hassan in, and it's defended off the back foot by Mike. I would sort of say that even if you look across all first-class cricket in the world, particularly at the top level, international cricket, test cricket, standards have gone down, haven't they, with batting. Techniques not quite what they used to be. Well, patience has gone out of the game.
This is the second highest score across the whole of Division 1 in what? We've had 12 innings or so, 12, 13, 14 innings in 5 matches.
I think it's third highest now because Notts have put up a big second innings as Ul Hassan's in, and it's defended away back into the pitch. But yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it, that across Division 1 the scores have been relatively low, particularly in the first innings. It was only Somerset really who scored anything of note down at Taunton, 469, and always usually a good batting track down at Taunton. Not quite sure what the conditions have been like this season. In comes Ul Hassan then to complete the over, and Mike once again solid in defence. 187 for 6, just one off the over. That lead ticking over to 186 for Leicestershire. And Friends of Grace Road are now open as well, so if you're listening and you're in the ground, go over and get yourself some sweet treats over by the meet.
Do they have Barrow Brith all 4 days? They've gone there.
I have no idea.
I've certainly seen it in there the past 2 days, so I think they will have opposition-themed cake every day. So Van der Hookton's going to bowl, so during the next half hour or so we'll do a couple of updates into Radio Leicester's sports programme. Do one in just a second. Van der Hookton is in. Gums defends. 85 not out. He is from 143 balls. I think we had a look, didn't we? The stats be in front of me here of how many dot balls he has faced. No. 14 fours though he's played, which will be a huge amount of his total. In comes Van der Hookton, bowls, driven by Gums, and there's 4 more. There's a 15th 4, square of the wicket, pushing at this. It was outside off stump, safe shot, and it races away to the boundary. 191 for 6, and Gums onto 89. That lead builds, and Gums edges ever closer to what would be a famous 100.
Absolutely gorgeous shot there, brilliant timing. Typical left-hander's elegance really about that shot. And just 11 away, as you say.
Van der Hookton bowling, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Gums. He's in, bowls, Gums defends. That one kept low, well defended. this would be the moment where you'd start to get scared, I think. Or certainly I would. If I was Sheridan Gums now, I'd really start to get nervous. 191 for 6.
It's got a lovely smell of some hot food from somewhere.
I'm trying to see if any of the supporters to our right. No, someone's got a spoon in their mouth. But that suggests to me...
An ice cream or something,
yeah,
doesn't it? Or a yoghurt.
Van der Hoogten past the umpire. Bowles cut by Gums for 4. Through backward point. Too short and wide from Van der Hoogten. And Gums has carved him away through the offside. And he moves into the 90s. 195 for 6. Gums onto 93. And now we are edging closer and closer to what would be a maiden first class 100. This is first score over 50 in first class cricket. And a reminder that nobody else has scored more than 40. Only one other person who's scored more than 23 in this game. So 93 is remarkable.
Certainly is, and can just see his confidence growing as this innings has progressed.
Van der Hoogten in, Bowles defended by Gums. We've had defence for dot. Just about to do an update for Radio Leicester's listeners. Final ball of the 51st over. The lead 194. Van der Hoogten waits. Left arm. Left-hander even. Gums is there and defends again. That is the end of the over. So 8 off it. 2 big 4s from Sheridan Gums, who is on 93 not out. 195 for 6 the score. Mike at the other end on 19. This partnership now worth 73. Update coming for Radio Leicester now. Leicestershire edging closer and closer to what might be an unassailable target for Glamorgan in a low-scoring game. They're 195 for 6, a lead of 194 in their third innings. Sheridan Gums is 93 not out on the way to a maiden first-class 100, which would be an extraordinary effort. Ben Mike at the other end, a partnership of 70. The Foxes might be just swinging the game in the favour.
And here is... Zainul Hassan to begin another over. Oh dear. Cook behind the stumps gets a sharp rising delivery and the helmet has been knocked off his head. It may well have caught his chin or somewhere underneath the grill as well. This looks like it could be very, very painful. The physio's immediately been called for. And that, Adam, looks very nasty indeed, doesn't it?
That was a horrible one. You could get those sometimes, don't you? Wicket keepers can get really badly injured with situations like that. I mean, you've just got no time. Talking about the pitch in the previous over, I think that's probably the other side to the argument, which is deliveries like that have been more common on this pitch. He seems okay, doesn't he? He's up.
He is. He certainly would have been shocked at receiving a delivery like that, but look, I guess given the way this pitch is played, it's brave for any keeper to stand up to seamers, especially the way Zainul Hassan has got quite a few deliveries to rear up off a length this morning from both ends, and he's just pointing to the area on the pitch in which he landed that ball, suggesting to his teammates that it's always around that spot where it just rears up off a length. So the player's taking an opportunity to have a drink while Cook is seen to by the physio. All the usual concussion tests will take place. It looks as though he's just taken some sort of painkillers as well. And he looks to be sort of just holding his chin area, doesn't he?
Yeah, so I wonder, it probably hit the grill, didn't it? And then, of course, you get the grill hitting your face or scratching your face. It's the shock of it as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and the fact that the helmet was just blown clean off his head towards sort of leg slip position, I guess. So we might have a couple of minutes here where we just make sure that everything is okay before we can resume. If you are just joining us, Leicestershire 195 for 6 in this second innings. Low scoring affair, of course. Pretty much even Stevens after the first innings. Leicestershire just conceding a 1-run deficit coming into this second. And they've played really well. Sheridan Gums, 93 not out. 16 boundaries in that 93. His highest score in first class cricket. His maiden 50. And he's got eyes on a maiden 100, just 7 runs away. Ben Mike has been a really good support for him. 19 from 52. He's been watchful, he's been patient, he's put the odd bad ball away. In terms of Glamorgan, Zainul Hassan has been the pick of the bowlers. Currently in action, 3 for 38 his figures, couple of wickets for him this morning. Couple for Raymond Toole overall, 2 for 40 and 1 for Andy Gorvin. The wickets to fall today, Hamza Sheikh gone pretty cheaply again, 8 from 9. Nick Kelly making 12, and then Johnny Tattersall 9 and Ian Holland 6. So the lead for Leicestershire 194. It looks as though Cook is okay. It looks as though he's going to be standing back now, I think. The helmet has come off. Well, it was knocked off his head, but it's been sort of put behind his normal standing position. There's a bit of arm waving going on between Cook and a couple of the Glamorgan fielders, Carlson the captain as well, as if to say, well should I still stand up, or can I go back, please?
Might get a few yards back, Skip.
Yeah, out comes the cap, and it looks as though he's going to stand back now, which I think is wise on a pitch like this. Can get seriously injured with the ball rearing up like that off a length. It's one of those you're expecting to take it sort of mid-riff around stomach area, and then it hits you in the face. Well, he is standing up. The helmet is back on, and he is coming back up to the stumps. Sort of gentle ripple of applause from some of the Glamorgan supporters when they saw that. So this is gutsy from Cook, but we'll see how he goes. Here is Ul Hassan in, and that one keeps low. A similar delivery hits him on the shins. Who'd be a keeper, eh?
Yeah, and that's, I think that's as previously discussed. That's the problem. That's been the thing with the pitch, hasn't it? That he's got cojones, has Cook, standing right up to it.
Ul Hassan back in, and Mike defends firmly to mid-on, and there is no run.
It's very brave to do that anyway, but it makes such a big difference. It just means that Mike can't use his feet, can't move and come down the pitch. Have to stand his ground, just takes a few options away from him.
Certainly does, but Cook putting his body on the line in the process as Ul Hassan goes slightly fuller, and Mike is forward in defence. He's looked very solid, hasn't he, Ben Mike, when he's been defending?
He has batted very, very well. He's one of those players where, we were talking about this in the press box, weren't we, earlier, that if he hits a 4, if he's attacking, he's always quite vulnerable the next delivery. I suppose that the discipline of building an innings has been something he has struggled with, but not today.
Ul Hassan back in, slightly wider, and that's been cut away for 4. Ben Mike with a lovely shot, just opening the face, timing it really well, and races away. And then he goes for a bat tap with Sheridan Gums, drops his bat in the process, tries to style it out, and they get there in the end. Leicestershire on to 199 for 6. That lead 198. Glamorgan heads dropping all around us.
Yeah, there's that big marker. We said 200 might be unassailable, and the momentum is with Leicestershire. I mean, now they will have 250 in their sights, which sounded ridiculous at 122 for 6.
Ul Hassan to complete the over into the pads of Mike. Big appeal for LBW, but it looked to be heading down the leg side. Umpire says no, And that's the end of the over. Leicestershire still 199 for 6, with Mike now on to 23 from 57. Gums 93 from 149.
Could this be the over? Probably not, judging by the way that Gums has batted, but 93 off 149 deliveries. And we must credit Mike, what this partnership now, 77. It's 77 runs that have taken the game slightly from Glamorgan's favour.
Do they still offer
favour.
free entry after tea here?
I think so. You saw quite a lot of that yesterday, didn't you?
Could be a good last session, couldn't it?
They were. I don't wish to stereotype, but I did feel like I saw quite a lot of men in their late 30s, early 40s, who popped down to have a couple of beers on their own before they went home yesterday. Van der Hoogten in bowls to Gums. Looked like a little bit of a text to the wife saying, got to stay late for work. I'll be back at 7.
It's boiling up into a good match here for Leicestershire. So if you are in the area, you fancy popping down, and it should be in for a good afternoon, evening of cricket. Maybe Leicestershire looking to wrap up victory today.
I think so. Well, I mean, in theory, Leicestershire will just... I doubt that Leicestershire will be batting at the end of the day, but they could certainly be batting at tea, so I think however long this partnership goes on. Here comes Van der Hoogten, left outside off stump by Gums, who's 93 not out.
The good thing about Gums as well is came into this session unbeaten on 81, but he's looked to be positive to anything that is slightly wide or slightly loose. Doesn't look to be particularly nervous. Nearing this milestone. His strike rate through the course of the innings as well, 62, which is pretty good.
Van der Hoogten, right on, round the wicket, he's bowled, Gums! A beauty! And his off stump is out of the ground and cartwheeling away. Gums' opportunity for a maiden first-class century has gone. He has to depart for 93. And Van der Hoogten has the breakthrough. Key moment in the game. It might be too little, too late, but it's a wonderful ball. And Gums, though, may well have played a match-winning innings. 93 from 151 balls. It could well have won his side this game. He will be gutted he won't have reached a maiden first-class century. His head is down as he wanders off. He should raise his back to the crowd. He deserves to, really, with the innings that he's played, but he's obviously disappointed. 199 for 7.
Yeah, certainly has put a massive dent in Glamorgan's hopes of winning this match as Sheridan Gums. Van der Hoogten, the experienced campaigner around the wicket. Just a ball that's hitting the top of off, really. Didn't do a lot. Was angled in from around the wicket. Gums will be disappointed. Just played down the wrong line, really. But that doesn't take away from what has been a fabulous innings from him. 93. And he's a very young man, so he's got plenty of time left on his side. I'm sure that 100 will come before too long. And he's had a very good start here to his Leicestershire career, and that innings could well be the match-defining one here at Grace Road. Tom Scriven comes in at number 9, so Mike will be the senior partner now. 23 from 57 he is. And well, do Leicestershire just have a bit of a dash now? Or?
I doubt it. I think they will 20-30 here. A lead of 220-230 I think is very, very difficult for them to get. If they're able to squeeze out... Mike is a bit of a basher. Scriven isn't.
But it depends whether they think, what's the best way of getting 20 or 30 runs here? Is it to hang around? Because we've seen previously that, when they're trying to do that, they're going to have chances against them. The ball's going to do things off this surface.
Van der Hoogten comes in, bowls, driven by Scriven, straight to cover. Must credit Sheridan Gums though, what an innings. The only innings past 50 in the entire match. The biggest score by nearly 50. He batted with real resilience and doggedness.
It was an exhibition really on how to play in these conditions.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, Scriven plays it late to backward point, there is no run. It's
He'll be disappointed, but if you'd offered him 93 at the start of the day, he would have ripped your hand off for it, wouldn't he?
It's just such a shame to get so close and to build that innings. And also, I suspect, because as you said, it was a ball that just held its line, really, just misjudged it, didn't he? Van der Hoogten in, and Scriven tries to dab that away into the leg side. Instead, it hits his pad and drops into mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. Finally the breakthrough for Glamorgan. They have huffed and puffed and finally got the breakthrough. Sheridan Gums, the man to depart. 199 for 7 the score, which means the lead is 198. That's Van der Hoogten's first wicket of the innings. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 37. And so Leicestershire slowly but surely building what will hopefully be an unassailable lead for them, but Glamorgan will feel they are still within touching distance. They have plenty of time to get the runs whenever they will be chasing. They will have at least a day, you'd think.
Here is Ul Hassan to begin a new over. That's clipped away by Mike out towards deep mid-wicket. And that's the 200 up for Leicestershire as well. 200 for 7. The lead onto 199, so whatever happens, Glamorgan will be chasing 200 for victory. Ul Hassan with still 2 slips in place here for the new batter Tom Scriven. Cook standing up to the stumps, and Scriven gets a bit of width cuts, but it's well fielded at backward point. There's no run. That was well timed by Scriven.
It's this moment in the game, isn't it, where, you know, every shot that Leicestershire were playing before the last over was finding the gap, they were finding the boundaries, finding runs easy, and now suddenly there's a new batsman in and every shot starts going to the fielder. The pressure starts building. There was that sense of things closing in on Leicestershire again.
Zainul Hassan in, and well, that's been timed beautifully by Scriven. He finds the gap there just backward of point. Should get at least 2, and I think they'll push for 3 here. They will. Ben Mike very quickly down for that 3rd, and Scriven off the mark with a nice shot there.
You say I've got a commentator's curse, which I tend to agree with. That was a good use of the commentator's curse from a Leicestershire perspective.
Next thing you need to say is Leicestershire have got no chance of winning this game. Absolutely none. Mike back on strike then. Here is Ul Hassan who bowls, and Mike lets this one through. It's wide of the off stump. He's tended to bowl pretty much out swingers as Zainul Hassan. I'm not sure there's that much swing on offer now, but it certainly doesn't appear to be bringing the ball back in, so a pretty safe leave there from Ben Mike. Ul Hassan bowls, and Mike forward in defence, full face of the bat down towards mid-off. He's not been bothered about having to play a bit more defensively here, Ben Mike. 24 from 60. That run rate's still very good for Leicestershire, 3.77 through the course of the innings, which in the context of this match is, I guess they're racing along. Ul Hassan bowls, and that's past the outside edge of Mike. The ball drops quite close to the stumps as well, and that was another example of the ball just doing something off that good length. As Leicestershire finished the over having scored 4 from it. 203 for 7. Scriven on 3, Mike on 24.
So that lead over 200, the much discussed target. Do an update very shortly into Radio Leicester's build up as Van der Hoogten bowls from the Bennett end. Down the hill he comes to Scriven, who is tempted by a delivery outside off stump but lets it go past him. Yorkshire 241 for 8. It's a sort of similar situation to what has happened here. Low scoring game down in Southampton. Johnny Bairstow with a vital 36 there to put them towards a tough total in what's been a low scoring game between two struggling sides. Van der Hoogten up to the wicket bowls. Forward comes Scriven and defends. That lead 202. Essex 171 for 3, so they may make Somerset bat again. Somerset 469, Essex following on after being bowled out for 158 or 171 for 3, so 140 they trail by with 7 wickets remaining. Notts 279 for 9, just ticked up in front of me, so they lead Surrey by 301 with 1 wicket remaining. That is going to be really tough at the Oval for Surrey to chase down. Van der Hoogten in bowls and Scriven defends. That, of course, the top 2 last year. Notts, you'd think favourites to stay top of the division this season, whereas Surrey may fall into the bottom 2 if results go their way. And then Sussex have just been bowled out for 207, so Warwickshire need 203 to win that game at Edgbaston. Van der Hoogten, 4th ball of the over, that keeps low and is quick and pacey, and Scriven defends it with a slightly jagged bat, but he has repelled it from his stumps. Scriven 3 off 9. Every run feels so vital at the moment. 220, 230 will probably be the target for the Foxes. That's Van der Hoogten. Holds the ball tight to his chest as he begins his run-up. Not the longest run-up, but he's past the umpire now. Bowls Scriven forward in defence. And a thick outside edge rolls away to backward point.
Both of these players with their top scores of 99 in their first class careers.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Is it Ben Mike, are they both not out?
Mike was not out, Scriven was out. Mike's was at Lord's, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Not sure where Scriven's was.
I remember that now. I certainly remember that game. As in comes Van der Hoogten, glanced away into the leg side by Scriven, who will get a single out there. 204 for 7. That's the end of the 55th over of this innings. The Foxes 204 for 7. Scriven 4. Mike 24. The lead 203.
Was that Canterbury against Kent in 2025? Thanks, Nick, for flagging that up. Thanks the Playfair Cricket Annual for 2026 as well for the info.
It's a good book, that.
Very good. So change in bowling then. We're going to see a little bit more spin.
Is it going to be Kellaway?
It's Crane.
Crane.
So Crane once again from the pavilion end. This will be interesting. Leg spinner against Leicestershire's lower order. A low full toss to start with, which is just gently driven to mid-off for no run by Scriven. May bowl the odd loose delivery, but lower order batters don't usually like playing against wrist spin. As Crane is in, and Scriven gets a bit of width, drives out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. How does Mike approach Crane? Does he try anything out of the ordinary? It's a deep mid-wicket fielder out. Long on and long off might be targeted, with mid on and mid off up on the single. So straight back down the ground, or maybe a slog sweep or something like that if he does look to attack. But the way Mike has played so far, he'll just probably play each ball on its merit. Here is Crane, and he smashes a wide half volley out towards deep cover. It's a really good bit of fielding, but won't prevent Mike from coming back for 2.
It's wonderful fielding. I was so impressed with that sort of tumbling, diving stop, but you've got to get your hands between your legs and roll.
And then get up and throw in one motion almost as well. Crane back in, slightly short, and that's been punched off the back foot out towards deep point. Will just be the 1 this time. So runs flowing in this over, 4 of them so far. This is what can happen with the wrist spinner in action. Ball spinning away from the 2 right-handers. A little bit too much width offered so far from Crane. Tightens up his line, but bowls another low full toss, which he gets away with, really. It's been knocked straight to mid-on by Scriven. Crane bowls the final ball of the over past the outside edge. That one shoots through quite low past the edge of Tom Scriven. So 4 runs from the over. Crane has conceded now 20 from his 3 overs so far. Leicestershire 208 for 7. They lead by 207 runs.
And with every run, it feels like chances of Glamorgan victory just drop that tiny bit. It is still very much an assailable total. It's just with that pressure on, with the pitch deteriorating, it will be a really tough target. We will just give an update to Radio Leicester listeners in just a second. Van der Hoogten is going to bowl from the Bennett end. He's going to run down the hill, bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Ben Mike, who's 27 not out. What a brilliant innings this has been from him. Underrated so far. In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls, driven by Mike, and it goes straight past the bat. And Mike sort of walks away like a sheepish schoolboy who's just been told off. He knew that that was a bit of a loose stroke from him. 208 for 7 in the lead, 207. We've got 65 overs in the day after this. In comes Van der Hoogten. Past the umpire, he bowls. That's a better drive from Mike to a straighter delivery. There's a shot at the stumps with Mike sort of walking down the track, but he's back in time. The throw was wild. An update coming now for Radio Leicester. Well, I jinxed him, Jack, is the truth of it. 208 for 7. He was bowled shortly after you heard me at the top of the hour for 93, just short of his maiden first-class century. However, we must give tribute to what was a remarkable innings. No other batsman has got close to a century in a low-scoring game. No other batsman has scored more than 44 in this game apart from him. 208 for 7, Leicestershire are. We've got essentially a straight shootout for 1 innings each, with 1-5-1 plays 1-5-2 between them and Glamorgan in this game. They started on 79 for 2 and they lost early wickets, were 1-2-2 for 6, but then a brilliant partnership for the 8th wicket between Ben Mike, who's still there on 27 not out, and Gums has put Leicestershire in control. They've reached the 200 margin as they edge towards 250. Anything more than this is going to be very difficult for Glamorgan to chase down, and remember, Leicestershire need wins and soon if they are going to avoid returning to Division 2 straight away. Mike and Scriven in at the moment. Mike 27, Scriven 5. 208 for 7 is the score. Leicestershire lead by 207. We've got an intriguing afternoon session ahead. So Van der Hoogten, you didn't miss anything there. 2:08 for 7 the score while I was giving that update. As Van der Hoogten is in, Mike plays that down into the ground, sort of pushing it away from his rib cage that time. Is it me who's heading off after this? Is it me?
You can do.
Or is it you? Is it supposed to be me?
I don't know. I'll hang around for a bit.
Van der Hoogten. The final ball of the over. He's going to run in and bowl. And that's a great shot from Mike. Flicked off his pads. You can probably hear the timing of that on our effects microphone. He only gets a single for it out to mid-wicket. So that's the end of the over. Again, as I just mentioned in that update, building slowly but surely. The Foxes 209 for 7 at the end of the 57th over. Mike on 28. Scriven on 5. Leicestershire lead by 208 runs. I will make way for Nick Webb.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So that lead 208 now, as you say. And, Leicestershire was still 3 wickets in hand. Ben Mike has played a really good knock hit. The third highest scorer in the entire game now, unbeaten on 28. So Mason Crane bowls, floats one up, and that's another low full toss, this time smashed out towards mid-on. Quick single attempted, but he's been run out with a direct hit. Kieran Carlson hits the bullseye, and Mike just continues running all the way back to the pavilion. What a bit of fielding that was.
Yeah, clean pick-up, direct hit from wide-ish, mid-on. It was firmly struck. And, well, Mike... did he get fully aware of the danger? Maybe, if he'd gone flat out. I think he thought it was more comfortable than in fact it was. As video stream viewers see him just having to go round the bowler a little bit as well, which didn't help him, but it was an excellent piece of fielding.
I think he was just blindsided by Crane just for a split second, wasn't he, before he tried to slide his bat in, and not realising that perhaps a dive may well have saved him. But I think he just hit it so well,
Yeah,
Mike, that he just
he
felt
thought,
he deserved
that's probably
a run.
going for 4, yeah.
Or he just deserved a run, even if it's going to be stopped. Well, I've got to get at least 1 for that shot. And it wasn't to be. So Leicestershire 8 down now for 209. That lead 208.
Strange how Crane's begun, I think, every over with a low full toss. It is, I think, the mark of a man who hasn't done a lot of bowling in the last month. Just 3 outings in the 100, and of course those are pretty minimal. I'm sure he's been practicing with the red ball, but it hasn't quite come out right today. Albeit he played his part with a battling effort with the bat. We've got Ajaz Patel as the new batter. And could be a bit of Humpty, I suspect, from Patel.
Yeah, Patel with, I think, 3 lovely boundaries it was in that first innings. Short and sweet. Leicestershire could do with something like that, I guess, at the back end of this innings, just to eke their way past that 220 mark. Here is Crane into Scriven, who's on strike, and Scriven sweeps out towards deep backward square leg, and that's going to be 4. A lovely controlled sweep shot there from Scriven. All timing, really. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just directed it behind square. Leicestershire now 213 for 8.
Yeah, these are all very valuable runs, and you talk about sport being a battle of momentum in many cases. Leicestershire just about getting the momentum, you think, despite the dismissal now of Gums and Mike relatively quickly.
Crane bowls, floats one up very full, and that's been just defended back down the pitch by Scriven. He's now on to 9.
Gorvin, by the way, has been off the field with a stiff back, I'm told. I hope it's nothing serious.
May not need him with the ball anyway, as Crane goes slightly shorter, and that's been whipped away nicely out towards a deep mid-wicket by Scriven. Should bring at least a couple, and it does comfortably. This is good from Scriven, just looking for those scoring opportunities in this over. 6 from it so far. And the wicket, the run out of Ben Mike. Crane from the pavilion end then. Oh, gets one to turn and bounce. It finds the shoulder of the bat and loops away just beyond that slip fielder.
Well, he's a lucky boy, Tom Scriven, to get just enough of that to send it beyond the grasp of Ingram, moving to his right at slip.
Yeah, that was the delivery you want to bowl as a leg spinner, isn't it? Just a little bit of drift in, bounces, turns, takes the shoulder of the bat. Almost perfect that from Mason Crane. Next ball is another low full toss, which he gets away with. Scriven hits it straight to Carlson there at mid-on, and there's no run. Then he practices just maybe playing a slightly more cross-batted shot the next time he gets a delivery like that. 6 from the over as well as the run out then. Leicestershire's lead now 214 runs.
Yeah, we were thinking that 200 might be the point that Leicestershire became favourites in terms of the final innings target. Well, they've already got beyond that, and a couple of overs to a couple of wickets in hand as Patel takes guard. Van der Hoogten to continue from the Bennett end. As Patel, a couple of lusty blows in that first innings as Van der Hoogten is into him, and Patel plays that off a leading edge out on the offside. Email from Kevin Lyons, a former coach with Glamorgan, saying how impressed he was with Sheridan Gums, demonstrating sound principles of opening the batting, high quality assessment of length, sound technique in defence and attack, and an ideal temperament, a crucial ability to play each ball on its merits. Thank you for that. 215 for 8, lead 214, Van der Hoogten to Patel, who steers that one on the offside, no run. The Indian-born New Zealand international played 4 games for Glamorgan in 2022. David Watts is watching from Thailand. Hot and humid everywhere, very green. Haven't got the green bit. The 7th wicket stand has made Leicestershire favourites. Glamorgan need to bat positively. Too many out yesterday, prodding around before getting out.
It's very green in the middle of the pitch though still, isn't it?
It is. Van der Hoogten into Patel, who defends that one out on the offside. Good afternoon as well to Chris Drew, who says, I think we're really missing Tom Norton. Yes, a teenage newcomer into the Glamorgan side, but made quite the impression in those 4 championship matches he played with 21 wickets before unfortunately picking up the back injury that's put him out for the rest of the season. Van der Hoogten in to Patel, pushes on the leg side. So he's at least having a few sighters, Ajaz Patel, before he does swing the bat. So we've got 63 overs still left today. Will we somehow sneak into tomorrow for a thrilling finish on a Sunday morning, maybe?
Potentially, if Glamorgan bat well.
Van der Hoogten in bowls. Patel pushes forward and defends. Take off 2 overs, of course, for the change in innings, unless it coincides with the tea interval. But we do have those extra overs available to today if the light holds, which it didn't yesterday, despite the use of the floodlights. And that's because we lost effectively half a day to rain on day 1 of this game, when the return of county championship cricket was greeted with some heavy showers. Van der Hoogten into Patel, who's off the mark here, turning one just past the square leg umpire. All Hassan running in off the boundary. He will nick the strike, therefore, with a run off the last ball of the over. 216 for 8. And the lead 2-1-5. Sheridan Gums 93 off 152 balls, including 16 fours. Very much the highlight of the day today.
Yeah, just Patel just takes his sweater off as well in between overs. It's warm, but it's not as warm as it has been. I think highs of around 20 degrees today, with a bit of cloud cover, just a gentle breeze out there. Patel will be facing up here to Mason Crane, so if the ball does turn back into him, might fancy playing one or two shots over the leg side. Here is Crane into Patel, who's forward in defence. Slip, short mid-wicket, short cover. Three attacking fielders here for Crane. Also got a man catching there at deep mid-wicket, not quite on the boundary, but good 10 or so yards in. Patel goes for the wild swing down the ground, and he's trying to clear our commentary box, but gets nowhere near it.
Almost felt the breeze from here from that shot.
And immediately long on goes back onto the boundary as a result.
Yes.
Maybe it was tactical. He can get the easy single now down the ground. Crane bowls, and Patel with a flick of the wrists hits it straight to that short mid-wicket fielder. No run. It's a bit of an ego thing, isn't it, with spinner facing spinner? It can be anyway. Crane into Patel, who looks to defend, and it whizzes past his outside edge.
Yes, perhaps he's better off attacking anyway. Yes, I'm sure spinners think they know all the tricks of the spin being bowled at them as well.
Crane rushing in, slightly shorter, and that one skids through onto the thigh pad of Patel. Still 216 for 8, Leicestershire. Lead 215. A rarity in Crane's bowling so far. 5 dot balls in a row. And make that a maiden as the final ball goes past the outside edge of Patel once more. So an expensive start for Crane, but he's now bowled 5 overs for 26. Leicestershire still leading by 215.
Alfredo on X saying Mason Crane's batting has been such a bonus for Glamorgan, not to mention his bowling. What a wonderful signing. Neil G said partnership between Gums and Mike very annoying, but shows that partnerships can be got. Keep believing, Glammy. And Stubbsy saying, glad I got some barrow breath. Posted a picture of that on social media earlier. 216 for 8. I think the cake supplies were running relatively short, it being the final day that they're on sale from the Friends of Grace Road. So Ray Toole is the lugubrious announcement, and the Kiwi charges in and bowls to Scriven, who defends that back to him. No run. Doesn't overdo it with the emotion, the public address announcer here.
No, he kind of sort of veers off, doesn't he? The last syllable or two.
Which,
Ray
when you're
Toole.
announcing Ray Toole, is not many syllables to pull out of in the first place. Here comes Toole, bowled well in this match. A couple of wickets. Oh, that one's kept low, and Scriven just dug it out from somewhere down by his ankles. Well, that looks like a day 4 pitch already, and we're only barely halfway through day 3, and we didn't get much of a day 1, so we're 2 days cricket in, and the ball's shooting like that. 2 for 40, next to Toole's name, into his 15th over. Toole round the wicket, bowls, and Scriven's jumping and hopping to play another ball that misbehaved a bit. Ball trickled out towards the slips eventually. So
it's one of those pitches where if you keep it wicket to wicket, the odd one shoots low, the odd one spits off a length, you've got to play at it as a batter. You can't really attack those straight deliveries, can you?
Toole in bowls. Scriven defends well. Now you've got to wait for something off target. Glamorgan haven't been quite as consistent with their accuracy in the second innings as their first. Under pressure from Gums, albeit he was content to play quite a few dot balls in his innings. But struck 16 fours, so 64 in boundaries out of his 93. Toole heading in, bowls. Scriven angles it down into slips where it's well fielded by a diving Tribe. May have been cut off by third man, but it could have been heading for the boundary. So Tribe has saved runs there, definitely. As All the Sun is brought up from third man to backward point for the final ball of the over, so looking to bowl at the number 10 Patel maybe, as Toole in bowls to Scriven, who's hit on the pad again. Well, I didn't know much about a couple of balls in that over. 216 for 8, Scriven 11, Patel 1, lead is 2-1-5. A Radio Wales appointment calls me.
So yes, 2-1-5 that lead. This will be an interesting battle in this over now, with Crane coming into Ajaz Patel. Did look to attack him on a couple of occasions in that previous over, and also a couple of balls that whiz past the outside edge. I think he will look to attack here. Patel with the ball on the whole turning into him. There might be the odd googly thrown in from Crane as he bowls, and Patel winds up, swings, gets an outside edge, and he's caught at backward point. Well, there you go. You could sense it coming, couldn't you? The big shot from Ajaz Patel. So Mason Crane picks up his first wicket of the innings, and Leicestershire now 216 for 9. 215 is the lead, 1 wicket in hand, and Josh Hull, Adam Whitty, is going to have to face up to some Mason Crane here first up.
It's a shame the way this is just slightly dribbled to a conclusion from a Leicestershire perspective. That run out from Mike was an absolute killer. A 250 was within their sights if Scriven and Mike had stayed in, and obviously Scriven has played well, but those two are decent bats. They're both number 8, and so they could have put on a sort of partnership together. In that way you used to see Stuart Broad and Graham Swan do back in the day to get England out of some trouble, but that run out was just a freebie for Glamorgan to keep that target within reach. I think 250, I would have put Leicestershire's chances of winning at 80%. As it is, it's probably more like 60. You never know what these two can do and how they're going to go about it. But yeah, 5 balls of Mason Crane now for Josh Hull to face.
Hull strides out then at number 11.
And he's a number 11.
He certainly is. Played a lovely couple of shots in the first innings though. That's all Leicestershire would need. A couple of boundaries, gets them above 220, and all of a sudden another slight psychological landmark, I guess. Let's see what kind of field Crane goes with here. They'll look to keep Hull on strike. They won't mind him trying to hit over the top or anything like that, so they might well bring the field up. Long on does go back out though onto the boundary, which is interesting. And got a deep mid wicket out. Got a slip in place. Looks like we might have a short leg or a silly point.
There's those green pads again.
Yeah, they're wicket keeping pads, aren't they?
Yeah, Ace of Tribes going in.
So yeah, Tribe in at short leg then. Slip, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Very close in, so there is no long on, and that's full, and it's driven back to Crane by Hull. He plays his first delivery pretty comfortably. Crane, you can sense a change in body language here after taking that wicket, running in with a bit more purpose and being knocked away by Hull to mid-on. So yeah, no long on then, so he has been brought up, so it's just deep cover, deep mid-wicket out on the boundary here for Josh Hull. Maybe hit one down to cow corner. No, he's not tempted. He plays a nice looking gentle drive there to mid-off.
What a shot. Like Gower in his prime, that one.
Minus finding the gap, I guess. Crane bowls slightly short and Hull leaves alone outside off stump. Oohs and ahs from Glamorgan, but it was pretty well played by Josh Hull. So one more ball left in this over. Can Hull survive? Can he find a boundary? Well, he might well find a boundary there. It's down the leg side. It's flicked on its way to find leg. And it's signalled as leg byes, but Leicestershire fans won't care about that. It's 4 more onto the total. 220 for 9. That lead 219. And crucially, Tom Scriven on strike for the start of the next over. Perfect.
Perfect shot. And another vital 4 runs, so up to 220. Those 10-run instalments, you hear players talk about 10-run instalments so much in moments like this. That's another 10 runs. And these are big milestones. With every 10 you feel like the chances of Glamorgan's victory goes down quite significantly. So it is still a relatively chilly autumnal vibe to this late August afternoon. As Toole comes in, left arm round the wicket to Scriven, who's back and forcing this to cover. Covers quite far back. I didn't take the single there. There would have been one there, but I suspect the fielder wouldn't be that deep if he wasn't batting with the number 11. The field is completely spread. We've got a deep point. We've got third man on the boundary, deep mid wicket, 2 deep mid wickets almost. As Toole is in down the leg side, and there is no run there.
The single very much on offer, but Scriven I don't think will be interested until maybe the 4th and 5th balls of the over.
It's an interesting sort of game situation, isn't it? Runs that you could find, there's gaps probably forward of square on the offside. Probably the area you'd be looking to if you were going to try and find the boundary. In comes Toole, bowls, Scriven comes forward. They're giving him a lot of respect, aren't they? And in fact, that scoring opportunity's gone now because... What are they doing here? There's 2 fielders, one's run over to the cover region. Actually, no, I thought they were moving the fielders round. I think they're just getting a cap for Van der Hoogten at long on. So it is going to be Toole. Scriven still waits. The field completely spread around the ground. And it's edged by Scriven. He will get that single, so Hull will have 2 balls to face at the end of the over, and the field comes in like a pack of wolves or something, all encircling the prey. They have all come in from the boundary rope. He's got a good drive on him, has Hull. I suspect he'll just see these 2 balls out. (2-2-1) for 9, the lead 220. Hull goes back and just prods this away as it's fielded by Sean Dixon at backward point. 1 ball for him to see off.
Always see his car every time I'm here at Grace Road. You can't miss it.
There are
I'm assuming it's his car because it won't be anyone else's with a number plate like that. I'm not going to give it out on air, but
there are a lot of personalised number plates where you can see exactly who's here. In comes Tool.
Ben Cox being another one.
Yeah, Joey Everson's car I've seen
Yeah.
on loan from Kent. There's quite a few others as well that I've seen. I don't know whether they get them like sponsored or something. I'm pretty sure I've seen Ben Mike's car. Rahan Ahmed has a very, very nice car.
He's an England international.
Yeah.
100 player, IPL player now. Well, they didn't actually play, but he went over there, warmed the bench for Delhi for a bit.
I mean, if I got paid 50 grand to sit down, I think I'd be quite happy.
Yeah. Right, here's Mason Crane to begin a new over. Scriven on strike. Reverse sweep attempted. He makes good contact, but it's fielded there at backward point, just about. And he'll remain on strike. A couple of yards either side, and that could have been 4 runs. Interesting shot there from Scriven. Crane in. Next one is a more conventional shot, just a flick to the fielder at short mid-wicket, no run. Tribe still with his pads on underneath his trousers.
What does Scriven do here? Does he go for it?
Well, it looks as though he might, if anything's loose like that, full and wide, and it's driven firmly out to deep cover. It will be a couple of runs. So, nice shot there from Scriven. Count himself a little bit unlucky not to get a boundary, but another good bit of fielding there from Glamorgan. That lead 2-2-2 for Leicestershire now.
Does it count as a double Nelson if it's the lead?
Might well do. As that's just knocked away to mid-on. He's quite deep, but Scriven doesn't want the single. David Shepherd hopping around somewhere up there. Scriven unbeaten on 14. Guides the next ball to short third. No run, so a couple of balls remaining in the over. The field, well, at least long off rather, comes up, and they will be looking to keep Scriven on strike for these last couple of balls. Crane in, and Scriven says, well, if you're going to bring long off up, I'm just going to smash it back over your head for 4. Lovely shot. Slightly over pitch there from Crane. In fact, that was the last ball of the over. So wasn't able to get the single, but did the next best thing and got the boundary. Over to Josh Hull.
Well, I suspect the 4 was probably more useful given that it was on offer. 6 runs, moving them up towards 2-2-6 lead. And now Josh Hull's just got to see out. I mean, he'll try and nab a single, won't he?
I think we missed a landmark there as well. Mason Crane's wicket was his 200th in first-class cricket. So well done to him.
Here is Tool bowling from the Bennett end. Quick turnaround, and Hull is there defending, plays it to cover, no run. Field is in. We've got 2 slips, mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, that are quite tight to the pitch. Cover, backward point. And then who's out? I'm surprised there's anyone, really. I mean, I'm surprised there's anyone on the boundary for him. This third man and fine leg. I suppose runs are so important,
yes.
That's the problem. They don't want to leak, particularly. I suppose they're stopping the inside and outside edges, aren't they, running away for 4, which is what might be the main risk as Tool is in, and there is Hull trying to play that late and guide it through the gap between backward point and the slip cordon. But you are also offering the chance for Hull to get off strike and put a batsman on who is more likely to be able to score more runs freely anyway. It's a difficult challenge, this, for Carlson, so I understand why he's done what he's done. Is it worth taking the risk off the edge? Here comes Tool, left arm over the wicket, in towards the left-handed Hull. He bowls, driven by Hull, straight to mid-off. where it's fielded there. Nick Ash is going to make way, and Nick Webb's going to come in. 227 for 9 is the score. The lead 226 with the final wicket. Glamorgan will be batting very shortly, I'm sure. Tea scheduled for 4 o'clock. As Toole moves in towards us, he's past the umpire, he bowls, defended by Hull. He may just decide to try and see this out now. He looks pretty strong in defence behind that.
Yeah, Glamorgan tend to be fairly quick on pushing players back to the boundary in these circumstances, and trying very much to focus on giving the established batter a single if they want it, and trying to bowl at the number 11.
Hull waits as Toole comes in and beats him outside off stump. Now, what I would say, I don't know whether you feel the same way, Nick, is the pitch isn't quite doing what it was doing this morning. It seems to have just in the last hour played a little bit more normally. We haven't seen as many plays and misses in the last hour and a half as we have in the morning session, with less established batsmen.
Yep, that's a point. Well, there have been a few keeping low, haven't there, still?
Hull waits and digs out a bouncer from the final ball. Well batted Josh Hull. He's seen off that over. It's a maiden, but it means that Tom Scriven will face Mason Crane in the next over. 227 for 9 is the score. Leicestershire's lead is 226 in what is a straight shootout, essentially in one innings, with 151 playing 152 from the first innings. So as Nick pointed out, whatever Leicestershire's total is, will be the target for Glamorgan, and they will have a day and a bit to get it.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran Carlson tends to offer the single quite a lot, whereas, I mean, you're only bowling to a number 9. It's not like it's a top order batter and a number 11. So there might be an argument of just trying to get both out as much as you can. As Crane bowls, bit back of a length, chopped away by Scriven on the offside. The ball runs out to deep cover, but they will not attempt to get back for 2 runs. They certainly won't take a single this early in the over. As Crane is in to bowl, that one's driven on the offside again, very similarly to the previous delivery. Dixon just trots in, fields it and underarms it back. Crane having got the wicket of Ajaz Patel, caught by Toole for a single. Looking to add another one, and that's a nice little sweep shot by Tom Scriven. It's just tickled it away to fine leg for 4 runs. Got right across, and from outside off stump he's managed to glance it past his leg stump, which is what he was trying to do. And Crane can't believe that he took that risk for a ball that was pitched there, but he executed it well. 231 for 9. Crane into Scriven, who straight drives up to long off. Sub Douthwaite is the fielder. They will take the single off the 4th ball of the over. 232 for 9. And that gives Crane a couple of balls to try and get the number 11 out, potentially. Hull having faced 13 balls without scoring. Short leg moves into place as pushes forward, does Hull. Plays it back to the bowler.
Bit of a long hop that, wasn't it? That was easy for Hull to defend.
Yeah, certainly shorter than he anticipated from Mason Crane, who'll go round the wicket for the final ball of the over to the left-handed Hull. And he dinks that one away on the offside. No run. So another over of frustration for Glamorgan. So they ran through 7, 8 and 9 reasonably quickly in terms of the wickets. It was Leicestershire's morning with only 4 wickets going. Lunch was taken at 178 for 6. They've added a further 54 since then for 3 wickets, which is probably about par. But Tom Scriven doing his best to extend that lead to 250 and beyond.
Toole is going to continue from the Bennett end. 2 for 41 his figures. In he comes, and Scriven comes forward. Pretty much perfect over that for Leicestershire. They got a boundary and they got a single to keep Scriven on strike. And I mentioned to Nikesh, you hear batters talking about 10-run instalments, don't you, in situations like this. They've got another 10 runs up to the 230s. They will aim for 250. If they get that, I think they will be happy. Going to be a very tough target to chase, 250. In comes Toole, forward comes Scriven and defends. The single is on offer there as the ball rolls away into the offside square of the wicket.
Peter Simmons asking who's going to play the same role that Sheridan Gums did for Glamorgan. He managed to look quite composed playing that anchor role, willing to soak up a lot of defensive work.
Toole in, back goes Scriven, drives this away. They choose not to take the single.
And reference the Barra-Brith, Lawrence says, even nicer with lashings of salty butter on it. I don't think I'll be going that far, Lawrence. But I do have a slice of Barra-Brith to look forward to.
I spotted that. Was that in your... Oh, I can see it now. There it is. In the next commentary box.
Delayed gratification, you see. May even survive till tomorrow, depending on the state of the game, you see. Depending on whether we need cake supplies to get us back to South Wales or not, or whether we're heading home early in the morning.
Toole it is. Up to the umpire. Bowls. Scriven goes for a big hoik there and pulls out the last minute. Ball dribbles to mid-wicket. He did get bat on it in the end, sort of had to drag his back down on it. Scriven 23 not out, the score 2-3-2 for 9. He's got 2 balls left now, Scriven, to find that single to keep the strike. Instead he goes for a big shot and he gets it over the head of mid-on. And that's 4 runs. Slightly over-pitched by Toole. And he managed to heave it down the ground. A lot of bottom hand in that shot. And he gets the score to 236 for 9. A vital 27 this from Scriven.
Yeah, that was very much a heave, wasn't it, from Scriven, but he's looked reasonably at home. And as you say, Glamorgan might take heart from the fact that Leicestershire's lower order have managed to survive, like Scriven.
Toole in, back goes Scriven. Doesn't get the single, but he does get 4, and he's slightly frustrated with himself. He just tried to play that late and guide it behind square on the offside. 2-3-6 for 9, and the lead 2-3-5.
So Scriven up there among the leading scorers of the match. Glamorgan's best was Crane's 44 for Leicestershire. Well, Rishi Patel 26, Ben Mike 28, run out. Tom Scriven now 27 not out, and star of the show 93 for Sheridan Gums in only his 3rd first-class match, and that almost 50 runs better than the next best scorers. Crane will try and get rid of the number 11, Josh Hull, who defends the first ball. Slightly short, turning quite substantially into the left-handed bat. Ace of Tribe is waving for something. Maybe they'll stick a second short leg or silly point in. Tossed up by Crane, driven gently by Hull to Carlson mid-off, no run. It's all a little bit cat and mouse at the moment. Mason Crane seems to have settled into his work after a rather rusty start. That's a decent delivery that Hull pokes at, defends competently enough. More Glamorgan players waving. Message to Billy Root. The remaining 12th man, Dan Douthwaite, I think is still out there. As Crane bowls, Hull pushes forward, manages to meet the ball on the half volley, blocks it to short leg. 2-3-6 for 9. Lead 2-3-5. 250, the next psychological barrier for Leicestershire to try to erect. There's an appeal from Crane, rather speculative one, as the ball trickles away on the leg side. More gesticulation from Tribe. Looked like something needs to be changed. Tribe bowls. Hull blocks it again on the leg side. Frustrating Crane. It's played out a maiden over, has Josh Hull. Every over putting Glamorgan under further pressure, and even if runs aren't added, it all adds to the deterioration of the pitch, which was difficult enough for batting in the first place. Billy Root is also required to do some fielding duty, as Ace of Tribe is coming off, maybe to get rid of his fielding pads. Doesn't usually for that. Now, what's Colin Ingram up to? He's fielding almost directly beneath us in a very fine leg position, so there are two fine legs. Bouncer alert?
Yeah, is it for the scoop? In comes Van der Hookton, and it's pushed at by Scriven out to cover. It's fielded by Kellaway. Scoop or inside edge, or yeah, the short stuff, I suppose.
Top edge, I suspect. But yeah, he did play a nice little pretty late sweep off Crane, but playing it off Van der Hookton is another kettle of fish.
Van der Hookton, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Scriven, who cuts off the back foot and crunches that away. It will be stopped on the boundary rope. They're going to come back for 2 and make it comfortably. There's a wide delivery from Van der Hookton. He's manically scraping and scratching his boot on his crease. He must have just felt a bit uneasy underfoot when he released that ball, which might explain why he launched it wide outside off stumps. Scriven gets 2 more. Leicestershire move on to 238 for 9. Every run now feels so vital at this point. Scriven waits. Van der Hookton charges in towards us. He bowls. Scriven turns that round. He's got all of that. That's a huge shot from Scriven, and it's gone for 4. In front of square, there is a man out there on the boundary, but he didn't move. I don't know whether he didn't pick it up or it was just too quick for him. It crashes into the hobbit houses, or the pizza pod, whatever you want to call them, round there. Through mid-wicket, and that's a great shot from Scriven. This is a vital innings. 2-4-2 for 9. Another 10 runs. 2-4-1 the lead, Leicestershire.
Now the third highest score of the match is Scriven.
Van der Hookton in, bowls, back goes Scriven and just gets that single. So Hull has 2 balls to see out. This is a great over for Leicestershire. They've now got 7 off it. And this partnership now worth 27. All of them coming from Scriven. Hull with 2 balls to see out now. 2 slips, the fielders come in. Van der Hookton comes round the wicket. Bowls to Hull, who edges, and he's got 4. He's going to race down towards the boundary rope. That's the perfect outcome for Leicestershire. Hull being able to add some wickets. It was safe enough, played quite late by Hull. 247 for 9. That 250 target approaches.
Expensive over, 11 off.
Here comes Van der Hoogten. Final ball of the over to Hull, who defends straight back to Van der Hoogten, and that is the end of the over. There's a dismissive and grumpy scoop from Van der Hoogten, who pops his hat back on his head in a rather curmudgeonly fashion. 247 for 9. Hull 4. Scriven 34.
Tribe trots back onto the field. Thomas Evans in Splot in Cardiff says, I do think it's still doable for Glamorgan. Comes Epic Knock, shows you can rack up the runs if you're sensible. Seems easier today than yesterday. Glamorgan will have stacks of time and need to be a bit more sensible and strategic. Take the chances, don't be needlessly defensive. And in keeping with the baked goods theme, Thomas is planning a lemon drizzle loaf this afternoon. There's Crane bowls and Scriven pushes a long way forward. So good luck with your baking, Thomas. Lemon drizzle loaf. I think. Did you have a lemon drizzle yesterday?
I did have a lemon drizzle. It was very nice.
Mm.
Christian had an orange cake.
Crane bowls and Scriven pushes forward, and they ignore an obvious single that was on offer as Callaway jogs from cover to point to do the fielding. Crane flicking the ball busily from one hand to another. As he's in bowls, a flurry of arms and legs, and again a prod by Scriven towards point. Again Callaway jogs round and fields, and again no attempt is made to take the run. So fourth ball of the over coming up probably means that he will be willing to take the single if it's there now. Crane bowls short, flat. Oh, that's gone through, trickled down towards fine leg, either off an inside edge or off the pad, but they don't take the single. So ball number 5 coming up. 247 for 9, lead 246. Leicestershire favourites for this match, given the low scores of the first innings. Crane bowls again, pulled this, and that one is raced away to the boundary at mid wicket. 4 runs to Tom Scriven to bring up the 250 for Leicestershire. No wonder the applause of the home crowd. That the 5th ball of the over. Scriven moves on to 38 not out. Now can he get the single here? Not that many saving the single for Glamorgan, just a couple creep in as that's worked into a gap on the leg side, and slightly too easy there for Scriven just to work it away. Take the one, retain the strike. 252 for 9. So the task facing Glamorgan looks very much an uphill struggle in the final innings, unless the pitch is easing.
That 250 mark was the target that you thought might be too difficult for Glamorgan to overcome. I appreciate what, forgive me, was it Thomas?
Thomas, yeah.
Said. In a sense, he's right. You know, if Leicestershire can do it, Glamorgan certainly can. Van der Hoogten to continue from the pavilion end, driven by Scriven, square of the wicket. It's fielded by Ul Hassan, but they choose not to take the single, even though it was very much on offer. This is a marvellous innings from Scriven, 39 of 57. He has worked the strike fantastically. He's basically sort of gone boundary single off every over the past 5 or 6, and it has pushed Leicestershire up to that 250 target. That feels very symbolic and very important. Van der Hoogten past the umpire, bowls outside, wide outside of stump, so wide it's been given as a wide. You don't see many of those in 4-day cricket.
Similar pattern of play at Southampton, where Yorkshire are 293 for 9 in their second innings. That's a lead of 269 over Hampshire. The sides 8th and 9th before this round of matches.
Scriven waits. Van der Hoogten in to him. Goes back and just dabs this into the leg side. There is no run.
Essex battling to avoid an innings defeat at Taunton. They're now 223 for 3 in their second innings. That is 88 still in arrears of Somerset. Surrey are 10 for 1, needing a further 319 to beat Nottinghamshire, who were bowled out for 306.
It's going to be a mammoth task for Surrey. That is Van der Hoogten. Scriven is going to get that single. In fact, they might try for 2, in fact. He's found the gap through the covers. There is a man at sort of deep backward point and then a man at extra cover. And he gets 2 quite comfortably. He's into the 40s. 255 for 9.
Good battle at Edgbaston. Warwickshire are 42 for 3 in the final innings of the match against Sussex. They need a further 161 to win.
All very entertaining games.
Yeah, lots of low scoring.
Van der Hoogten in, and Scriven looks for that single but decides against it. He's got 2 more balls to try and get it. Straight ball kept a tad low. And Somerset with a big first innings total of all of the 10 First Division sides. Van der Hoogten catches the ball. It's looped to him, passed around the field, and now he marauds in. He's up to the wicket, bowls. Scriven tries to glance that away on the leg side. He punches his own thigh because he doesn't get that ball away. It was a tad straight.
Bad news for the footballing Foxes. 1-0 down to Burton Albion.
Wow, there have been some low moments for Leicester City supporters over the past few years. I think losing at home to Burton would be a new nadir. Here comes Van der Hoogten. Scriven doesn't get the single. Well bowled, Van der Hoogten. Kept the pressure on, bowled line and lengths, and Scriven couldn't get it away. He did get the 2 from the over, which has increased the target to 254 as it stands. 255 for 9 are Leicestershire here at Grace Road on day 3.
Yes, I wonder if Dave Fletcher is dancing in the stands down the road. A Burton Albion commentator and of course cricket commentator, and conflicting demands on him today.
It's 2-0 Burton.
2-0 Burton. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Sorry, I mean Dave is the dancing type, isn't he?
Sackcloth and ashes in the streets of Leicester tonight, maybe. Here's Crane then, from this pavilion end. Bowls to Hull, who pushes forward. Might have been a single there, but Callaway is across on the leg side to cut it off. Messages on X from a couple of Neils. Neil Thornycroft says Glamorgan will win this. As Crane round the wicket to the left-hander, and Hull pushes forward and defends. Neil G says no fancy baking a couple of Bourbon biscuits and a cup of tea, but Glamorgan can still do this.
Well, I think what we've seen in the last hour has made a Glamorgan victory actually more likely. The pitch doesn't seem to be doing what it has done in the previous few overs or previous couple of days.
Crane bowls a full toss that is bunted back to him by Hull. Yes, it's still been keeping low. May not be flying as often as it was. Still, there's an awkward straight ball that shoots about shin high. Crane bowls and Hull on the back foot defends it. Crane always appearing optimistic, so often finishes his run with hands up in the air, if he thought he was on the verge of sneaking something through the batter's defences. Hull one scoring boundary. Prods that away off the back foot, fielded at short leg by Tribe. He's looking quite comfortable now, Josh Hull, the number 11. So Glamorgan will be hoping desperately that's a sign of the pitch easing. 50 overs remain of the day's play as Crane switches back to over the wicket for the final ball to Hull. And he stretches forward and defends. Tall man, Josh Hull, so he's got a long reach and he's been using it effectively to defend. 4 of 29 deliveries, 28 dot balls he's faced, and Tom Scriven has been out there so long that he requires a little bit of a hydration break. 2:55 for 9. Leicestershire lead by 254.
And this final wicket partnership
39
worth 39 huge runs. Yeah, 254 the lead, and these two have played really well. Scriven in particular, but Hull with 4 from 29 can be proud of his effort when he has been required to see out a maiden over. He has done so on a couple of occasions. They're going to turn to spin again.
Yeah,
Callaway.
The over rate was -1 on the board at lunchtime, so I'm not sure if that's still annoying them.
Yeah, it's still up there as -1.
Do they change it during the course of a session though? I'm not sure they always do.
It's Callaway. He's going to move in towards us, bowling from the Bennett end. Flat delivery. Scriven tries to turn this away, and in fact does turn it away into the leg side. He'll pick up he could have picked up a single, but he decides against it. The field spread again. So there's about 5 men on the boundary. Callaway in, Scriven back. Glancing this away, turns down the single again.
It's all cricket in slow motion, isn't it? The ball's played away gently, it rolls gently towards an outfielder, they jog in. Nothing much happening, almost by mutual consent.
Callaway, tall figure, slim, slender build, fires this one in a little bit quicker. Scriven rocks back, and that slow motion sense of things is repeated as it is fielded by Mason Crane at mid-wicket. Callaway, bouncy run up, and Scriven gets that single out into the covers. There's no man on the infield in that region, forward of square on the offside, so he's able to get that single. Hull needs 2 balls to see out now. Half an hour until tea. And bringing a short leg in, Asa Tribe again. He's kept his pads on.
Wonder whether we're getting to the territory where tea is now called if the final wicket falls.
Yeah, good point.
Suspect it probably would be.
Callaway comes round the wicket. Hull defends. Dot ball.
Odds against a draw is fairly considerable still though.
Here comes Callaway. And that's defended again by Hull. That sort of spat up off the surface a tad. That hit right at the top of Hull's bat, but he sees out the 2 balls he needed to. 256 for 9. Leicestershire lead by 255. Just a single off that over.
All very gentle, if not genteel. As Crane is going to continue. Be glad to have got a few overs under his belt. Mason Crane in action. 1 for 42 off 11. Home to Hampshire next week. Probably hope to do a bit more bowling in that game. As he bowls now to Scriven, who stretches forward and defends on the offside. No run. Slip. The only attacking fielder. Fine leg is in very close, almost in a leg gully position as Crane bowls, and Scriven plays it back to him. That presumably for the top-edged sweep paddle, which Scriven has played off Crane. Crane turns, bounces in, bowls. Scriven is forward defending. Batters out today. Shake for 8, Kelly for 12, Tattersall 9, Holland 6. As Leicestershire slipped to 128 for 6, but they've doubled that now exactly for the next 3 wickets, with Mike making 28, Patel 1, Gums 93. As Scriven drives gently down the ground, takes a single up to subfielder Douthwaite, who's on for Gorvin. But long off. Will Hull be tempted to have a thrash at any point?
He hasn't seemed tempted. He does like a thrash, does Josh Hull. I've seen no evidence of him wanting to do that.
He's got long enough reach. As Crane bowls, Hull pushes forward. Very loud appeal from Crane. It was outside off stump. I think Crane might have believed that Hull wasn't really playing a shot, since the pad was in front of the bat. But did enough, Hull, to create doubt for the umpire. In bowls, and Hull pokes it slightly tentatively on the leg side. 257 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online, as Adam will give way to Nikesh, at least for the next quarter of an hour or so. I've got another radio duty in the half time in the football in 15-20 minutes time. 257 for 9. Glamorgan's over 8 should be back square by now. Andrew Hignell messages deductions only if 480 minutes of play.
Here is Callaway then, and that's full and driven by Scriven out towards deep extra cover, but still no single taken.
I think we've had over 8 hours in the match total anyway by now.
Scoreboard showing -1 at the moment, as reverse pull is attempted, and he's bowled him. Well, what a soft way to end the innings for Leicestershire then. Scriven can't quite believe what has happened. I think he might have dragged on, actually. Leicestershire 257 all out. Let's have a look at the replay. He's just sort of dragged it on, and the ball trickles onto the off stump. Off the glove, I think, of Scriven, going for kind of a switch hit.
Yeah, sort of bounced low onto the middle stump.
Yeah,
bizarre.
Very ugly way then for that innings to come to an end. But what an innings that was from Tom Scriven. Got great support from Josh Hull there for the last wicket. 43 Scriven made. Leicestershire 257 all out. And that will be tea, according to the scoreboard in front of us. So we're going to have a monster final session.
Ooh, not my jest.
47 overs, so we'll lose 2, won't we, for the change in innings?
Well,
it's tea, isn't it? So no, we will have the full 47. So 257 the target for Glamorgan when we resume. And Nick, well, that's a few more than they would have ideally liked when they took that 9th wicket, and certainly looking at the conditions out there, Leicestershire will be favourites at the moment.
Yeah, I thought they'd probably be favourites when the target went past 200. It's gone way past 200 as things stand. The wicket shared around the Glamorgan attack in the end. Ul Hassan 3 for 46, Toole 2 for 45, 1 apiece to Van der Hoogten, Gorvin, Kellaway, Crane, and a run out. So 257 for Glamorgan to win. It'll be a tough challenge in the final 4 sessions of this match, and Leicestershire favourites to take a second win in a row in County Championship action.
93 for Sheridan Gums, the standout effort with the bat for Leicestershire, and 3 wickets for Zainul Hassan, 1 each for Gorvin, Kellaway, Crane and Van der Houten. A couple for Toole as well. So 257 the target. We will resume in just under 20 minutes' time. Do join us then.
I'm here. Did they just ring the bell? Well, welcome back, listeners and viewers, to the stream here of the chase for Glamorgan. They need 257 to win this game, with Leicestershire bowled out for 257 just a few moments ago. This is a tough chase on a tricky wicket, which may, though, have lost some of its demons this afternoon. We'll go very shortly indeed to an update for Radio Leicester into their programme at half-time in the football. But this a big session ahead. 47 overs straight it looks like we're going to have if the light remains. And we have it, I think, really at about 65-35 in terms of Leicestershire's favour, in terms of being favourites. They have the momentum after that tail rear guard, that lower order battling performance, helped up by Tom Scriven and Ben Mike, adding to that marvellous 93 from Sheridan Gums. And Leicestershire's players out on the field at the moment. Hassan and Tribe will make their way out onto the field in just a second too. Strong bowling performance ahead, needed for Leicestershire, but Glamorgan, I was struck, Nikesh, and I may have to interrupt you if they come to me in a second on Radio Leicester, but struck by actually how positive Glamorgan fans were that they could chase down this target. They have battled to wins before, haven't they? Surrey and Somerset among the two that probably stand out, and so they will feel they can do that again.
Yeah, they'll certainly have to be positive, and they may well take note of the likes of Sheridan Gums and Tom Scriven and the way they batted and basically just played old school cricket, played each ball on its merit, showed good temperament out there, and in the end got the results.
So we will go to Radio Leicester in just a second, but it is going to be Ian Holland who's going to bowl from the pavilion end to Hassan, who was out cheaply in the first innings. But we are ready to get underway. 257 the target then for Glamorgan to win this game. It's 10 wickets needed for the Foxes. Holland stands bowling from the pavilion end. He's going to bowl right arm round the wicket to Hassan. And he stands still. And the update coming now just ahead of the first ball of the innings. And the chase has just started, Jack, for Glamorgan. They need 256 to win this game. Leicestershire bowled out a few moments ago for 257. A 40-run partnership for the final wicket between Tom Scriven and Josh Hull, putting them in a decent position. It was a fabulous rearguard action. Ben Mike with a valuable score, adding on to a brilliant 93 from Sheridan Gums, his maiden first-class 50. He was unlucky not to get a maiden first-class 100. We have it here, probably 65-35 in Leicestershire's favour to win this game. It will be a huge victory in their fight to avoid relegation, but Glamorgan have won games like this, digging out and battling hard in tough games, and getting tough victories against tough opposition. So this is going to be a really intriguing chase. 256 on a tricky pitch is going to be a real challenge for Glamorgan. Leicestershire need 10 wickets though for their second win of the season. So you didn't miss anything really. A few balls from Ian Holland there, and blocked by Hassan. So yet to get underway in terms of the chase. 257 to win. Holland in. Outside off stump, bowled by Holland and left alone. But so well did Holland in the first innings. Got 4 wickets in the end. 4 for 30. Wrapped up the lower order. And he has been such a good performer for them. Missing for a few games this season. But over 20 wickets in this campaign. And he comes now past the umpire. He bowls. And defended by Al Hassan. It keeps low. And that's going to be the main issue. It's probably the variable bounce. The ball seems to be hooping around less than it was in the early stages of the match. But it's that variable bounce.
Yeah, obviously still a new ball, so there will be some swing on offer. But that first ball of the innings from Holland, absolutely climbing off a length. That'll be straight in the back of Al Hassan's mind.
Holland in, forward comes Hassan. He's moving across his stumps to try and negate the angle. That is the end of the first over. Glamorgan yet to get off the mark. Do get in touch with us, by the way. Less cricket at bbc.co.uk or Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk, whatever takes your fancy. 257 though the target here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales, as we bring you live coverage on the BBC Sport website and app of this game. Leicestershire looking for their second win of the season. It would be huge for them in their fight to avoid relegation.
It would be 2 in a row as well, won't it?
Would be. They would get 19 points with a victory, which would take them to 91 points, so level with Surrey. Although Surrey will pick up a few bonus points if they were to lose, but not lose, as they look favourites too against Nottinghamshire. But they would probably end up second bottom by the end of this round of fixtures. So one of Hampshire and Yorkshire will win, so they will stay ahead of Leicestershire.
Here is Josh Hull from the Bennett end, and that one squares up Asa Tribe, who does get off the mark for a thickish edge out towards forward point. So Glamorgan's run scoring underway, but in unconvincing style. If Josh Hull can just get it in the right areas. We've seen sort of medium fast bowlers throughout the match causing issues for batters from both sides. But Hull, with his extra pace and the extra height that he delivers from, that could be an absolute handful for Al Hassan, Tribe and the rest. It is Zain Al Hassan on strike as Hull runs in towards us. Bowls, and Al Hassan leaves alone. I mean, it was wide of the off stump, so it was a pretty comfortable leave in terms of that, but that was a fullish pitch delivery which is climbed so far. Tattersall takes it head high in front of first slip.
It is a fine leave, you are right, but the issue is you can shoulder arms there to a length delivery and you could glove it.
That's the issue, isn't it? That's exactly what I was talking about. If he can just find those areas and maybe bowl a little bit tighter to the stumps, still bowl on that similar length, he will get that variable bounce, Josh Hull. Here he is bowling, and that's a much better line, that. Pace, bounce, zip, and past the outside edge. The shoulder of the bat, really, of Zain Al Hassan. Goes and inspects the pitch. Taps down where that ball pitched. Not sure how much the gardening is actually going to help in their efforts to chase down this 257, but it's a psychological thing, I guess, as a batter. Leicestershire fielders very excited at the prospect of what is to come. Here is Hull once more, and that's a nice looking drive from Al Hassan out towards the cover boundary. Won't quite reach the boundary, but will bring him at least a couple. In fact, he'll get back for 3. Just a bit of extra width there from Hull, and Al Hassan playing it nicely, not looking to smash the cover off it, just guiding it away into that gap. immediately. Change of batter, but it's only 2 slips for Ace of Tribe, so interesting tactic from Leicestershire. Gums coming out of the slip cordon into a short mid-wicket position as Hull is in and Tribe defends out towards point.
Yeah, what do you reckon? They'll go full on the toes and try and get him to chip it.
Maybe. Does like a flick leg side, and maybe that's exactly why Gums is in that position. Got a short extra cover in place as well, so no conventional mid-off, so that extra cover fielder covering both positions there. Mid-off and cover. Hull in bowls, bit of extra bounce, well negotiated by Tribe to backward point. And another example in that over of the variable bounce that will be the major problem here for Glamorgan in this chase. If you are just joining us, Nick Eshragani, Adam Whitty and Nick Webb with you as Glamorgan look to chase down 257 to win this match. And they are off and running, 4 without loss after the first 2. So Zainul Hassan and Asa Tribe, the 2 batters for Glamorgan. Ian Holland will continue from the pavilion end with ball in hand.
Well, Hull got plenty out of the pitch there. What can Holland do? He's bowling from the pavilion end. And he's got a nick, has he? The umpire's finger goes up and Leicestershire have got their first wicket. Ul Hassan prodding forward. And the outside edge finds Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps. Leicestershire get the first breakthrough, the first of 10 that they need. And Glamorgan are 4 for 1 and lose an early wicket.
It was a nice delivery, wasn't it? Just angled in, held its line a touch. Ul Hassan felt he had to play at it because of the angle into him. And it just left him enough to find the feather touch that it needed for Leicestershire to pick up their first wicket. 4 for 1, 257 the target. And Leicestershire with their tails up.
Well, they've started bowling really well, and you have to say, we were sort of commenting on the fact that it felt like the pitch had sort of lost its bounce and its variability, and the demons had gone in the pitch, whereas it might just be that the ball had got a bit old and the bowlers for Glamorgan had got a bit tired, because you are seeing this pitch alive and well, and the chaos that it can cause. We saw that in the over from Hull, but also if you stick it on a decent line and length like Holland did there, you will find the edge. So 1 down for Leicestershire, and this task for Glamorgan even harder. They need 252. And you're right, it's a beautiful delivery. Goes to angle in towards the left-hander and then just nips away at the last second.
It wasn't big movement either, just enough to find that outside edge. So Kieran Carlson, the skipper, comes in at number 3. He's got a massive task ahead of him here. Holland will return back over the wicket, so it's 2 right-handers out there at the moment now in Carlson and Tribe.
Holland 22 on his back, bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Carlson. 3 slips in place and a backward point. Here comes Holland, bounding in. He's up to the wicket. He bowls left alone outside off stump. Bit of outswing away from him.
I think it's Nick Kelly there at mid-wicket. You talk about walking in, don't you, and showing energy as a fielder. He has walked in a long way and he looks like he means business there. It's amazing what an early wicket can do to the rest of the fielding team, even if you're not contributing as a bowler, just the energy that you show out there.
I think if you watch Rahan Ahmed here, he's going to do exactly the same thing at cover. Here comes Holland. Oh, it's a beauty, and that zips up off the pitch. And it gets Carlson recoiling back, dropping his hands. And you can hear, can't you, in RFX microphone, Leicestershire are chirping and chatty. They have got their tails up. And that's quite interesting, actually. I wonder if they have put, you know, sort of the 2 most characterful fielders, Ahmed and Kelly, in mid-wicket and cover, just in the eye line of the players charging in. Here comes Holland. Straight ball this time, the leg stump line. And it's just defended back to Ben Mike at mid-on. Smiles on the faces of the Leicestershire players as it stands. 4 for 1, 257 the target.
If they can get another couple of early ones, they'll fancy a day on the golf course tomorrow, won't they?
They will. Got a long way to go. 44 overs in this session remain. Here comes Holland. Past the umpire, bowls and beats him. A tentative push at that from Carlson. This is tough batting for Glamorgan at the moment.
We're going to see a lot of that, aren't we? Playing and missing, particularly early on with the new ball. Holland just wobbling it around enough to cause a few issues for the batters.
Here comes Holland past the umpire, bowls, and that's clipped through mid-wicket, finds the gap. There are two men in tight straight on the leg side, but they get a single. And it's 5 for 1. Carlson off the mark, but a successful over for Leicestershire. Wicket off the first ball of the over. 1 for 1, Holland's figures. Glamorgan are 5 for 1. They need 251 to win this game with 9 wickets left.
I'm really excited to see how Josh Hull goes in this spell, because he doesn't need to do anything too fancy. Just put it on a spot. Don't try and bowl too fast. It's not your pace that's necessarily going to get you the wickets. He has extra pace naturally anyway than the rest of these bowlers, but just get it in those right areas and the pitch will do the rest. Here is Hull from the Bennett end once more. In and it's tucked away off the hip of Carlson out towards deep square leg. There is protection on the boundary, so it will just be 1. Hull looking to bring the ball back in to the right-hander. Hence maybe why there's only 2 slips for his bowling. Two Patels in the slip cordon. Rishi and Ajaz. Hull runs in again. Bowls, and it's defended by Tribe towards that short mid-wicket fielder. It's Sheridan Gum standing there. And he'll be feeling very, very good after his 93 in that second innings. Could be a match-winning knock for his side in what is just his 3rd first-class match.
Sol Budinger set to return pretty soon too, but I think he's, well, I'd be stunned if he's not starting next week in Scarborough against Yorkshire.
Hull bowls and Tribe punches into a gap there at cover. Takes the single. If Gums isn't starting, you mean?
What did I say?
He'd be stunned if he's not starting, but is that Budinger
That's
or Gums you're talking
sorry.
about?
Gums, yeah. He's earned himself a place in the team, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Carlson back on strike. Then it is Hull back up to the top of his mark. It's a long way away, isn't it? It's quite a long run up that Josh Hull has got. Bustles in, delivers down the leg side. Good take by Tattersall, away to his left. See, this is the issue with Josh Hull, isn't it? Just the lack of consistency. All he needs to do is put it on a good line and length. Don't worry about the swing too much or anything like that. Just place it on that spot. It's like the old coaching techniques, isn't it, where you put a handkerchief or a 10-pence piece or whatever it might be, a cone. Say just aim for that spot time and time again, and on a pitch like this it will do the rest of the work for you. Hull bowls, that's much better. Hits Carlson in the midriff and thuds away into the offside, no run.
That length is that's the killer length. So that turned into a bit of a daisy cutter in the end, but good swing. That was threatening. It swung more than I thought right back into him. Hull looks in the mood there. Sort of he just turned and saw him walk back after that delivery. He's got a face of purpose and concentration.
Hull charges in, delivers, and Carlson is forward in defence towards mid-on. No run, so end of another over. Glamorgan on to 7 for 1. 250 more required. 9 wickets in hand, and a pitch that's doing plenty.
249 to win. This is a really engaging period of play. Clouds have come across us too. The conditions very batter friendly. New ball, a green tinged pitch for most of it anyway.
It's been bowler friendly throughout, hasn't it, this entire match?
Tribe currently scratching out off stump and middle and off there. He's batting right in front of his stumps as Holland comes in, bowls, driven straight back to Holland, who fields with his left hand, just sticks it out and catches it. Tribe 2 not out from 6, Carlson 2 from 9. The wicket to fall, Al Hassan caught behind. With the score 4 for 1, 4 for no loss I mean. The umpire's sticking out his left hand to block Holland from starting. Now he's ready, 3 slips wait, hands on their knees as Holland comes in, straight delivery. And it's defended by Tribe. Still afternoon, it's a bit windy yesterday, you had the trees swaying in the breeze. They are dead still this afternoon. The flags limp on the flagpoles as Holland comes in and beats Ace of Tribe, who turns immediately, regretful at having played and poked at that. It's outside off stump. Didn't have to play at it, but it was that horrible line that made him feel his back was miles away from his body. It's the sort of shot you play when you feel under pressure.
It's probably wide enough to leave alone, which is why he turned and regretted it.
42 and a half overs left in the day. Holland comes in on thick inside edge to mid-wicket. There's this sense of nervousness around the batting conditions at the moment. It is horrible stuff out there to face.
Certainly is, and look at the encouragement there from the slip cord in particular.
Holland, elbows jutting out as he meanders in. He bowls outside off stump. And, that one is easier to leave alone for Tribe, which he does. Final ball of the 5th over coming up. Reminder, if you're just joining us, Glamorgan need 257 to win after Leicestershire's lower order put together a really strong rear guard to push them into a pretty imposing total. Here comes Holland, straight and defended with the battered an angle from Tribe, and it's played out into the offside. That's the end of the over. A maiden from Holland. He's 1 from 1 off 3 overs, and the score is 7 for 1. So Glamorgan need 250 to win.
250 more required. Doesn't sound like a lot, but certainly seems a long way away at the moment for Glamorgan, given the pitch, the conditions, and the way Leicestershire have started with the ball. Here is Josh Hull once more, and that's been punched away straight to Ahmed there at cover point. No run. Sun currently behind some fairly low clouds above Grace Road, but I don't think they'll threaten us with any rain.
Does just darken things though, doesn't it? Just makes it a tad bit more difficult. It was already hard enough.
Hull then runs in once more. Bowls, and well, that's just a nice tap and run from Carlson into the offside. Defensive shot, realises that it's well away from the fielders, and he's quickly through for a single. They'll need lots more of that, Glamorgan, just to build a partnership from somewhere. One good thing, they've not been given any freebies so far from Leicestershire.
They've been tight on their lines. I think we've had one ball from Hull, but it was so bad that, that the batsman couldn't hit it.
Hull in, and that's defended away. It keeps a little bit low. It's blocked out towards mid-off.
What do we reckon here, Nikesh? Is he going to bowl one that goes across the right-hander? He's bowling one that will come in, shaping in towards him. I think there's going to be a delivery coming in this over that holds its line and holds the angle.
That might be the surprise for Asa Tribe or Kieran Carlson. Here is Hull, that's full, and it's driven straight back past him for 4. Just over-pitch that from Hull, and Tribe plays it really nicely. Not quite off the middle of the bat, but he got more than a big chunk of it. Welcome boundary for Glamorgan.
I don't think I'd mind that too much if I was Josh Hull. It's okay to get players driving and get them taking risks to the delivery, but I suspect Asa Tribe won't mind it too much either.
Tribe standing tall in his stance and tucking the ball off his hip, but straight to gums there at short mid-wicket. Could see the temptation maybe from Hull after being hit for 4. Typical big fast bowler's mentality was to dig the ball slightly short, bowler bouncer, but just persisting with that short of a length, knowing that you don't want to waste any deliveries here. 257 target, they're 12 for 1, and you know that if you get it on that spot just short of a length, the odd one's going to bounce, the odd one's going to skid low. Hull in, wrapped on the pads, shout for LBW. I think it was pitching outside leg. And they're through for a leg bye. End of the over. Glamorgan on to 13 for 1 then. Let's have a look at this. I think it was pitching comfortably outside leg and hitting quite high up as well. So not the best case for LBW there from Josh Hull.
13 for 1. 6 overs gone.
And the sun makes another appearance as well, so I better stick my shades on.
Are those prescription or your eyes are fine, aren't they?
Well, no, I do wear contact lenses for astigmatism, but I just...
Here comes Holland, straight delivery on middle stump. That is guided away. Thick inside edge from Tribe to mid-wicket, no run.
But yeah, I can just go for any shades I like on top of the contacts.
Looking stylish today, Nikesh, I think. Good shacket.
Thank you very much.
Holland, 22 on his back, bowling from the pavilion end. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Tribe. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. Again on that off-stump line. It's relentless consistency. Forward comes a very hot prospect, Tribe. Plays it back to Holland.
Still lots of chat out there. Slips look like a hungry pack of wolves just awaiting their next feed, don't they? Ready for the kill.
Holland past the umpire. Straight as a dart on a middle stump line this time. It's giving nothing to the Glamorgan batsman. 1 for 1. He's halfway through his 4th over, his figures so far.
Yeah, leading the way, captain of Leicestershire.
In the other games, Hampshire 31 for no loss in pursuit of 278 to win against Yorkshire. Essex 239 for 3 following on against Somerset. Holland in, left alone, nearly though, nearly nibbled at by Tribe. This one was a tad fuller and a tad wider, and Tribe nearly went for it but decided to pull out at the last minute. So yeah, 239 for 3, so they trail by 72 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Surrey 32 for 2 as they try and chase over 300. They need 297 to win with 8 wickets remaining. That's going to be a tough task for Surrey. Holland moving away from us. Oh, he's struck on the pad. Big appeal for Loper for wicket. He's out. A second wicket for Ian Holland and a second wicket for Leicestershire. It looked a good shout. Looked like it just jagged back in off the seam at the last moment. Full delivery. And that relentless consistency has paid dividends. Holland gets his second wicket. Tribe has to depart for 6, and Glamorgan in a bit of bother now. They're 13 for 2. They need 243 to win with 8 wickets remaining.
Yeah, that was another good example of Ian Holland just putting it on that right spot. This time angled in, keeps a touch low, skids on, and Asa Tribe trapped in front of his off stump. It's a good shout, good decision, and Glamorgan in big trouble now, having lost both their openers. Ian Holland, the captain, picking up both Asa Tribe and Zainul Hassan in this opening spell. Exactly what Leicestershire would have wanted after the tea interval. That 257 now looks an absolute mile away. In at number 4, Ben Kellaway. Wasn't much resistance from Glamorgan in the course of that first innings. Tribe made 19. He was the third top scorer of the innings, but you look at the top of the order. Duck for Zainul Hassan, he's already gone. Carlson only made 5, Kellaway 7. It wasn't until that middle order when we started seeing a few double figure scores. So he's not exactly coming into this with a great deal of confidence, Ben Kellaway. And he's up against Ian Holland, who is enjoying bowling in these conditions, shall we say. 2 for 1 off 3.5 overs.
Big celebration after that wicket, just watching the replay. He's bowled so well. They're a good partnership, aren't they, these two? Hull is bringing that sort of pace and bounce, and there's a tad of inconsistency there, but it's worth it for the added bounce and sort of the variety he can bring, whereas Holland at the other end is just putting it on a 50 pence piece time after time after time. It's so difficult to bat against. So Kellaway's first ball then, last ball of the over, and Kellaway goes to punch this. He plays at a shot he didn't need to off the back foot. And that is the end of the over. 13 for 2, the breakthrough for Leicestershire. And Glamorgan need 243 to win this game. And they've got 8 wickets remaining.
And Adam will make way for Nick Webb alongside me. Josh Hull just makes his way to the top of his mark. Leicestershire fielders moving around very quickly in between overs as well. As Hull runs in, bowls, and Carlson leaves alone, almost just sort of stuck in his stance. Backlift still there, not much movement, and realising he didn't have to play at that one, wide of the off stump. Welcome back, Nick, and this is exactly what Glamorgan didn't want.
Yeah, it's quite tortuous, isn't it? Quite tortuous progress, fewer than 2 runs and over. And you get the feeling they need a little counter-attack from someone, because Leicestershire really are dictating the game at the moment.
Maybe Carlson the most likely to provide that, as Hull is in, and that's tucked away off his hip down towards short fine. It's Tattersall in pursuit and keeps it down to just a single. He's given his leg byes, in fact, so straight off the hip of Carlson, who remains on 3. Glamorgan now 14 for 2. Just looking at the pitch and sort of your experience of covering the game over so many years, any chance, do you think, at this stage of the umpires having a look and thinking that this pitch might need to be looked at and some conversations might need to be had? Okay, your thoughts on that in just a second after this ball from Josh Hull. Short of a length, defended away by Kellaway, no run.
I think there's little doubt that it'll be marked below average. Whether it slips into the poor category and points deduction territory, I'm sure all Welsh viewers and listeners would say yes, it does. Leicestershire fans point to the rather turgid draw in Cardiff earlier in the season, say, well, that wasn't a great pitch either.
Here is Josh Hull once more. Short down the leg side, and Kellaway misses out. It's a good take by Tattersall.
Yeah,
could have just got any kind of bat on it, and it would have flew away for 4 down towards fine leg.
There's enough batting in this Glamorgan side, but it's just all the momentum, isn't it, with Leicestershire at the moment, having had 129 runs for their last 4 wickets, thanks to the efforts of Gums, Mike and Scriven.
Hull bowls short, and it's well played by Kellaway down towards fine leg. There is protection there in the form of Tom Scriven. So it will just be 1, 15 for 2. 257 is the target. We often look at lineups and think, yeah, well, there's so much batting in there and they bat quite deep, but in these conditions you're never really in, are you?
No, I mean, I don't think it's bouncing quite as often as it was, but Hull's got the ability to make it.
Here he is, bowls full, and that's nicely driven by Carlson, but fielded there at mid-off by mid-on, actually running around and cutting it off, so it wasn't timed particularly well, but hit firmly enough for a single. 16 for 2, and an announcement that lo and behold, after my praising of the manual scoreboard, there's an issue with it at the moment. It seems to be stuck.
Yeah, one of the digits.
I think it looks like 160 for 2, doesn't it? Which Glamorgan would certainly take.
Yes, ka-chunk, someone needs to pull the string a bit harder. Or maybe they've pulled it too hard and something's broken away to our left there. As Holland is in to bowl, and that's turned on the leg side by Carlson. No run.
Came very low again, didn't it, that one? Which I guess is not specific to this pitch. It is quite slow and low here at Grace Road generally, especially as matches go on into days 3 and 4.
Yeah, I've done 1 or 2 here that have dribbled to a conclusion as Holland is in to bowl, and that one certainly didn't keep low. It's fizzed and bounced and beaten Carlson on the outside edge through the keeper.
Well, if you just had a camera sort of from 3/4 of the way down the pitch and then looking at the batter playing that shot and the keeper taking it, you would think that Kieran Carlson is facing up here to a Brett Lee or a Jofra Archer, somebody like that.
Holland bustles in and bowls, and Carlson pushing forward. Comes off the outer half of the bat, but safely enough to cover, and there's no run. Yes, well, Olasan got a few to fly, didn't he?
Yep.
Bowling at a similar sort of pace. Toole got a couple of wickets, and he's not express pace. Got 5 in the match. 4 apiece from Holland and Mike in the first innings, as Carlson comes forward in the battle of the captains and defends to Ahmed at cover, no run. 3 slips and plenty of chirp and bounce in the Leicestershire infield, as you might expect in these circumstances. Glamorgan 16 for 2 in the 9th over. Chasing, well, chasing might be a bit generous in the needing 257 as Carlson defends. Well, it looks as like Carlson has decided he's going to play things on their merits. Gums managed to survive a long time by doing so. Faced a lot of dot balls, did Sheridan Gums in his excellent 93. As things stand, that looks like potentially the match-winning innings, by far the biggest score. As Holland bowls, Carlson is forward, defending to Ahmed at cover. There is no run. It's a maiden over sent down by Ian Holland, who now has 2 wickets for 1 run in 5 overs. So the man they unsurprisingly called Dutchie is the hero of the hour for his side at the moment.
Yep. We're going to have a change in bowling as well. Ben Mike, who, as you mentioned, took 4 wickets in that Glamorgan first innings, will be bowling from the Bennett end, replacing Josh Hull. I think that's a good decision. 4 overs for Josh Hull, see what he can do, and then over to Ben Mike, who had so much success, particularly from that Bennett end. Mike just loosening up, bowling a few deliveries there to Rehan Ahmed, who's fielding at mid-on. 3 slips in place for Ben Mike as he gets prepared to bowl to Ben Kellaway. Kellaway taking his time just to remark his guard. He's ready now, here we go. Mike at the top of his mark, starts to run in. Bowls and, oh, that's a big booming drive out towards deep cover for 4. So a nice half volley for Kellaway, just to get stuck into his first boundary. Glamorgan on to 20 for 2.
Nicely timed shot from Ben Kellaway. As you say, it was there to be dispatched. Ben Kellaway with a top score of 139 this season. That was at Edgbaston in round 6, the end of the first block. He's also got 3 other half centuries.
Mike runs in, bowls, and Kellaway just defends the ball to backward point. That's more the area he wants to be, certainly the length. Just pulled it back a touch with that delivery.
Keith Davis says, regardless of the pitch, which Leicestershire have done well on, our top 9 all have centuries to their credit. Yeah, Tim Van Hoogtens was in the One Day Cup, so I'll be disappointed if we don't chase it down. High hopes still.
Here is Mike. It's short and wide and cut down into the ground and just past that off stump. Tattersall takes it. It wasn't a million miles away.
Neil Thornycroft says optimistically, repeat of Somerset when Glamorgan won by 2 wickets, chasing 270 odd. Thanks to Sean Dixon and night watchman Ryan Hadley. Put put together a big stand.
Plenty of Glamorgan fans in here at Grace Road hoping for the same. Here's Mike. And once again, that's left alone by Kellaway.
Stephen Moss, with tongue-in-cheek one suspects, says first innings lead critical. It was just one run. G. Evans, huge opportunity. Implore Kieran not to try and hit the leather off every delivery, relying on you now. If you rely on me, you're in trouble. I speak more to his parents during the course of a game than I do to Kieran himself. I'm sure he's got better things to do.
He's not tried to hit the leather off too many so far. He's resisted that temptation as Mike runs in, and that's almost another drag on from Kellaway. This time an inside edge that trickles away to backward square leg. Still no run, but looking to push at those sharp rising deliveries just outside off stump. Good battle this between the two number 8s, Ben Mike and Ben Kellaway, the two Bens. Still 3 slips standing and waiting for that edge. Mike into Kellaway, and that does come off an edgy part of the bat down towards deep third. We'll give him a little bit of credit. He did mean to guide it in that region. Went a little bit finer than I think he was intending there. Kellaway, if he gets himself a single, he'll retain strike, with Glamorgan now 21 for 2 in their pursuit of 257.
A little bit of a nervous jab from Kellaway, but safe in the end. Skies overhead, mostly overcast, a little bit of blue sky visible, but clouds may be centering over the Glamorgan dressing room at the moment after this nervous, sketchy start. Carlson and Kellaway, two Welsh-born players in the side, looking to repair things as Holland chugs in and bowls, and Kellaway defends. Back to him. Oh, sorry, this is Holloway. The scoreboard's just got a little bit behind.
It has. I think the Wi-Fi's gone as well at Grace Road, our media Wi-Fi.
21 for 2. Target 257. Morgan need a partnership of substance in the next wicket or two, as that keeps low and turned away on the leg side. Carlson calls them through for a quick single, and I think that's hit someone's bat and ricocheted away, and Kieran Carlson says no, I'm not going to run for that. There was an overthrow, well, sort of overthrow there, but Kieran Carlson said no, it deflected off my bat, so we won't take that one.
Yep, good sportsmanship there from Kieran Carlson.
22 for 2. Well, the manual scoreboard is all over the place.
Well, they've got the 22, haven't they? But they've got sort of half another number.
And another number now.
Oh yeah, it's 23 now, isn't it?
Very odd. As it's actually 22, the score, as Kellaway defends. Pretty sure the score on your screen is correct if you're watching on the video screen as well. 22 for 2, 11th over. So Glamorgan, as in the first innings, trying to tough it out rather than counter-attack. So Carlson defends that one to mid-on. Hull Fields, no run. Carlson now 4 off 22 deliveries, which, considering that he's often one of the fastest scoring members of the side, shows the nature of his approach. Trying to apply himself, make sure his eye is well in, and he has got the measure of the pitch, if anyone can. Gums managed it pretty well. Holland in, bowls. Carlson defends back to the bowler, who gets a hand to it and knocks it sideways in his follow-through. Picked up by Kelly, coming in from the leg side. And the ball ran towards cover.
So the score 22. It's also the number on the back of Ian Holland's shirt.
Yeah, the green numbers for the Foxes, the red ones for Glamorgan. Rare that you don't have a side without black numbers in a match, as Carlson is forward defending. Single off the over, 22 for 2. Glamorgan needing 257 runs in all. For victory, we have 36 overs remaining this evening, light permitting. So you would have thought we have a pretty good idea by close of play who's likely to win this match.
We certainly will. And, if Glamorgan fans hear their big numbers, I guess they'll know, won't they, towards the end of the day, whether or not they're going to come here happy tomorrow morning and a chance of a victory, which they'll dearly love, as Ben Mike comes in and Kellaway defends out towards Gully, and they do sneak through for a single. Gums had to put in a dive to stop that. That's what they'll want, the fans who have made the trip here, if they are to come back tomorrow, just for their side to still be in with a chance. At the moment that looks quite some way away, particularly if Leicestershire can pick up another 2 or 3 wickets this evening. Run scoring hasn't been all that easy either. It's going at just around 2 runs and over. Glamorgan, as Mike is in, and that's bounced off a length once again. Tattersall taking it head height, diving away towards his right in front of first slip.
Been tough work for the 2 experienced wicketkeepers in this match. Johnny Tattersall taking that one halfway to slip and around about head high. And Chris Cook having a bit of diving and a bit of grubbing in the dirt to do.
Carlson standing tall, waiting and leaving the next ball, which shoots almost along the ground. It's another good take by Tattersall, this time low down to his right.
Well, you certainly can't leave on length on this pitch. Tattersall was out leaving one from Ul Hassan that came in a bit. It
didn't come in all that much, did it? But it was just more a case of it was a short of a length delivery. Usually you'd expect those to bounce over the stumps anyway. Next ball is straighter and it's flicked away out towards deep square leg and it's fielded on the boundary. They get back through for a couple. This is what Glamorgan need. They need to weather this early storm from Leicestershire and just knock things around, just as Sheridan Gums did in that Leicestershire second innings. Don't worry if you play and miss it a few, because that's going to happen on a pitch like this.
Yeah, the trouble is for Glamorgan that Ian Holland is quite likely to bowl a 10 over spell here, isn't he?
Here's Mike at the moment from the Bennett end in, and that's left alone by Carlson outside off. Yeah, Holland's bowled 6 so far. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 2.
And Leicestershire's still got Scriven to come among the spinners, the seamers rather, before you get to the double spin attack of Ajaz Patel and Rian Ahmed, both test players.
Mike to complete the over then. into Carlson. Another sharp rising delivery. Well left by Carlson, just outside off stump. End of the over. Glamorgan 25 for 2, chasing 257 for victory. So another 232 needed. Got a minimum of 35 overs left in the day's play. And there you hear the change in bowling, so it will just be a 6-over spell for Ian Holland, and it's Tom Scriven, as you heard there on the on the announcement at the ground.
Jeff Walker from Cumbraen has been back with a final sporting memory from his time in Earl Shilton. Mentioned seeing Viv Richards play in a Leicestershire Glamorgan match. Also saw Newport County play Hinkley Town in the Beezer Homes Midland Division. Gosh, that was a while away, when Newport County were building back up from the bottom. Scriven bowls down leg side. Callaway misses out slightly. It's a good diving stop by Tattersall away to his left. Newport County having gone bust and started again with a new club.
You mentioned Viv Richards there. Lots of big names have played for Glamorgan over the years. I want to ask you a bit about Shubman Gill actually, and how he was received during a short spell there, and how you feel he got on.
As Scriven balls turned away on the leg side by Callaway. No run to mid-wicket. Yes, he's obviously a classy player. It was early in his Test career, but obviously a classy player. I think he got 1 century and maybe one other score in a brief spell of about a month with Glamorgan. As Scriven turns, runs away from us at the pavilion end, and Callaway defends it back to the bowler. This match he played in down at Hove. I think he was somewhat surprised to find the rest of the team walking from the hotel to the ground, because it wasn't it's a quarter an hour or so, and I don't think he did walk.
Can't walk anywhere in India without getting mobbed, so probably not used to it.
As Scriven is in to bowl to Callaway, falls over, but Callaway isn't distracted as he deflects it down into the gully, and there is no run. Another brief visitor from India to Glamorgan colours. Mr. Ganguly was on one occasion observed having a personal net bowler, if you like, for throwdowns during the game. Brought a mate of his along to do the honours for him. 25 for 2 as Callaway defends on the offside, and there's no run.
I think he had a much more enjoyable spell at Glamorgan than he did at Lancashire, with a few issues with certain Mr. Flintoff, I believe, during that spell there. Of course, Ravi Shastri being the most famous Indian overseas player that has played for Glamorgan over the years, and still talks very fondly about his time in Cardiff, as I'll allude to in just a moment.
Scriven into Callaway again, defended, no run. Sourav Ganguly, 5 matches, hit 3 centuries for Glamorgan, so that's a pretty good return, average 62.
Not too shabby from the former Indian captain. Yeah, Ravi Shastri, I was on commentary with him during an India-Australia series 3 years ago for SEN, and there was a dull period in play, and he sort of lost his enthusiasm, wasn't quite talking with the same Ravi Shastri and the tracer bullet, and none of that was coming out. So I Sort of thought, let's change tack here, talk about Glamorgan, and all of a sudden his eyes lit up and he was talking about all the pubs he visited in South Wales and all these types of things. He certainly had a good time there and was a very good player. As Mike goes full into Carlson, that's been flicked away for 4 out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Slightly over-pitched and easy pickings for Carlson. Adam Whitty back in alongside me for a brief moment. Have you got an update on Radio Leicester?
I have indeed.
I'm going to make way in a few minutes anyway. So.
Oh, is it you? Sorry, I thought I tapped the wrong shoulder.
If you want to stick around, and I'll do this over and back to Nick. Mike into Carlson, and that's edged and down to deep third. Josh Hull with the fielding. He was looking to flick leg side and got a thin edge past that slip cordon. So 257 the target, 30 for 2 Glamorgan. Kellaway 8, Carlson 11. Kellaway stands waiting. Gets one down the leg side, which he misses out on, he'll feel. Another good take by Tattersall behind the stumps. He's had a fair bit of work to do, hasn't he, Adam?
Yeah, he's been having to dive and chase everything. Tattersall, he's done really well. I mean, obviously, look, he's a seasoned pro, Johnny Tattersall. He hasn't had a lot of time behind the wickets recently. He had a knee injury that kept him out for quite a few weeks and months. And then Ben Cox has been the first choice wicketkeeper. He's been playing as a fielder, Tattersall. Certainly got a good workout for his legs and knees today. As Mike goes full with his next ball, and Kellaway drives gently to mid-on. No run. This partnership just creeping along though. It's worth 17 at the moment. They've done well to settle the ship, haven't they? It was pretty rocky after Tribe went. Still looks tricky to bat out there. They've both been out there for some time, but still don't look fully settled, do they? Ball hasn't done as much for Mike as it did for Holland, certainly earlier on. There's been the odd one that skipped up off a length, but they've been off target. And so Mike goes full again, and that's been comfortably defended by Kellaway back down the pitch. Not been quite as consistent with his lines and lengths either in this innings, Ben Mike, as he was in the first. He took 4 wickets. And we said it yesterday, didn't we? While he was bowling incredibly well, this can be the issue with him. It's the consistency, backing up performances. He was marvellous yesterday and looks a top bowler, looks a top all-rounder sometimes, but then he's just a tad mercurial. Here he is, bowling, and Kellaway flicks the ball towards short mid-wicket. Another dot ball to finish off the over. 5 from it then. Glamorgan 30 for 2, chasing 257. Now, I'm going to take a break. I'll leave you in the capable hands of both Nick Webb and Adam Whitty. I made a meal out of that, so we're all dancing round. Got that all wrong. So 30 for 2. Glamorgan, they are chasing 257 to win this game. I'll do an update in a second on Radio Leicester at full time in the football there, so I'll give a bit of a review of what we of the match situation. But Glamorgan just recovering from a very difficult start. Here comes the update. And Leicestershire have started brilliantly. Glamorgan are 30 for 2. Ian Holland has got 2 early wickets in this chase. Glamorgan need 257 to win this game, but the wickets of Ul Hassan and Tribe to Ian Holland's relentlessly accurate bowling has meant that the Foxes are well on top in this game. It's a pitch with plenty of life and bounce. The Foxes bowlers are hunting as a pack. Can they get key wickets towards the end of the evening and hopefully set up a second victory of the season? Glamorgan 30 for 2 at the moment. Glamorgan need 226 to win. The Foxes need 8 wickets.
Yeah, not a happy day for the footballing Foxes, going down 2-1 at home to Burton Albion.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been some pretty rough days as a Leicester City fan recently. I think losing 2-1 at home to Burton Albion, I think you could make a very good point. That's one of the biggest days in Burton Albion's history, couldn't you? Remarkable victory. So there was an appeal for leg before wicket in the previous ball by Tom Scriven. Didn't get it. That's a beauty from Scriven. The ball spitting up off the surface. And it beat Carlson. All ends up 30 for 2 is the score.
Earlier in League 2, Newport County lost 5-3 in the seven-side derby away to Bristol Rovers. In the afternoon matches in the Championship, 3 draws for the Welsh sides. Cardiff City 2-2 at Derby, Swansea City 0-0 at home to Sheffield United, and Wrexham 1-1 at home to Watford.
Scriven, 88 on his back, comes in, bowls. It's a very good leave from Carlson. So it goes over the stumps, left on length. And taken by Tattersall behind the stumps. I don't know if you have seen the video that's been doing the rounds of a Bristol Rovers player who used to play for Newport. Forgive me, let me try. Bobby Camwa.
Yeah.
Doing an
He wasn't
Adebayor.
hugely popular with celebrating scoring against his previous side.
Yes, done an Adebayor and run from one pitch to the other to celebrate in front of the home fans. Scriven up to the wicket, bowls. That hits the top of the bat. No run. Carlson survives 11 off 35.
Premier League scores, give you the afternoon matches. If you want to watch Match of the Day without knowing the scores, then cover your ears for 20 seconds. Hull City beating Manchester United 2-0. Everton 2-0 winners against Crystal Palace. Ipswich beat Sunderland 2-1 and Leeds won 1-0 at Nottingham Forest. And Scriven's turns.
Past the umpire. Bowls. Oh, is that oh, it's dropped. Really tough chance. There's a leading edge to third slip. Tried to whip it away through the leg side, did Carlson. He got a leading edge. And then Patel at second slip. Ajaz Patel diving, tried to get a right hand to it. And he deflected it, didn't he, Nick? But he didn't quite get his hands around it. Very tough chance. In many ways, I think it's stopping a 4 as much as it is getting a wicket. So a single to Carlson. He will keep the strike for the next over. 31 for 2, but a chance goes down.
Yeah, really would have been a miracle chance, I think, and possibly needed a taller man than Ajaz Patel in that situation if you're going to take a realistic chance. Maybe Josh Hull might have caught it, but he wouldn't necessarily field it slip. As a new over begins with Carlson tucking one nicely off his legs from Ben Mike through mid-wicket. It's being pursued up to the mid-wicket boundary. There is a despairing attempt in the far distance. That's almost a different postcode from us, but it has gone for 4.
It's Rahan Ahmed trying to get it.
Full marks for effort. Carlson to 16, the total of 35 for 2. And Leicestershire used all 4 seamers fairly early on. Just a shortish burst from Hull. As Mike is in to bowl down leg side, Carlson flicks at it and there's no run. We're talking about Ravi Shastri. And although I watched him playing, I wasn't commentating at that time. 87 to 91 with Glamorgan, played 62 first-class matches, hit 20 centuries, average of 42.5,
On the bowling front, he took 95 wickets as an average of 34. He didn't always bowl Ravi Shastri with Glamorgan because he lost his action at one point and got a case of the yips.
Really?
Yeah. So he went through a few periods, 90-odd wickets in 60-odd games. You can tell he wasn't always a regular. As Carlson checks his drive and plays it to cover, no run. Just a bit of cloud drifting overhead at the moment. A few shafts of sunlight away to our right. A little patch of blue sky or two. But the light has gone down a little bit, and may be the case that the floodlights are needed during the course. Well, I'm sure they will be brought on at some point before further 31 overs has been bowled, but I think they're unlikely to get through that. So Mike is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Carlson. That one spits and rears, and Carlson does well to get both his bat and his gloves out of the way of it.
Just a bit inconsistent from Mike. He's bowling some beauties like that, but there are some let-off balls in there somewhere.
I'm not sure whether we ought to be counting Leeds United as an extra Welsh side these days. I think they've got, I'm not a huge football expert, but I believe they've got 5 Welsh internationals in their squad. Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, they were victorious at Nottingham Forest as Mike bowls. Carlson flicks one off his legs again. That may run. No, it's hauled up just inside the square leg boundary, and for a moment Kelly making a bit of a hash of it. I thought it was almost going to flick it over the ropes, but managed to keep it safely inside. Carlson settles for 2 runs. Yeah, the team today had where are we? Joe Roden, captain by Ethan Ampadu, Harry Wilson all starting, Dan James on the bench. I think there's one other with Leeds, so forgive me if I'm wrong. Carlson on to 18 as Mike is in, and Carlson squared up by that one, pushes it back past the bowler. He was thinking about a single, but the man at cover raced in and fielded it. 37 for 2, lights off the scoreboard on the one side are shining out brightly. Now on the manual scoreboard away to our left, I think they've abandoned the final digit and they're using the hundreds digit for tens and the tens digit for ones, but one presumes this is going to run out of hundreds digits fairly at some point, unless they go up to 900.
I guess their hope is that they will not get 100 by the end of the day. It's unlikely, though, looking at it. We've got 30 overs left in the day, but then they might survive.
But we'll find out how far the hundreds column goes up to.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened. You were commentating. I was just poked my head out the back of the commentary box as Scriven starts a new over. Oh, he's bowled him! Callaway is out. That kept low. And a 3rd wicket falls for Glamorgan. Leicestershire have a key breakthrough. And Glamorgan now 37 for 3. Kellaway has to go for 8, and that was a daisy cutter. Kellaway beaten all ends up by a ball he couldn't do much about, and that is a key breakthrough. 37 for 3. Kellaway gone for 8.
Yeah, horrible bounce on that one, or lack of bounce for Ben Kellaway as he trudges back. His match is done, and well, you can say you can always get a bat to it, but he certainly wouldn't have been expecting the ball to shoot through shin high. And a lot of the wickets have been attributable to the sheer nervousness of batters, but that one really was the pitch that did it.
Yeah, agreed.
And Colin Ingram comes in to try and salvage one heck of a mess.
I think had it been a normal pitch or played normally, I think that probably would have been about rib rib height, probably bottom of the rib cage in terms of bounce, but in the end it was going through at shin height. He'd already gone back, Kellaway, and the second wicket, and crushed into his wicket. This is tough. 219 for Glamorgan to win. Seems a very uphill battle from here.
Yes, when Glamorgan set off, it gave them about a 35% chance of getting to the target. Now it's surely halved. It's very much the Foxes' big favourites to win this, either tonight or tomorrow. 30 overs remain after this one, as the left-handed Colin Ingram comes to the wicket. Out for 13, leg before to Mike in the first innings. Let's say Glamorgan's second top scorer in total this season.
3 slips. Scriven up to the wicket, bowls a wide delivery that shapes back into Ingram, but he wants nothing to do with that. That's the veteran batsman. 219 to win, the target 257. An eventful day. Come to an email in just a second. Do get in touch with us, by the way, if you want to tell us where you're listening, how you're listening to us, or watching as Scriven comes in. Beats Ingram, who prods outside off stump, bowling with the angle, and it goes across him. The U's and the R's. Less cricket at bbc.co.uk, all one word, or Glamorgan cricket, all one word at bbc.co.uk.
Yep.
Tony Baxter in Ontario. He's listening to the stream. What time will it be in Ontario at the moment? Probably about 11 o'clock in the morning, won't it? Maybe 9, 10 o'clock. As Scriven is in. Forward comes Ingram and defends to cover, no run. Good afternoon, gents. He says, greatly enjoying the live stream from Canada. I'm an ex-Leicestershire member who emigrated 20 years ago. I'm seeing a lot of dark muttering about points deductions for the state of the pitch. I'll say 2 things to that. In Leicestershire's position, draws are of little use to them, so I would think they're perfectly entitled to prepare a result pitch and hope they're on the right side of it. And secondly, in the current Australia-Bangladesh test match in Queensland, I see no such vexation. Scriven in, forward again comes Ingram, plays that to cover, almost a carbon copy of the previous delivery, no run. I see no such vexation between Australia and Bangladesh. 18 wickets for 229 runs or 74 overs in that game. 2 very good points. I suppose the pitch, I suppose on the results pitch side, there is a balance to be struck where batters must feel they are in the game. Scriven past the umpire, bowls, back goes Ingram this time and carves that away behind square. He'll get a single, he'll get off the mark. I wonder whether Sheridan Gums, Tom Scriven and Ben Mike have perhaps, with that third innings lower order display, perhaps warded off any fears of that. But you never know. Get the sense Glamorgan supporters are not particularly impressed.
You can say that again. You know, if 3 of the 4 innings are 150 thereabouts or fewer, I mean, Glamorgan folding cheaply would actually add to the arguments for Leicestershire to be docked points, so maybe it would be better for Leicestershire if Glamorgan got somewhere near but didn't quite get there.
Yeah.
Convoluted thinking maybe. Ben Mike will charge down from the Bennett end and bowl to Colin Ingram. 1 not out. Glamorgan need a long period of Ingram at the wicket as he plays that one dead bat into the offside. Fielded by Kelly at cover, no run.
Beginning to get to the stage where results are starting to become apparent. Surrey 67 for 5. They need 329 to win. I don't think they're going to get it. That might be over by the end of the day.
As might this. Mike in, bowls, Ingram drives, doesn't time it, plays it back to the bowler, no run.
Hampshire 64 for 2. They need 214 to win with 8 wickets to go against Yorkshire. Essex 278 for 3. They are at the point where they will force Somerset to bat again. They're following on there. 33 behind with 7 wickets remaining. Then Warwickshire 136 for 3 in their chase. They need just over 200 to win. They might well do that. 67 runs to win with 7 wickets remaining.
Should get there then. As Mike bowls a short ball that Ingram just ducks gently out of the way off. Bangladesh all out 64. Australia 165 for 8. Bangladesh having won the first test, but Australia already 101 in the lead on first innings. But failures for their batting again. And the former Glamorgan player Marnus Labuschagne out for 4 has done nothing really to save his international place, which is under pressure. Mike to Ingram, who tucks that one nicely away on the leg side, but will just pick up the single because there is a man out at deep mid-wicket.
I have seen again a clip on social media today of Ricky Ponting talk about Marnus Labuschagne today about the fact that basically he just can't score any runs off the back foot, so he's never really going to put the bowlers under any pressure.
Yeah, Ricky Ponting can say that, I can't. He did appear very fidgety last time we saw him at Glamorgan for a couple of matches. Really? Yeah.
Do you think he'll come back?
Wouldn't rule it out. Mike bowls, Carlson edges. Where's that one gone down, flying towards the third man boundary? It's gone for 4 behind the sight screen. I had to peer down and see if there was a third man. There is a third man, but couldn't cut it off. Carlson on to 22, but not with any degree of security. Labuschagne played 2 games last season, didn't get any runs, and his more significant contribution was to bring a mate with him, which sounds more like a Sunday afternoon pub team. As Mike bowls to Carlson, works on the leg side, no run. Kuhnemann dropped in for 1 game when Ben Callaway was doing some exams, university exams, and Kuhnemann got a 6-wicket haul to get Glamorgan a victory in that particular match. It was just before the World World Test Championship final, when they wanted a bit of match practice in the UK. Match held, was it at Lord's, I think, but didn't involve England. 43 for 3 anyway at the end of the over. Carlson has 22 and Ingram has 2.
29 overs remain in the day. 213 for Glamorgan to win. And Tom Scriven is going to bowl his 4th over. 1 for 2 his figures. He's up to the wicket, he bowls. Back goes Ingram. And just dabs this to cover where Rahan Ahmed is fielding.
Batting to come, Sean Dixon, Chris Cook, both capable of big innings. Mason Crane, who's got a century this season. Tim van der Hoogten, who had a one-day cup century a couple of weeks ago. Andy Gorvin, first class 50 to his credit. And Ray Toole, who hasn't.
Scriven bowling right arm around the wicket. There's an edge, and it is dropped, well, on the bounce, so spilled on the bounce by Ajaz Patel, and they're going to get a single for that. Soft hands from Ingram, who moves on to 3. Bowling with the angle, Scriven, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, and he just got quite a thick outside edge, which Patel parried and didn't stop overly well. 44 for 3, 212 to win, 257 the target. Bit of liveliness going on down below us. You can hear. Do you reckon those are the Welsh fans?
Sounded some rather disgruntled voices. Maybe they're trying to barrack Leicestershire.
Scriven with curtained blonde hair, bouncing as he comes in, bowls a straight delivery which Carlson plays very confidently. Comes up the middle of the bat, he defends it. 44 for 3. Do you know how your team have got on today? How have Mackin got on today?
Yeah, the first team were on the verge of victory. In fact, have just won by 10 wickets against Chepstow's second 11.
What were they chasing?
150 odd.
Wow, a 10-wicket win. Scriven, 88 in his back, comes in, bowls a full delivery and played on the half volley by Carlson. No run.
And the second 11 were in a winning position. They posted, I think, 166 against Craigie, and the opponent's 67 for 7 at halfway. So the second should win as well, and put themselves in with a big chance of promotion.
Scriven moving away from us from the pavilion end. That's down the leg side. That's a easy ball to clip away behind square on the leg side. Carlson will move on to 23.
The seconds, I think, round off their campaign next week at home to the league leaders, so that's going to be a big game, because the last time I looked there were about 4 teams in contention for promotion. Not very many professional commentaries who get an update on Division 11 of the South East Wales League.
Here comes Scriven up to the wicket, bowls wide outside off stump. That's easy to leave alone. That is the end of the over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. Scriven's figures. 45 for 3 is the score. Carlson 23, Ingram 3. Glamorgan chasing 257, need 211 to win. I always remember with are you going off for an update?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
I was just about to tell you a hilarious anecdote about me in playing cricket. You'll have to wait.
I'll have to wait 10 minutes.
You'll be waiting with bated breath on tenterhooks, I'm sure.
Better be good. Better be
As
good.
with all of my anecdotes, it isn't.
Right, Adam will have to fly the flag solo for a few minutes, I'm afraid. I'll be back as soon as possible.
So, high white cloud around, the sun just poking through a little bit off to our right hand side, getting to the stage where light, maybe in an hour or so, light might start to play a role, but I notice the floodlights aren't on yet. And a change of bowling. Ben Mike didn't really do anything from the Bennett end, which is a shame, as he was the star performer, or certainly one of them in the first innings, whereas Ian Holland was the other star performer, and he is bringing himself on as captain. 2 slips are in place, and Holland is going to start. His elbows jutting out as he comes in towards us. He's up to the wicket, and that's outside off stump. Nice bit of shape away from Carlson. He lifts his arms above his head and his bat raised. Nikesh has rejoined us. Nikesh, hello.
Hello. Still intriguingly poised, isn't it? Leicestershire on top, but Carlson fighting. 23 from 49.
Glamorgan fighting hard, but it is very hard work out there. Holland up to the wicket, bowls, and that keeps a tad low. It's onto him quickly. Carlson again defends. It's a dot ball.
Leicestershire, of course, with some nightmares over the last couple of years of Colin Ingram, as well as Sam Northeast, but he's no longer here. So it's Colin Ingram who's in this side, who's got a record of a couple of big scores against Leicestershire, including a career best 257. Very different conditions, though, to this.
Holland past the umpire, bowls, and Carlson sort of comes tracking down the track to push the ball back to Holland. He fields off his own bowling. There's a big beaming smile from Holland, who's got a bit of suntan lotion on his unrubbed in on his cheeks.
I think that's not an omen for Leicestershire, the fact that 257 not out is Colin Ingram's highest score.
In comes Holland, defended by Carlson. He's just putting the ball on a sixpence. Holland, it makes it so difficult, builds up such pressure. Thought him and Hull bowled really well in the first few overs of the innings. Second change bowlers, to be fair, Scriven has bowled very well from the Pavilion end. I'm not sure Ben Mike had quite the impact he would have wanted from the Bennett end, but maybe Scriven and Holland together can work wonders. Here comes Holland running in on the angle. He comes in, bowls, and Carlson tries to force that away, and indeed does. Behind square on the leg side, coming forward to that, glancing it away. So the score moves on to 46 for 3, 210 to win a single to Carlson, who's on to 24. So 2 slips, backward point, cover, it's quite close in. Rahan Ahmed there, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There is a third man that's very wide for Ingram, and he defends that ball from Holland. And that is the end of the over. Just 1 run from it. 2 for 3 Holland's figures of 7 overs. And they also had Sheridan Gums at fine leg as part of the field. You're listening to BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales Online, and the Leicestershire stream on YouTube. Every ball of every game on the BBC Sport website and app, and in terms of home fixtures anyway on this feed on Leicestershire YouTube. Adam Wissey and Nikesh Ragani with you. Tom Scriven is going to bowl the 21st over of this innings.
Right, here is Tom Scriven then. Into Carlson. That's down the leg side. He's hit on the pads. And I think the umpire agreed that it was just heading down that leg side. So they get themselves a leg by Glamorgan. Another one that kept slightly low there from Scriven. In fact, a good shout actually. It was angled in. It probably was just about heading down the leg side, but it's a better shout than I initially thought it might be. Ingram back on strike then. 3 slips, still waiting for that edge. He's bowled really well so far, Scriven. 1 for 4 into his 5th over here. Here he is, Scriven, and that's outside off stump. Comfortable leave for Ingram.
They're not giving them anything. That pressure is building. There's no sort of valve to release the pressure for the Glamorgan batters. And then you've got a pitch full of demons where you worry that a ball has your name on it at any moment.
Certainly the case that you're never really in on this pitch. Even Carlson, who's been out there for 54 balls. Scriven bowls full and Ingram drives. And it's well fielded there by Mike, diving away from mid-off. They do get a single. No more than that. It's another area where Leicestershire will be keen to be sharp, is in the field. Can't afford to give away too many sloppy runs and allow Glamorgan to build any confidence. Field switches once more for the right-handed Carlson. So the sun shines once again here at Grace Road. Scriven in, and that's down the leg side. It's helped on its way, and it's going to be 4 runs down to fine leg. Just a flick of the wrists from Kieran Carlson. First real bit of loose stuff we've seen, isn't it, from Tom Scriven?
Yeah, just lost it a tad here, Scriven. He was bowling with real consistency up until the last few balls, but he's been too full and too wide. That one was too straight. which is a shame because I was saying that's commentator's curse, wasn't it? They really built up pressure.
Scriven bowls, that's very full, it's flicked away straight to mid-on. There's no run. You can see almost the nerves on the faces of the Glamorgan fans besides us. To our right. Not fingernail biting just yet, but getting to that stage where even singles and twos are being warmly appreciated. Scriven in, and that's punched away towards backward point. Well, that boundary did bring up the 50 for Glamorgan. At the end of the over, 52 for 3, still needing another 205 runs for victory. Kieran Carson unbeaten on 28.
204 to win then for Glamorgan. 26 overs remaining in the day, so I think we'll be here, if we use all of those 26 overs, for what, another hour and a half. I think we might be here until about 7ish. Ingram 4 off 15, Carlson 28 off 57. Sun beginning to set to our right hand side. It is a picturesque view, the shadows beginning to lengthen across the ground. I notice the floodlights haven't come on at all.
Certainly not needed with this sunshine. Both got our shades on here in the commentary box.
Yeah. We're going to have Ian Holland bowling. He's going to come round the wicket from the Bennett end, so running in towards us down the hill to the left-handed Ingram. Up comes Holland now, and that keeps low. It's driven at by Ingram. I think it's the bottom of the bat on it. Straight to Holland again. There is no run.
It's a real workhorse, isn't he, Ian Holland? Into his 8th over here. 4 maidens, 2 for 3 his figures.
Add that to 4 wickets in the first innings, and it's been a wonderful game for him. This one is slightly back of a length, this delivery from Holland, and Ingram goes back. Bat at an angle as it drops to the floor. .52 for 3, 204 needed to win. If you're just joining us, Leicestershire earlier posting 257. As Holland moves in, bowls outside off stump, that's left alone. Do get in touch with us. Love to hear from you. Less cricket at bbc.co.uk or Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk. Love to hear your thoughts on the game, what you're seeing, what you're thinking. A lot of discussion over the pitch. Leicestershire, though, certainly favourites to pick up a victory. That would be huge for them in their hunt for survival in the county championship. Move on to 91 points if they were to get a win. Here comes Holland. Forward comes Ingram. And that's fielded by Sheikh at backward point. It's a dot ball. There's all to play for between Hampshire and Yorkshire in the 8th against 9th game. Surrey look like they're going to lose, which will drag them right into what is a 4-team relegation scrap now, you'd think. There's still 6 teams going for the title. Holland in, outside off stump, left alone by Ingram. If Glamorgan were able to chase this down, they would go a huge way. It would be a huge boost for them. So Notts look like they're going to win as to Somerset. Might be able to leapfrog Warwickshire. They'll certainly push clear of Sussex and Essex, who look set to lose their games. That's Holland. Moves past the umpire now. He bowls, and Ingram fronts up to this, and there is no run. Leicestershire next week in Scarborough for an outground game. Really excited to go. I've never been to Scarborough for cricket or otherwise, so I'm excited to be on the beach for that, for Leicestershire against Yorkshire. You're in Derby next week, aren't you?
I am.
Barbados and Scarbados.
A bit of a second division cricket for me next week. Not done any second division this season. Derbyshire look like they're going to lose against Durham. Needing another 413 runs to win. They're 10 for 1. Scriven begins a new over and he's flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. It's a nice shot there from Carlson. Just using the pace of the ball, timing it really nicely. He moves into the 30s. And Glamorgan now 56 for 3. Close to another psychological landmark, I guess, of just getting that target below another 200 runs required. Still a long, long way to go, though. Scriven in bowls, and that's a glorious off-drive as well to back it up. Well, there is the target, going below another 200 runs required to win from here on in, and that was shot of the innings, really, from Kieran Carlson, slightly overpitched from Tom Scriven. You've still got to put them away, though, and that was textbook stuff.
Yeah, Scriven just feels like he was really building pressure a few overs ago, but he's not quite having the same impact. Back-to-back boundaries. The other side of that coin is that Carlson maybe has just found his rhythm. And he's 36 not out, it's a significant contribution.
60 for 3. Scriven needs to pull back his length a touch. He does, but he gets his line wrong. And that's been flicked down towards fine leg for 4 more. So, sloppy, really, from Tom Scriven. 3 boundaries conceded. Not really great deliveries, to be honest. So, Glamorgan now motoring 64 for 3. The run rate up at nearly 3 runs and over as well. Scriven vigorously shining the ball at the top of his mark as he runs in once more. Couple of slips still waiting here as Carlson flicks the ball to Gums there at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Nick Webb back alongside me. Nick Carlson onto 40 now from 61 after those 3 boundaries.
Yes, he was always, you thought, going to take advantage of any opportunities. Being a relatively fast-scoring player by nature.
Here is Scriven once more, and it's again flicked to Gums there at short mid-wicket.
Something to excite Sparky, the Carlson family dog, who is in attendance.
Is he? Down below us, I presume, somewhere?
Seen his owners and the dog at various points in the ground. Not allowed into Safari Gardens, you see, so they take advantage of... well, the dog isn't allowed in, so that restricts the family's attendance slightly.
Here is Scriven once more. Again, a leg side half volley, which is flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket for 4 more. It's been a really poor over that from Tom Scriven. Some loose deliveries which Carlson has taken full advantage of. He moves on to 44. And Glamorgan at the end of the over, 68 for 3. Needing 257 for victory, remember.
Well, Leicestershire supporters wouldn't have enjoyed the replay of that one, which was a leg stump half volley. And is not going to threaten anyone in particular. So 24 overs remaining tonight. I thought Glamorgan really can't afford to lose more than 1 more wicket if they're going to stay seriously in the chase. As Ian Holland is in to bowl to Ingram, who shoulders arms outside off stump. Holland 2 for 3 as he starts his 9th over. Ridiculous bowling figures. First innings took 4 for 30 off 13.1. And it doesn't look particularly threatening. He jogs in, medium run, medium pace, but he's fiendishly accurate as that one lifts off a length and beats Ingram's outside edge. And when medium pacers are getting that sort of bounce, that you know he works cut out as a batter.
Absolutely. Another absolute jaffer. Just pitching on that short of a length area and skipping up off the surface. Almost unplayable, that.
Yeah, the trick is getting your hands and bat out of the way, isn't it? Holland bowls again in a similar delivery that Ingram does well not to be tempted into playing at. Big grin on Ian Holland's face. Well, he'd like to bowl on this surface every week, even if not bat on it.
He certainly would. But you've got Holland creating all this pressure from one end, and then Scriven in that previous over just allowing the pressure to release.
As that again is considerable bounce coming back at Colin Ingram, and again it's periscope up and get gloves and bat well out of the way to avoid the possibility of an involuntary edge. That one's come back a long way actually and went past Ingram's chest.
Yeah, over the stumps that went.
As Ingram, I think, did play at that one and was beaten outside off stump. It's a fabulous over from Holland. And Ingram is needing all his years of experience to survive at the wicket at the moment. Mike Ormsby is watching from Transylvania, Romania. Oh dear, glammy, glammy, says Mike. As that's wide outside off stump. Innocuous end to the over from Holland, which was generally pretty threatening. Ingram played no shot. Mike, a former resident of Cardiff. We're allowed to mention Leicestershire thirsting for blood with the Transylvania link.
You just have. I wonder if Mike knows anything about cricket in Romania. I wonder if there is much cricket that's played there and what the state of the team is. We see European cricket now reaching all sorts of different places. Italy qualifying for the T20 World Cup via some dodgy connections to Italy, it has to be said. Some of the players have never stepped foot in the country, and I think one of the players, his wife's grandfather was Italian, so he qualifies to play for Italy. So,
strikes me as tenuous in the extreme, to be honest. Yes, there were quite a few Australian-based players, weren't there?
The Menenti brothers, who do have Italian roots in their family, so you can understand that.
I think Joe Burns, who played a couple of games for Glamorgan, an Australian batsman, went on to play for Italy.
Here's Josh Hull into the attack, replacing Scriven from the pavilion end and straight down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 byes.
I mean, we talked about the excessive bounce from the medium pace of Ian Holland. Now you've got a faster bowler who's bowled one down the leg side that's absolutely died in the pitch and landed about 2 yards in front of the keeper, who couldn't get anything on it.
But all valuable runs here for Glamorgan. It's a great story of one of the Italian players. It's of Sri Lankan descent. Just went over to Italy and looking for a better life. I think he was studying over there initially at university, as Hull is in. And that's chipped away just short of mid-wicket there. Gums with a half chance. And, judging by his reaction, it wasn't too far away from his fingertips. Carson helps himself to another single. That was close. Wait and see on the replay just how close. So yeah, this Sri Lankan fella worked in a, well, he still works as a pizza maker in Rome. So he's got like an hour and a half commute into Rome every day to make pizzas, and next thing you know, he's training with the Italian team and he's off to the T20 World Cup in India. What a story. Hull is in, and Ingram is back defending at this one.
Yeah, Craig Meshter, former Glamorgan all-rounder, played a handful of matches for Germany at the end of his career. I think that was a first-generation parent, so reasonably connected.
And with a lot of the matches that these associate nations play now, they are classed as full T20 internationals, full ODIs. So you can actually break world records playing in some of these competitions if you're a decent player. As Hull is in, and that's pushed away by Ingram, straight to backward point, no run.
David Hemp, the former Glamorgan captain, became a Bermudan international at the tail end of his career. He was actually born there, so it was pretty legit.
Yep.
But pretty much a Swansea boy, Hempy.
Well, Moises Henriques, former Australian international, has just decided to change his allegiance to the country of his birth, Portugal. So he'll be playing T20Is for them. As Hull is in, and that's punched away, just forward of point. They scamper through for a quick single. The throw comes in from Patel. It misses. Luckily, there is some backing up going on.
Yeah, Henriques had about a month, maybe 6 weeks with Glamorgan at the beginning of one season. It was a particularly British sort of early summer in inverted commas, and he took loads of wickets and hardly scored a run.
Sort of late April time.
Yeah. Not the best time for an Aussie to venture into county cricket on a grim spring.
Can learn a thing or two though. As Hull is in, and that's a good delivery, but not close enough to the stumps really to trouble Carlson, who leaves alone. End of the over then. Glamorgan 74 for 3. And with the way Scriven bowled that previous over, and you could just see a little bit of tiredness and inconsistency creeping in, this might be the issue for Leicestershire as the innings goes on. Ian Holland bowling so well from one end, but not really getting the backup that he would like.
I'm informed that by Dr. Hignell that Henriques was actually born in Madeira, which is Portuguese territory, I suppose. Holiday Island.
He was, and he was on the BBC Stumped podcast talking about that.
As Holland lopes in, bowls to Ingram, who works it away on the leg side, and there's no run.
I think he confirmed that Cristiano Ronaldo is still the biggest star in Madeira.
Yes. Yes, my daughter was there recently and couldn't miss the Ronaldo tribute. Holland in. Bowls. Ingram whips it for a single down to fine leg with a flick of the wrists. Quiet start from Colin Ingram as he moves under 6 off 32 deliveries. Carlson 45 off 66. Everyone still prodding away suspiciously as Carlson checks his guard, and Holland goes back over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Carlson, who's now the top Glamorgan scorer in the match, having just overtaken Mason Crane. Carlson comes down the wicket and the ball loops up for a moment towards short leg. There is no short leg. Well, that was peculiar from Carlson, wasn't it?
Well, Holland's just putting it on a spot, isn't he? And Carlson has thought, enough's enough. I need to try and maybe get to the pitch of the ball and try and do something here to negate the threat.
Yeah, it's not as if Holland's bowling with ferocious pace, but he is bowling with tremendous accuracy as Carlson just pushes that one away up to mid-off and turns away as if he meant to do something else entirely. There's a solid enough defensive shot. Rehearses it, meant to punch it through the covers by the look of it. 75 for 3, 21 overs potentially to be bowled. There's Holland in. Carlson again coming down the pitch, is hit on the pad. Ball trickles towards mid-wicket and they're through for a leg bye. So a couple of indications that Carlson is looking to change tactics there somewhat. 75 for 3 Glamorgan, chasing 257 here on BBC Sport Online.
I'm not sure it's the right tactic really, particularly against Ian Holland. And you've got opportunities to score at the other end off the likes of Josh Hull.
Holland in round the wicket to the left-hander. Ingram on the defensive. Graham Smith joins the chorus of indignant Welsh voices about the nature of proceedings. Given the weather we've had and the clear evidence that Leicestershire have deliberately left an excessive amount of grass on this pitch, there can be no excuses. Oof. Well, it'll be up to the umpires, Mike Burns and Ben Debenham, to put in their reports, and the match referee. Do you know who the match referee is? I haven't seen anyone lurking around that I recognise.
Ian Ramage as Josh Hull is in, and that's been flicked away by Carlson out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Ian Ramage, the match referee. I don't know where his office is here. Presuming it's beneath us, somewhere close to the umpire's room.
Yes, usually see plenty of the match referee in Cardiff because he's usually a box or two along from the commentary box, but not so here at Grace Road.
Here is Hull running away from us, bowling into Ingram, who flicks the ball leg side, takes the single. This is what I mean, there will be scoring opportunities from this end, and Ian Holland can't bowl forever, so
he'll have a good go.
He will, but you don't necessarily want to be striding down the wicket and looking to unnecessarily unsettle him when blocking it out or leaving the ball might be the way to go. Easier said than done though, when the ball's spitting off a length from time to time. Hull bowls, and that's nicely driven square out towards deep point, and that's 4. And that's 50 for Kieran Carlson as well. 50 off just 71 balls. It's been a fabulous innings from the Glamorgan captain. Takes his side to 82 for 3. 9 boundaries in that knock from Carlson. That's one of his best shots.
He's strong square of the wicket, Kieran Carlson. It was there to be hit. Just a little bit too much width from Hull, who needs to get some of the consistency shown by his skipper.
Hull in once again, goes short, and that's pulled away. Only as far as the sweeper at deep mid-wicket, so it will just be 1. Again, nicely timed there by Carlson. Maybe they're lulling him into a false sense of security here, Leicestershire, giving him some quick runs, scoring opportunities, and hoping he plays a shot too many against the likes of Ian Holland.
Well, he's hit 9 boundaries so far out of the 11 struck by Glamorgan in total, 1 to Callaway and 1 to Tribe.
Hull past the umpire, delivers, and Ingram is forward with a solid defence.
Ingram backing himself to see things out defensively and wait for the odd bad ball to come along.
Just the one slip in now. Even for Ingram. Remember, 257 is the target. Glamorgan 83 for 3, 174 needed. Hull runs in, bowls, and is punched away by Ingram, but only as far as Gums there in the covers. No run, so end of the over. 7 from it. Good one for Glamorgan, 83 for 3. Confirmation on the loudspeaker of Carlson's 50. The 9 boundaries in there. Real captain's knock at the moment.
Not sure if Adam's taking a late lunch or an early dinner.
Early dinner, I think. Not sure the gourmet sandwiches filled him up at lunchtime over in the press box.
Is gourmet somewhat ironic by any chance?
Just a little bit. I think Adam's headed out for some sushi soon as well after the day's play, so he's going to have a good feed. Looks like a nice pasta dish that he's got there.
Holland 2 for 4 in his 10 overs. Bowls to Carlson, trying to ruin those figures. He's doubled the number, I think, of runs conceded by Holland. No, they're chasing it to the boundary, and Ben Mike just loses the race to the ropes. So Ian Holland's runs conceded doubles with that one shot from his opposing captain. Bit outside off there for the drive. And Carlson executed nicely up to the scoreboard.
It was a full-blooded effort there from Ben Mike to chase the ball down. Not quite like Mohamed Abbas in the Test match against England, where he sort of escorted the ball to the boundary on a couple of occasions.
Holland in, bowls to Carlson, who takes a shuffle down and then plays it back to the bowler. Yes, and the sort of level I play at, if it goes past the infield, you almost hope that it'll go to the boundary sometimes, or look round for the nearest teenager in the team to chase it, no matter where on the field they started. 87 for 3. As Adam replaces Nikesh, and that's through outside off stump. No shot played for once by Carlson. Came back in a little, but not enough to threaten the Timbers. 87 for 3.
Only very briefly, I'm going to do an update for Radio Leicester just before they go off air, and then Nikesh will take over, much to the relief of the audience.
I'm waiting to hear your top anecdote that you promised me about half an hour ago. I'm sure we'll be on together sometime before the close of play. Here comes Holland towards us. An appeal for LBW. Carlson had shuffled down the pitch, so that probably saved him. The appeal died away fairly quickly. 87 for 3 it remains, and Carlson, a bit of a trigger down the pitch, but it was a bit high anyway. Possibly going down leg side. Had not an awful lot to recommend at that shout. Carlson on 55. Can he survive the next hour or so? As he dabs that one into the offside. Fielded at cover by Gums, no run.
Interesting to know, Holland is probably just too quick, I think, for Tattersall to come up to the stumps. But considering he's basically batting a few paces down the pitch.
Does he ever... Well, I suppose he hasn't been keeping that regularly, has he, with Cox having the gloves mostly. Yeah, you'd think Holland would be the sort of pace that you could think about standing up to. As Holland bowls, Carlson takes a stride forward and then leaves that one, which goes away from him. Decent bounce on that one. There's a helmet heading on, which means either the keeper's going to stand up or they're going to bowl a bit of spin with the short leg. 87 for 3. Carlson 55. Ingram has 7. The partnership has reached 50. And Ingram has 7 of them.
From 36 balls, this has been a really effective partnership, though. Carlson has played wonderfully. That perfect mix of counter-attacking without feeling like he's taken too many risks.
We are going to have a spin by the look of it.
And Glamorgan are fighting back here against Leicestershire. A reminder, they need 257 to win this game. You last spoke to me when they were about 20 for 2. They're now 87 for 3. Tom Scriven getting the wicket of Ben Kellaway earlier on a few overs ago. But Kieran Carlson, the captain, is 55 not out. He's played a really good counter-attacking innings with Colin Ingram 7 not out, playing the anchor role. The Foxes need 7 wickets to win this game. It will be huge for their hopes of staying in Division 1. Ian Holland has been bowling wonderfully, but he probably hasn't been backed up by the rest of his bowling teammates in the way that he might have wanted to. So 87 for 3 Glamorgan are. They are in pursuit of 257, so they need 169 runs to win, Jack. Glamorgan, Leicestershire needs 7 wickets.
There goes the BBC Radio Leicester sports programme into the distance on a Saturday evening as Patel is in to bowl and turned away on the leg side by Ingram. Bit of excitement. There's a short leg in now and a slip. Ingram, a very serene man at the crease as Patel is in and knocks that one down to short leg. There's a lot of experience out there on that confrontation at the moment. The veteran Kiwi spinner against the veteran South Africa batter. Full toss and swung away by Ingram for 4 runs down to long on. Wasn't going to miss out on that. Almost in danger of taking Ingram by surprise. It's a terrible ball, really. Ingram managed to get enough of it to get it past mid-off. Going crashing into the sight screen. Ingram into double figures with his first boundary. And cuts that nice one nicely away down towards third man and will amble through for a couple of runs. Ingram moves to 13. And the total end to 93 for 3. And just flickers of a little bit of Glamorgan renaissance and a bit of momentum going with the visitors for the first time in the innings. Sparked, I suppose, by Carlson's 4 fours in the over. But just signs that Glamorgan are getting a toehold back in the game that they look to be losing at 37 for 3.
Yep, if you'd have told them it'd be 93 for 3 after 29 overs of the innings, they'd have probably taken that, Glamorgan, at the start of the innings.
Yeah, last wicket went down in the 17th over.
Right, here's Ian Holland then from the Bennett end, running into Carlson, who plays the ball away into the covers, but it's fielded by Mike and there's no run. Even Holland just in that previous over just losing his zip a touch. I don't know if that's just because the ball's a little bit older now and softer, or if he's just tiring towards the end of the day. Carlson on 55. Plays another defensive shot there to mid-off. You can see that he's looking to be on the move and looking to get closer to the pitch of that ball. Isn't he? He's not running down the pitch, but just taking a sort of shuffle towards where the ball's pitching. Not a bad tactic until he gets one that maybe bounces a bit higher than he'll expect. Next ball does bounce a little bit more than he expects, and he leaves it well alone. Does well actually to pull out of that shot. He's looking to shuffle down and play it through the offside again, and then just at the last moment lifted his bat up. Still a couple of slips here for Ian Holland. Holland running towards us then. Bowls, and oh, that's another one that bounces almost over the off stump. It comes back in quite a long way. Another short of a length delivery, just spitting out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's tricky leaving on length, isn't it, as Carlson almost did there.
He's been out there for some time, 82 balls. Gotten as used to the conditions as you can get. Holland in, and he's down the track. This time it was a bit of a charge, wasn't it? And then he leaves. I've not seen too many of those. A charge down the track and then a shouldering of the arms.
That was the Zorro-esque swish of the blade with absolutely no intention to make contact there.
Carlson just wants to be a little bit careful of getting too carried away. Holland will just continue putting it on that spot, and he does, and the next ball keeps a touch low. It's well defended by Carlson. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden for Holland, another one. 93 for 3 still. Glamorgan. Ian Holland, 12 overs. 6 or 7 maidens now, 2 for 8.
Yes, one of our correspondents earlier mentioned the Somerset game as match that Glamorgan had a substantial challenge in the fourth innings. They needed 285 to win that match, and they won it by 2 wickets, and it took them 122 overs to get there, and there were literally dozens of plays and misses from everyone in the course of that game. Dixon 76 was the main innings. Hadley, the night watchman, 50 not out as Ingram fends at that one rather. A bit of bounce from Patel. And Hadley in that match faced 231 balls and probably missed half of them. As Ingram pushes forward. Tall New South Wales pace bowler. Not known for his batting before or since. But was in tremendous form for his post-match interview, certainly. Patel bowls, Ingram works it just wide of short leg. The inevitable shouts of catch it, but it's a single. 94 for 3. A few shouts echoing around Grace Road. A few of the crowd have made a move. It's a bit sparse away to our right. But an intriguing contest as Patel comes round the wicket and Carlson pushes forward. Short leg and slip still in close attendance as the sun breaks through. And there's a patch of blue sky that I think is heading our way. As Carlson steps back, cuts hard out towards deep point. There's a single taken as Scriven does the fielding, coming in off the boundary. Carlson to 56, the total to 95 for 3. And with that patch of blue sky, I think probably a bit of assurance that we might get half an hour at least. More cricket. Oh, that's kept horribly low from Patel. There's an appeal to LBW against Ingram. Not answered. Patel down on one knee, imploring. Does not get the verdict. Well, that one's probably turned a bit too much. Shot in from outside off stump.
Going down the leg side and, well, very close though. There's not much that Ingram could have done about that. Kept horribly low.
Probably out of the footholds there.
Yeah, it could well be. Just the kind of delivery that left arm spinner would want to bowl late in a match with some assistance from the pitch, but just too much turn on that occasion. It is going to be Holland here for one more, at least. He's got Tattersall standing up to the stumps now to stop Carlson charging down the track. Here is Holland. He bowls and has been guided away to gully on the bounce.
Yes, and Tassel, I think, can rely reasonably on Holland to be pretty accurate. It's just in terms of the bounce that he might wear one in the chest.
Yeah, as we saw with Cook earlier, that nasty one which took his helmet clean off his head. Holland bowls, and that's defended back to him by Carlson. It's one of those where when you're bowling in the nets, you quite appreciate the batter just knocking it back to you. Rishi Patel in at that slip position. Ajaz Patel at gully. Both still waiting for an edge. As Holland is in, and that one does bounce a little bit more, and it's a good take by Tattersall, well left alone by Carlson.
More gardening. Sure, it's psychological.
It is. I mean, as a batter, I've done it myself, but you kind of know roughly where the ball pitched, but you never get exactly the right spot unless you can see a divot or something. Here is Holland, and it's another defensive shot from Carlson into the offside.
Yeah, it's almost as if to suggest to the bowler that actually they're quite lucky to get a bit of bounce, and it's the work of the pitch, not the skill of the bowler.
Yes. Good fight from Glamorgan though, 95 for 3. Holland bowls, and Carlson leaves alone. Not too far away from his off stump, but judged it well. Another 162 runs required for Glamorgan. 7 wickets needed for Leicestershire.
Yeah, 162 still sounds an awful lot, doesn't it, in the context of this particular match?
Does, but if they can go through to stumps, still 3 down, that'll give them a massive boost heading into day 4 as the final ball of the over is defended out towards point, and it leaves Glamorgan still on 95 for 3, an 8th maiden for Ian Holland here. 13 overs bowled, 2 for 8 his figures.
Yes, can Glamorgan... Well, Carlson has tried to shimmy down the wicket once or twice, hasn't he? Glamorgan can't really afford to keep on letting Holland bowl at them and try and score the runs off everyone else at the other end. 95 for 3 Glamorgan, chasing 257 to beat Leicestershire in this 9th round of the County Championship. Another 5 to go as Patel bowls. Ingram goes the sweep. It's got outside off stump. Hit on the pad. And well, a couple of impassioned shouts, but the replay shows that didn't turn that much, and Ingram was indeed stuck outside off stump. As there's a push to short leg. Has he gone? Leicestershire celebrate. Has the finger gone up? Ingram is standing there. The umpires... Is Ingram on his way, or was he just going to have a chat with Carlson?
I think there was a second celebration there, Nick, and I think the umpire did give a soft signal of out. I think they're going to have a chat now, are they?
Has it
no, he's
carried?
Going.
Yes, Ingram is now on his way. Caught it short leg. The umpires decide that it did carry. It's one heck of a grab at short leg, and Ingram goes, and Ajaz Patel gets a vital wicket. That of one of Glamorgan's main men, Colin Ingram, for 14.
Yeah, that feels like a big moment in the game, doesn't it? Those two have repelled Leicestershire with some effectiveness. They've finally broken the resistance. Great grab. I have to say, sort of didn't see that coming. These two felt like they'd settled in, and Leicestershire felt a bit blunted. So that's a big moment in the game. That 95 for 4, 161, still needed to win 6 wickets. That feels a long way off.
Sharp catch from Hamza Sheikh, the youngster under the lid at short leg. Needed to dive forward, just about got his hand underneath the ball, and did well to do so, as it didn't loop up very well. It did loop up a little bit, and Sheikh doing well to firstly to grab the ball and then to hold it off the ground. Ingram was entitled to stand and wait for the verdict. Two umpires came together just to clarify whether it had carried or not. And, well, Glamorgan's chances that had seemed to be just growing a little bit. But, resistance for an hour or so from Ingram. And now Kieran Carlson is joined by Sean Dixon, another experienced man at county level. Has done reasonably well for Glamorgan in the championship format, although he's had a few lean years with Somerset against the red ball. But we referred to that crawl to victory against Somerset in the championship, and he'll be looking to repeat that as Patel bowls and Dixon walks away at the last moment. Umpire signals dead ball. And though the ball was sent down, it won't count. Not sure whether it was just Dixon was still surveying the field, or whether there was a bit of chat at the last moment, but he clearly signalled that he wasn't ready. As Patel is into bowl, that one's turned away from the off stump of Sean Dixon. He plays no shot. 95 for 4, the pressure back on Glamorgan with 14 overs remaining of the day's play. As Dixon drives to cover, no run. Well fielded there. Just wonder whether Glamorgan might be in the territory of employing a night watchman if we get through about half these overs and another wicket falls. As Dixon punches that off the back foot. Again, straight to Kelly at cover, and there is no run. And Crane, van der Houten and Gorvin have all done the night watchman job, but they're 8, 9 and 10 anyway. As Dixon pushes forward to defend perfectly competently. The Amdram chorus in the infield try and give the impression that it almost got through Dixon's defences, which it didn't, and little gentle applause from the home crowd for the end of Patel's successful over, making the breakthrough. 95 for 4, Carlson 56, Dixon yet to score.
Just looking at some of the other scores, it looks like a thriller at Edgbaston. Have you seen this, Nick? Warwickshire need 27 to win against Sussex. They've got 3 wickets left towards the end of the day. They've also got all the time in the world to knock those off, but that will be a dramatic evening session. Surrey look like they are on the verge of defeat against Nottinghamshire, 127 for 8, chasing a score of over 300. So they will lose at the Oval to Notts.
Breaking news, Macken's second 11 can wrap up a 56-run win at Craigie.
Superb. So that's a double win for both teams.
Both
today.
teams have won today. The first was struggling early in the season, but have gone on a run of wins.
Ben Mike is going to bowl from the Bennett end. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and that has been signalled wide. Carlson stood completely tall and it sailed over his head. That was a remarkable delivery. 96 for 4 is the score. Glamorgan need 161 to win, and they've got 6 wickets in hand. We've got a tense finish ahead whatever happens here. This is a great battle between these two promoted sides. Mike, long run up, none for 25 his figures. He's up to the wicket now, he bowls, and that's a better line and length, moving away off the seam. Carlson lets it go by. There's a real sense of... Well, I'm not sure whose supporters those are. It might be the Glamorgan fans getting behind their team down below us. You can hear in our effects mic. I think it is. Mike wasn't particularly effective in his first spell. So good yesterday. But less impactful today. Moving in towards us. Past the umpire. He bowls. Looks quick, that. And Carlson jumps back. Brilliant 56 from him. Two slips. Sun beginning to set. The shadows lengthening across the field at Grace Road. Another wicket, I think, before the close of play. There's 13 overs left, but Leicestershire in a really, really strong position. But if these two can hold on, we'll have one hell of a day tomorrow. Here comes Mike, kicking up his heels outside the off stump, that delivery, and left well alone by Carlson, who's 56 off 96. Still quite a mild evening, 19 degrees outside. .257 the target. Mike turns the long line of a shadow of a floodlight right in front of him as he storms in now. Again, it's just a leavable length, that, and line from Mike. Just outside off stump. Kieran Carlson doesn't have to do anything with that. Needs to get him playing, needs to get him poking and prodding. Lovely evening in the centre of Leicester. After the heat that we've had for so long. Nice to feel the little bit of a breeze. Mike starts his run up, turns and comes back. Doesn't get off to the start that he wanted. It's a sweep on the offside and on the leg side. Fine leg. Two slips. Backward point. Mid off and mid on. As Mike, right arm over the wicket, comes in. That's better, and that has hit Carlson on the finger, and he has immediately walked away and is in a lot of pain there. The Glamorgan captain. It was very calm, but very calm reaction, but I can tell he is in a lot of pain. That has struck him right on the finger there, and he's just taking a few moments. He's taking his helmet off, both gloves. He's sat up here in the commentary box 50 metres away wincing. I can only imagine what he is thinking right now. The physio's going to come out and check him. So I tell you my anecdote then?
Yeah, go on.
So,
get your anecdote out and put it on the table.
So it was because it was at the first team who won by 10 wickets.
Yep.
You're not missing anything, by the way. Kieran Carlson's getting some treatment. So I remember I was opening for my hometown, which is Southam in Warwickshire, a few years ago. We were chasing 99 to win. 101 to win. 101 to win. And I was playing the anchor role. I think I was like 27 not out, and the other guy I was batting with was like 70 not out. He'd been playing all the shots, and I'd been sort of quite circumspect and watchful. 99 for no loss. Yep. And you got in that league. You got that season. You got an extra point. And I remember we were in a title battle where every point matters. You got a point if you won by 10 wickets, and if you got a point if you got to 100 without losing a wicket. So 99 for no loss. So we needed 2 to win, and the opposition brought on a what can only be described as a 12-year-old boy. He bowled a delivery that bounced twice. Just chipped it up to mid-wicket and was out. Cost the team 2 points. My friend Jack had taken his pads off. Nobody was ready to go out and bat because they'd all decided the game was already won. And I walked down, got to the bar, and I can't exactly say what the barman said to me as I approached. My mum had come to watch as well. Mum and stepdad had come to watch, and apparently the stuff they were saying about me was absolutely horrendous while I was walking off the off the pitch. My teammates, and the barman said, "Fancy word, getting out like that." So,
yeah. These days, of course, it'd be called a no ball, wouldn't it?
It would
For
be
bouncing twice. Hasn't always been the case. I suppose it depends how seriously the leagues enforce the rules.
Well, I think they probably wanted to give the 12-year-old a wicket.
Yeah.
So it wasn't signalled a no ball.
Back with the action.
Mike moves in towards us. He's up to the wicket. He bowls. And Carlson, who shows quite a lot of composure to glide that straight through the leg side, just wide of mid-on. After that horrible injury, they've gone and got 3 there. So Carlson moves on to 59. 58, sorry, they just got 2 there. But apologies.
I thought they took 3.
I thought they took 3 because I thought Carlson's number 5, isn't he?
Yeah.
So he was running to the non-striker's end. So they should.
Yeah.
So he should be on 59. It should be 99 for 4.
Unless there's a 1 short signal, but maybe someone's got that wrong on the board. It was hit by Carlson, and Carlson has ended up at the other end to take the first ball of the next over. So unless there was a call of 1 short
signal.
Didn't see any signal. It should be 99 for 4, maybe.
It should be.
As Patel will start a new over, bowling to Carlson, who drives, calls for a quick single, and gets there.
Scoreboard's updated. It was 99 for 4. They did get 3.
And it's now 100 for 4. Any belated applause from the Welsh audience? Though they've been confused by all that. Come on, the Taffs in the house. Where are you? 100 for 4, chasing 257. Patel bowls. Appeal for catch behind, not given.
Wasn't convincing, that.
No. Dixon groping forward. Keeper Tassel also took the bails off, so he was looking for double jeopardy. But didn't turn an appeal to the other umpire at square leg as well. So can Dixon get a foothold in the game? Oh, he's back and jabbing that one defensively back down the wicket. Take your life in your hands. Going back really with this uncertain bounce. Turn out of the rough for Patel. Jazzy, encouraged by his mates. As Dixon pushes forward, inside edges onto his pad. There's a howl of something or other from the infield. And there's no run. It's always difficult facing up against youngsters, isn't it? You've got nothing to earn, really. As that's pushed away on the offside by Dixon, and there's no run. I remember facing the last over of a drawn game against a 10-year-old, and I just patted everything back to him. I wasn't going to risk anything at that stage. So that's got a bit of turn, and Dixon will get off the mark by steering that one through the offside for a single out to cover. 101 for 4 Glamorgan, with 12 overs to negotiate this evening. And the public address announcer tells the crowd that if they're looking at the manual scoreboard, they'll have to imagine a 1 because the single digits isn't working, so they've got 0-1 for 4. Anyone got a bit of chalk and a ladder? 101 for 4 Glamorgan, chasing 257 to beat Leicestershire. 12 overs remain tonight. Can Glamorgan get there without any further losses?
Carlson 60, Dixon 1, and it is the Latter, who faces up to Ben Mike, bowling from the Bennett end, running in towards us down the hill. He's up to the wicket and outside off stump again. It looks nice, but again Dixon can leave that without any real trouble. He's not causing enough problems, I don't think, Mike, to the batsman. Certainly going through quite nicely, Ben Mike.
As I read things, I believe our boys Mac in second 11 might need just 1 point next week. If I've got my calculations right.
That's for promotion.
For promotion, yeah. The top team, Cardiff Titans, whom we're playing, will win it.
Here comes Mike again. That's a tighter line this time, and Dixon drives at this, straight to cover.
So will it be Division 10, here we come? That's the big stuff.
That tastes like promotion.
To be honest, it's difficult actually, because there's too great a standard between our first and second 11s, which is quite awkward to manage players sometimes.
What division are the
first are in Division 3.
Oh god, yeah. Mike, past the umpire, bowls. That's wide. That's signalled a wide. It's very wide delivery outside off stump. Dixon tried to follow it and then gave up in the end, so he's going to have to bowl that again. Is Ben Mike?
Think about it, Sean Dixon, but probably thought it wasn't worth the risk. Is there a third man? Yes, there is.
Yeah, there is.
There is a third man.
102 for 4, 155 to win for Glamorgan. In what has turned into a one-inning shootout. Mike. Long run up, very rhythmic. He's in, bowls. That's a better line and a better length. Forces Dixon back. And he pushes this straight back to the bowler. There's a lovely twilight setting in. The sun over to our right hand side. The sun always sort of goes across you here at Grace Road. Starts over in the on the east to our left, moves across right in front of us.
It's Canterbury that's somewhat problematic with the sun. You're sometimes freezing early on and then staring into the sun in the evening.
Was it Derby where they had to completely change the square because you'd have to go off because of the sun? Here comes Mike, and that's a good bouncer. Gets Dixon pirouetting, spinning and twisting away from the ball. That was right up in the block, right up in the face. That.
Yeah, did well not to get a glove on that one. Yeah, and Old Trafford was rotated as well, wasn't it? I think a bit longer ago. No such trouble here.
Mike turns. This the fifth ball, penultimate ball of his 7th over. Oh, and that's a nasty one too. That has hit him. What he has managed, Mike, is cause some pain to his opponents. Carlson in his previous over. And on this one, I think that crashed into his stomach, didn't it? I don't think it was his hands. He hasn't been sort of flicking his wrists and his fingers. I think that went straight. Will he have a sort of stomach guard? I don't know. Either way, I think that crashed straight into it.
Not clearly visible if he has got any protection around the chest area.
Shadows of the trees starting to really sort of impose themselves on the pitch as Mike runs in. It's a straight delivery on a leg stump line. Jumps up in the air, does Dixon, as he plays it to mid-on, and a single is taken. 103 for 4. So 11 overs left in the day. So we could be here, I think we'll go until at least 7, won't we?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't got the lights on, so last night's problems, they're not allowed to use them beyond 7 o'clock, as I understand it. So looks as though we could even get all the overs in today. 104.3 overs, which is, well, I mean, obviously you can bowl as many as you like if you bowled spin all day, but realistically it's as long as you get. 104 plus a few balls from one that was half finished last night, as Patel is in. Bowls appeal for LBW, and they'll go through for a leg bye as it trickles down to third man. And there's an appeal for a run out at the non-striker's end, but Dixon was virtually past the wicket. So I think the LBW shout, where's the naked eye, was, oof, that is quite a good shout actually. I thought it initially it was drifting down leg side, but it might have pitched leg stump and turned sharply. Umpire maybe deciding it was doing too much, or he couldn't safely give it out. 104 for 4. Patel bowls. Carlson on the drive and shouts at Dixon to get back because it was well intercepted by Kelly in a close cover position. Both had set off for a single, and then Carlson quickly realised the danger and sent his partner back. Well fielded Nick Kelly of his fellow New Zealander's bowling. Patel bowls. Carlson nudges it wide of short leg down to backward square for a single. As the giant figure of Hull comes in, and not best throw that Tassel doesn't take cleanly. 105 for 4. Patel with the wicket of Colin Ingram, caught at short leg by Hamza Sheikh, an excellent catch. Diving forward to just get his hand under the ball. Patel bowls. Dixon defends on the leg side. On the back foot. Tension here at Grace Road.
Yeah, Patel's got his tail up.
Leicestershire pushing for further wickets to make themselves even firmer favourites as Dixon defends that one. Out on the leg side, no run.
You see it sometimes in the way that people play Patel. Johnny Tattersall gave some really interesting insight in the Yorkshire game. I'll give it to you in a second.
Patel bowls. Dixon nudges his way on the offside. No run. Single plus a leg bye off quite an eventful over. 105 for 4. A further 152 runs needed. 6 wickets needed by the hosts.
Yeah, said that the ball doesn't come on quite as much as you would think it does, so there's a delay, almost sort of a split-second delay where you think the ball's going to end up and when it's actually with you. So yeah, 105 for 4, 152 to win for Glamorgan. 6 wickets to get for Leicestershire, and the key man, Kieran Carlson, is standing in their way firmly at the moment. Ben Mike, his 8th over of this innings, none for 30 his figures, and he comes, and it's driven back to Carlson, by Carlson to Mike. There is no run.
James Lumber on X says he's watching from half behind the sofa, hoping that Glamorgan can lift his spirits after the Manchester United game earlier.
Oh dear.
Hoping to get through to the close without further loss, chasing 120-ish tomorrow. Likely to be a couple more than that, maybe. The slow progress that's being made.
Sort of seem to have settled in now, don't they, for the end of the day, which I think is probably sensible. Mike up to the wicket now, bowls, and he shoulders arms Carlson, but the ball almost followed him as he did it, and nearly caught the glove or the bat on the way through. That would have been a horrible way to get out. As it was, he avoided any contact.
Yeah, then rehearsed a square shot that he might have played, but probably wisely didn't. Mike, 4 wickets in the first innings, posed quite a lot of questions. Been a little bit on the expensive side, going at 4 and over in this innings.
Right arm over the wicket, he's in and bowls a wonderful bouncer and tumbles as he does so. I mean, those are the questions he has asked. He seems to have bowled with real pace and vigour. That's hurt him, that tumble. I think he's hurt his ankle. He's sort of walking away in quite a lot of pain there. Let's hope that's just a sort of impact injury. He's now on his paunches.
We see a few bowlers who fall over quite regularly and don't think anything of it, but Mike has jarred his left ankle slightly there by the look of it. He's trying to, well, I would say run it off, but actually hop it off as he makes his way back to his mark. I don't think that was obviously painful for the moment, as one of his teammates is kicking away with clouds of dust at the landing area. I don't think I'd be too happy on if I was the umpire, I don't think I'd be happy on someone doing that. It's Ian Holland. I don't care if you're skipper, mate. Tries then to draw a front line for the umpire, who then redraws it.
Well, the umpires, yeah.
With his boot.
I mean, at what point? I mean, it's probably too full to be a foothole. Mike in bowls. So on the hips of Carlson, who glances this to the backward square leg where Sheridan Gums fields. See, it had the sort of impact of, I'm sure when you've been running and you nearly twist your ankle, it sort of goes horizontal on you and you don't injure it, but it feels very painful and worrying. I suspect it was a little bit like that.
I'll take your word for it. So, well, you lost me when you've been running, you see.
The lovely calm of the early evening as Mike past the umpire bowls. And again, that's too straight. Dixon moving across his stumps and clipping it into mid-wicket. He'll get a single for his trouble. 107 for 4. 1 ball left of the 38th over. Still got 9 overs left. 20 to 7. It's been a long old day. Started at 7 o'clock. With Leicestershire, 79 for 2 they were. They have been bowled out for 257 in the end. Fantastic 93 from Sheridan Gums. Important contributions from number 8 Ben Mike and number 9 Tom Scriven, who was the last man out, in 43. Carlson now waits 62 not out as Mike is in, and he's onto that quickly. Saw the short ball coming, and that has gone over Gums' head and nearly out of the ground. That's a remarkable shot.
It's heading into Milliken Road almost. I think when the stewards has gone to get it from behind the hospitality bar there, away to our left.
Talk about how much of cricket at this level is about prediction, and he completely predicted that ball from Mike. And Gums, who was probably in line with it, watched it sail right over his head. Huge shot from Carlson. 113 for 4. Glamorgan need 144 to win at the end of the 38th over. Carlson on to 68.
Important, I think, really, for Kieran Carlson to remind Leicestershire that anything off target will still be dispatched. The ball is tossed to the umpire to have a little look at, and then it's tossed back to Ajaz Patel. 113 for 4. 144 still needed. 6 wickets needed for the Foxes. Leicestershire still favourites as Dixon retakes his guard. Just 3 to his credit. Off 20 deliveries so far as he kicks away at something in the crease. Clouds of dust coming up as Patel in bowls. Dixon pushes forward, defends. Rugby result for you, international rugby result. New Zealand won 33-16 in South Africa. 5 tries to 1. That's quite the statement. Patel bowls, and Dixon will take a single down to fine leg, or shortish fine leg, as Carlson called him through. And ball quickly back with Ajaz Patel. Haven't seen Rishi Patel called on with the ball in this match, as that shorter, flatter, punched away by Carlson off the back foot to backward point. No run. All very tense as we go into single figures of overs left. I would suggest Glamorgan might be in night watchman territory. Maybe Gorvin was padded up beneath us, as that's defended by Carlson. Crane and van der Hoogten probably not saying they're too serious to be night watchers now, but both have some batting credentials. That's faster from Crane, and Carlson plays it well all along the ground to short mid-wicket. No run. 1-1-4 for 4, having been 37 for 3 at one stage. Since then, just the loss of Colin Ingram to Ajaz Patel, as that one turns past the bat of Kieran Carlson into the gloves of Johnny Tats. 114 for 4 at the end of the over. 8 to come this evening here on BBC Sport Online. Speaking of rugby, what about the one they're all talking about in this neck of the woods? The Leicestershire kit, the Leicester Tigers kit, mauve and yellow.
I have received plenty of messages about it. The level of offence to which people seem to have taken for the kit has been quite striking. I would suggest people have a look on it. They can make their own mind up. The home kit, I think, has stirred this quite emotional reaction. I don't think people think it's sort of traditional enough.
No, it's very plain green, the home kit, isn't it?
As Mike starts a new over and bowls a delivery on leg stump again. It's too straight. The last few deliveries he's bowled have been on the leg stump line. It's too easy to flick away. He's not got the field for it either. He's only got 2 men out there. Yeah, obviously, if you're not with a Welsh audience, I know that there will be plenty of understanding for the rugby, but Leicester Tigers famously green, white and red strips, sort of horizontal stripes, famously. And they've sort of, it's a big block of green with yellow and red and white stripes on the shoulders.
Not enough red and white.
Not enough red and white, I think, for a lot of supporters who've really taken against it. Here is Mike past the umpire, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Carlson.
But if you thought the home kit was bad,
no, I think that has sort of stirred quite an emotional reaction. The away kit, which is,
not quite sure whether it's an away kit or a third kit. They've been a bit vague about it.
I think it's the away kit, but if it is a third kit, either way, one of the alternative kits.
Yeah, I've seen a black one as well somewhere, I think. But possibly the men and women's teams have got them in a different order.
It might be an away kit. Yeah, let's have a look. It is the third kit. You're right. Mike in bowls straight this time. That's a bit of line on an off stump, and it's defended by Carlson. Pushes it out into the offside. Is purple with, I don't know, what looks like spirograph drawings on the sleeves. It's not gone down well amongst the supporters, who just think it's incredibly ugly.
Yeah, it's sort of a lightish purple shade, isn't it, towards mauve or possibly lavender.
Yeah, it is lavender. Lavender is the good description, I think. I think fans are very happy about the kit choices for the past couple of years. Here's Mike, and let's watch as that sail by him, does Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of the Welsh clubs' new kits. I've seen just the Dragons, which is pretty much plain yellow stroke amber. It's not quite the traditional amber, but it's close enough for most spectators, with a thin black stripe for the home kit, and quite a classy black, mostly black with a touch of gold for the away kit. So those went down quite well in the Gwent area.
Mike kicks up his heels. He's past the umpire. He bowls, and that is driven to mid-on. There will be no run. Yeah. There's bad publicity, and then there's bad publicity. I think this is in the latter camp. Tigers have really copped it from all angles.
As long as they're winning, no one will care in the long run.
Well, that is true to a certain extent, but the problem is, I suspect they probably could do with the money from selling the shirts.
Yes, well, there's always that.
I think they're quite significantly down.
Okay.
And rugby isn't like football, where they need the money from shirt sales. Mike, up to the wicket now, bowls, and Carlson drops his hands on this and plays it really nicely, in fact, into the gap in the covers. That's the end of the over. 7 remain in the day, 116 for 4 is the score. Glamorgan need 141 to win. Leicestershire needs 6 wickets. They're in pursuit of 257. It's a gorgeous evening, but we are, I think, going to get all of our overs in. It feels light enough.
Yeah. Yep, not much cloud in the sky at the moment as a Leicestershire subfielder jogs on and then jogs off again. So the fact that he hasn't got a number on.
Umpire's having a chat here, Nick.
Is
No, play on.
Yeah, shadows are sort of extending out towards the middle. You can tell the sun's quite low because I think a lot of those are the shadows of the trees rather than the pylons.
Yeah.
So might get a few awkward overs where shadows are halfway across the pitch as Patel continues wheeling away from this pavilion end and Carlson continues pushing forward and defending. And Glamorgan really need their captain to be there overnight if they're to entertain viable hopes of getting to 257. As that one's turned for Patel and Carlson gropes forward and is beaten by it. Didn't quite get the pitch of it, I don't think.
Spotted a couple of beauties, hasn't he?
Patel in again, balls, that's a little fuller and Carlson can play it defensively with a little more ease. As we tick down these closing overs, I think. Almost certainly in night watchman territory. If a wicket falls now as Carlson defends that one to short leg, I'd be surprised if Chris Cook emerged next as he's slated to do in the normal batting order.
Rahan Ahmed warming up.
Patel in bowls, Carlson forward, studiously defending back to the bowler. We're so far past the scheduled finish time now that Patel bowls a little quicker. Carlson defends again and he's played out a maiden over there, so that is that 5 or 6 to go? 6 I think on the right hand side of the board. 116 for 4 Glamorgan. Scoring rate stalled again rather, but it's not quite the same air of menace that there was. Albeit Patel asking questions, and as you say, it is Rahan Ahmed going to bowl his leg spin from the Bennett end in his first bowl of the innings. First innings he sent down 4 overs, 0 for 6.
Don't know whether the umpires have requested this or whether it's a sense of sort of getting through the overs quickly. They want to see what Ahmed can do.
Just a question of trying something else, I think, at this late stage in proceedings.
Yeah, Mike wasn't doing much, was he, from the Bennett end?
Maybe, I mean, Carlson's obviously well set. Dixon has defended reasonably well.
Here is Ahmed then to bowl his first ball of the innings, and he swatted for 4. First ball, it was a long hop from Ahmed, and back went Dixon and swivelled the ball over mid-wicket for 4 runs. That was a poor ball loosener from Ahmed, and it has been given the punishment it deserved. It was a bit of a baseball swing that from Dixon for 4. He's on to 9 from 24 balls. 5 overs remain after this. Ahmed bowls a better line and length this time, and that got on to Dixon quickly. He shuffled towards the ball and got the bat down quickly.
Yeah, needed to as well.
120 for 4, 137 to win. Ahmed bowls outside off stump, left alone by Dixon. Raises his bat and his gloves above the ball to let it sail by. Here is Ahmed. Forward press from Dixon to cover. shake fields and throws it straight back to Ahmed. We are zooming through these final few overs. We'll be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock for what will be an enthralling final day, I am sure. Glamorgan will probably need about 130, something like that, to win. Oh, and he's caught! Ahmed gets the wicket, and Dixon has to go. He followed it, Dixon, really. It was a sort of traditional leg break. And he kept the ball, he kept the bat sort of following the ball and just nudged it to slip. It's a great take from Rishi Patel, who takes it off to his right-hand side. That's a wonderful instinctive catch from Patel, and there's the late wicket that Leicestershire will have wanted. 120 for 5, sorry. Dixon has to go for 9, and that is a huge breakthrough. And are we heading off after that? I'm not sure. Or are they just getting drinks? All the players crowded round together. I think they are staying on.
Drinks. Dixon just instinctively drawn into following that. Didn't need to play it. Almost tried to, maybe he was trying to guide it down to third man, but it didn't work. And Dixon, after defensive innings, has not many managed to add much in the way of progress on the scoreboard. Partnership of 25, he got 9 of them. Occupied 9 overs, but that's neither here nor there really, with so much time left in the game. And Glamorgan are 5 down, and as I suggested, it's night watchman time as Andy Gorvin comes in at 7.
Do you know what? I think I would have put, you said 65-35, didn't you, at the start? I think we were probably at that, I reckon, for that ball.
Yeah.
And I reckon that's probably made it 75-25, that wicket late in the day. Another wicket here, even if it is the night watchman. I won't make it incredibly likely that it'll be a Leicestershire victory. That has stirred things up.
Yeah, Dixon will be kicking himself with that one. It did turn. He didn't need to play it. It was outside off stump. Leg break to the right-hander. He's just drawn into playing at it magnetically almost. And Patel with a good low grab at slip, which earns him the company of Hamza Sheikh at second slip.
He's wearing a helmet. They are right next to each other, those two. Here is Ahmed. Gorvin comes forward and defends. Well, Rahan Ahmed, he's one of those players that makes things happen. He has done it for Leicestershire late on day 3. He has snaffled the key wicket of Sean Dixon. And Glamorgan are 5 down. So the Foxes need 5 wickets to win. Glamorgan need 137 to get their victory. It's a great catch from Patel. Good cricket all round. Ahmed floating the ball up. And that is a key wicket. So 5 overs remain in the day as we approach 7 o'clock here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Sport Wales, on the BBC Sport website and app, and the Leicestershire stream on YouTube.
So Patel, can he make further breakthroughs? Ajaz Patel, that is, as he's in to bowl, and Carlson dead bats it back to him. 29 deliveries left. Glamorgan supporters almost counting down the balls left, I guess, in this evening's play as Carlson presses forward and the ball just rolls away very gently on the offside. There might have been a single there, but they're not taking anything risky at this stage, of course. Patel in to Carlson, who will take a single here, or maybe 2. There's 2 there, and he'll have to hurry to get back. And Tazil tries to flick the ball onto the stumps as it came in slightly away from them. It's a decent enough throw from deep point, but Carlson is fleet of foot and got back safely for 2. The Championship captain, accompanied by his stand-in as one-day cup captain, Andy Gorvin.
Bringing everybody in. Try and stop the single.
As Patel bowls, Carlson is forward defending. Well, technically the night watcher wants to face, doesn't he?
True.
because they keep the senior guy out of trouble there. So it's Gorvin's job to take as much strike as he can as Carlson drives to Holland at mid-off. That'll be no run. So Carlson won't be worried about facing up. He's meant to be protecting the established batter as Carlson nudges it away on the offside. Fielded by Kelly. 2 off the over, 122 for 5. 135 runs needed by Glamorgan, and so much responsibility on the shoulders of their captain Kieran Carlson on 71 not out. As although Cook, Crane and Van der Hoogten are all capable with bat in hand, you feel that Carlson has to lead the way.
And given the situation of the game, with a pitch that's playing up, they've got a leg slip in now for Rahan Ahmed to bowl to Gorvin, the night watchman, who bowls, and that's well defended by Gorvin. He gets forward and stabs this out into the offside square of the wicket. It's fielded by Patel. So 135 to win for Glamorgan, but they have 3 and a bit overs now to see off. Oh, it's a beauty from Ahmed. There are players down on their knees, squatting in anguish at that, having just missed the stumps. There's a lovely floated delivery from Ahmed. Too good for Gorvin, who came forward to it, but beat him.
Slip and a leg slip now.
Ahmed from the Bennett end moves in towards us. That's a better defence this time from Gorvin. Straight delivering flatter from Ahmed. Three and a half overs to go in the day.
Yeah, Gorvin is not a hugely aggressive batter by instinct, so he'll be quite happy to pat them back or push them around. And Leicestershire now offering him a single on either side of the wicket, I think.
Ahmed. Oh, it's a beautiful leg before wicket. It's a good shout, but it runs out of energy quite quickly. Felt like that might have pitched outside leg. That was my initial reaction. Oh no, it was the googly. Probably height, I think. Looking at the replay there. Ahmed. Past the umpire. Outside off stump, left alone. Well left by Gorvin. 1 ball left as the clock ticks past 7. Ahmed in, and there's Gorvin. He gets the single. They take it to cover. The throw comes in. It doesn't miss by much. There's a puff of dust that's brought up into the air. So Gorvin does his job. He gets a single, which protects Carlson from the next over, which will be bowled by Ajaz Patel. 3 overs to go then. 1, 2, 3 for 5. Leicestershire need 5 wickets to win. Glamorgan 1, 3, 4 to win.
We've got it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the board.
Yes.
Had it previously in this match. Twice in one match. Tremendous. Not so tremendous for Glamorgan, though, since they need more than twice that to win it. Another 1, 3, 4 needed for victory. And can Andy Gorvin last out and protect Kieran Carlson? They took quite a sharp single off the last ball the previous over, so that Gorvin, as the night watcher, could do a proper job, which is good to see. Patel bowls, Gorvin pushes forward, gets absolutely on top of it as it rolls off an outside edge into the slip area, but safely. Patel and the distinctive shades round the wicket. Minimal run up. Gorvin pushes forward again, defends out on the offside, no run. 16 deliveries maximum for Leicestershire to claim wickets tonight. Now Point, silly Point, gets in Gorvin's eye line as Patel bowls, and that's nudged, I think, off the pad down towards fine leg, and Carlson does call him through for the single off the third ball of the over. Now a bit of bat involved. Gorvin has 2. 124 for 5. In comes the next delivery, which Carlson works on the leg side, and there's an easy single on offer, so they will jog through for it. 125 for 5.
Who do you reckon you'll speak to tonight, Nick? Kieran Carlson, I presume.
Not sure at the moment. Might if he's still in, I might save him for the end of the match, whatever it is.
You're going to chat to Sheridan Gums tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Patel to Gorvin, back on his stumps, defending back down the wicket, and there's no run. Slip and a silly point. Crouching within touching distance of Gorvin as Patel bowls, and Gorvin practices his very best forward defensive that he's quite happy to play from here until the close of play. 125 for 5, Glamorgan needing a further 132 to win here on BBC Sport Online, and we have 2 overs for Glamorgan to see out tonight.
To bowl that penultimate over of the day. 1 for 5 and 2 overs for Ahmed. And that four of them were from the first ball he bowled. Here he is then. Comes in, bowls, back goes Carlson and drives him very pleasantly off the back foot out towards deep cover.
Trevor in Dublin says, watching through fingers in front of my face, not good for my dicky ticker. Hopefully the skipper will lead us home tomorrow and he'll be over to Cardiff for the Essex game.
Ahmed, full delivery, floated up, and Gorvin reads it, traditional leg break. It's a thick inside edge out to mid-wicket. Gums fields, he's sort of right in the centre of the game at the moment. Gums, he's close in at mid-wicket. Ahmed moves in towards us, bowls, back goes Gorvin. They decide not to run the single.
Evening to Graham Brill from Merthyr, who's just come in from watching Merthyr against Cowbridge, a low-scoring thriller. Merthyr bowled out for 119, Cowbridge getting the runs with 9 wickets down. A league decider, second v first.
Wow. Here comes Ahmed. Bowls, forward comes Gorvin, defends very well.
So watching this, says Graham, is not doing my blood pressure much good. Oh dear. 2 emails, both mentioning health.
God, there are some cardiological incidents going on down in South Wales tonight, aren't there? Beautiful ball from Ahmed, and forward comes Gorvin and defends. 1 ball left in the over. He'll try and get a single here, I would think, which is I'm surprised to see. Well, no, they might want to bowl to Gorvin.
There is a single on the offside, isn't there?
And then on the leg side, anything square or anything squarer than mid-wicket is getting a single. Here's Ahmed, he's going to come round the wicket here, and he tosses this one and gets an inside edge. I think that's what he was after, but it dribbles to mid-wicket. End of the over. 126 for 5. 131 needed to win. Carlson 73, Gorvin 2, and we've got 1 over left in the day.
So Carlson will be facing it to start with anyway, which is not the ideal, to have the established batter at risk, but he'll be maybe hoping to get a single early in the over just to eliminate that risk. 126 for 5, Glamorgan having lost all. Hassan for 3, Tribe for 6, Callaway for 8, Ingram for 14 and Dixon for 9. Full toss almost, which Carlson drives. It was actually just about bounced by the time it had reached Carlson, who drove it on the offside. So Ingram hung around for a long time, Dixon for a reasonable time, but it's Carlson, almost a one-man show for Glamorgan, as he plays no shot to a ball that turned away outside of off stump. Good job that one didn't go straight on. 4 balls to come then from the New Zealand international. Slow left arm, and Carlson plays no shot again.
That was well judged, that was well floated from Patel.
Pads it away. Leicestershire bowled out in their second innings for 257, so that same figure becomes the Glamorgan target, and Leicestershire 5 of the 10 wickets they need. Is that shorter and flatter and fizzes past Carlson's edge as it goes through to Tattersall, and Ajaz Patel down on one knee, giving it the full dramatic impact. 1, 2, 6 for 5. 2 balls left. Can Carlson survive them? Has he been caught down leg side? They're appealing for it. The umpire doesn't want to know. Well, it was a terrible ball. Carlson was tempted into going after it and was given not out as it flicked something through to slip. Well, it did make contact with something, as the replay shows that might have been perilously close to the glove, but Carlson's given not out.
They were both looking at the square leg umpire. Did you notice that Rishi Patel was... Oh, they are certain that was out, the Leicestershire players, but he's been given not out.
Last ball of the day then, from Ajaz Patel to Kieran Carlson. Can he survive? Patel bowls. Carlson defends it, and somehow he'll live to fight another day. Kieran Carlson leading Glamorgan's hopes on 73 not out, but Leicestershire on top with the ball. 2 wickets to Holland, 1 apiece to Tom Scriven, Ajaz Patel and Rayan Ahmed. And Glamorgan's slim hopes will survive somehow into tomorrow at 126 for 5. Carlson 73, Gorvin 2.
Well, Leicestershire are not happy chappies as they're walking off the field. There are they. They thought they might have snaffled a wicket at the end, but it wasn't given out by the umpire. So Glamorgan need 131 runs to win tomorrow. Leicestershire need 5 wickets. We're going to have a pulsating final day ahead of us. Don't miss it. We will be here at 11 o'clock tomorrow with Kieran Carlson holding the key for Glamorgan. He's 73 not out. Can the Foxes get those final 5 wickets as they head off the field of play? We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the stream on YouTube. But from me and from Nick, see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
No star.